position. What the hell? I adjusted you, Kaiser. Minimize yourself. There we go.
What?
You were in big and first. We had big Kaiser for a second there.
Yeah, I guess VTube Studio just froze up for some reason.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil, and joining me, well, temporarily not joining me, is Twilight Guardian. We don't know where she is. She is more than likely battling with her sleep schedule. So, you know,
probably
we'll see if she shows up. But joining me as well is the doodliest bro, Kaiser Shonen.
Yeah, guys stream.
And thank you so much to Robert Glending for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast. And remember, you guys... Minus Deaderex. You'll notice you have access to a bunch of unique emoticons here in the chat, so you guys can have fun with those. And on top of that, the Team JYCT Sausage Fest. On top of that, you get access to the Team Frostbite Discord server, where you can fool their updating algorithm with a video game character creator. Yeah, no, that's... might want to touch on that, considering, hey, the Tundra is sort of the main draw of being a patron, other than just being very nice and supporting me. So this is a guy's stream. Do I have to leave? No. You can be a bro.
Yeah.
Anyone can be a bro.
Anyone can be a bro.
Yeah, so, hey, Celtic, did you watch Vampire in the Garden? No, I haven't. Hey, where's Twy? We don't know. My estimation is that she is sleeping, because she has, unfortunately, from Dashi, contracted super narcolepsy. It seemed the respite from Zell afforded this land was but fleeting. The end is nigh. Also, I watched Iron Lung this weekend with my brother. Oh, I hope you had fun.
Oh, awesome.
I watched Critical Drinker's video on it. He's like, oh, it could have been a 30-minute short film. It's like, fucking no. What? No.
Okay. From everything I heard about the movie, because I still haven't had the chance to take a look at it, because this week has been kind of busy. That does not sound right, dog.
She's half the reason I come to these streams. So what, is like the other...
Damn!
Is the other half like a 50-50 between me and Kaiser, or is it just one or the other? Yeah, is there, what is the balance there? What the remaining 50%?
Yeah, what's the pie chart? What's the pie chart like?
Yet again, Celtic needs to collab with the Birdman. Says that a hack fraud of a writer. Well, damn. The hell are Kaiser and Celtic? Chopped liver? Yeah, that's a good question. I really enjoyed it. Awesome. Yo, Celtic and Kaiser, how is it going? It's going pretty well.
Hey, Daigato.
It's going pretty well.
It's going all right.
Had to set up for the stream. I had a fun time making the thumbnail. Trying to figure out what would be safe for work. Still haven't seen Iron Lung, but I've already seen people make fun of funny animatics of Mark's character with Markiplier audio and TikTok. Oh, I gotta see some of those. That sounds like fun.
Hey, Gabbo, number one rival. I estimate you guys are gonna spend at least an hour and a half, up to 2 hours on Zell's Cinder video. I'm lowballing it purposefully. Oh man. Okay, so you pre-gamed this.
Yeah. Some of our fans went to watch that, but they might not be paying attention. We are also going to watch his review of RWBY The Session, which is the officially licensed Bleach episode in light novel form for RWBY. I am not kidding you. It actually seems like it's canon, and also it's really bad. Did someone order donuts?
Hey, Billy Donuts! So I got rival. I got 13 pages of notes. What the hell did he say?
Oh, I should bring up. Yeah, there's a Bleach episode. Let me go get the official art for it. No, that's gonna block out.
Other
Kaiser.
50 is 25, or I know nothing, and you and Kaiser split the other 25.
Ouch!
Dude.
Ouch! I know nothing is a guest.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So if everyone curious, this is the cover art for the novel RWBY the Session. I copied. Oh, that's right, because it's freaking whatchamacallit. Wiki image.
Okay,
Copy
yeah.
image. It does it. Paste as image. So this is the cover art for RWBY the Session. All of our girls in somewhat levels of revealing clothing because they're swimming in swimsuits. So, yes, you'll see Yang has her assets out for everyone to see. Weiss is wearing... I actually don't know what Weiss is wearing. It doesn't look like there are like, any straps.
Looks like...
But, like, but she has the collar. Why you
want the collar on the beach?
I like Blake's, and Ruby's is really cute, but like she's a 15-year-old wearing this swimsuit, and we've all listened that RWBY doesn't have fan service, and this is a official version of RWBY. So
this is what happens. This is what happens when the Japanese get a hold of it.
Yeah. One of my favorite touches is that all of their weapons are inflatable versions of their weapons. I love that. That's like a great touch.
That's really funny.
But it does. But wait, there's more, because it also comes with insert images. One of which is Team Juniper, who this one might be even more revealing. Not revealing, but like sensual. Look at that Nora pose. Look at that goddamn Nora pose, front and center.
Yeah, honestly, I did not expect Nora to get this treatment. I thought they were gonna lean in on Pure in that sense, honestly.
I'm not complaining. I think Nora looks incredibly cute here, honestly. I know people, she obviously is very alluring in the way that she's looking at the camera, but like, I just think that she's cute. Nora's just a cute character in period. Is that pose even physically possible? I think so. It's just she's really twisting her lower body.
Yeah.
What, and the boys don't get to show off? Cowards. Yes, cowards.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue.
That's why you should watch Fixing RWBY Volume 5, Episode 16, Onsen, because the boys get the most revealing fan service in that episode. Her lower organs are suffering. Have you seen Nora get hit? She doesn't have any organs.
Yeah.
And what I'll note here is this is all goddamn bait and switch.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. So John, Pyrrha, Blake,
us.
and Weiss do not get into bathing suits, and RWBY doesn't get into a bathing suit either. She's like wearing an oversized shirt. So
what? They're not like on the beach or whatever?
They're
like I read
half
the beginning chapter.
Yeah. Half the team is on the beach. The other half are off training.
Then, okay. That's just false advertisement.
I know nothing. How does it feel to not be in the 25 or higher club? Shut the... Mods?
Yeah, shut up.
Mods, rearrange that man's internal organs.
Mods, adjust his kneecaps.
The Curse You Viz. I don't know if this wasn't published by Viz. Guys, this was published in, I believe, 2017. Like, this is an old part of the RWBY property. It might have been 2019. Let me double check.
Right.
No, it was 2017.
Damn, okay.
Yeah. This has been around for a long while. So yeah. Curse you, Rooster Teeth, goddamn. Yeah, well, the thing is, it actually does it attempts to do some nice things for what RWBY should be, but it does them all terribly. Let me tell you guys, the first chapter is 95%, and I am not joking you, 95% a John chapter.
Yes.
And not only
it
that...
was so boring.
It was boring, and it actually made John worse as a character.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was possible, but I have come to hate John even more. Like, he comes off as reprehensible in that chapter.
Yeah.
And it does lightly get addressed in the next one, but it's still a real fucking dick move. Wouldn't it be RWBY if John wasn't the main character? Now, to be fair, the second chapter was focusing all on Team RWBY. It was just really goddamn dumb melodrama. I hate John. I hate John because of his structure in the plot. Oh my god,
Yeah.
silver-haired freak.
What did he do? Also, someone said might want to check the comments as one actually kind of mentions Kaiser. What the fuck did they say?
Oh, okay. Which video was it? The Cinder one or the?
Yeah, which video is it?
Was it Cinder or the session? I would imagine Cinder. So I can look.
Yeah, I would imagine that.
But yeah, we got big Kaiser. Light novel fair. Oh, one thing to also mention, it was an awful read. I actually dipped out near the end of, I want to say near the end, about 2/3 of the way through chapter 2, because it's a translation.
But it's so funny.
It's a translation by a fan, so, you know, I can't expect too much, but it has absolutely zero grace to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely painful to read, especially because there are so many things that were just blatantly said. Like, you know, RWBY saw that Blake was looking out the window, but it didn't seem as if she was looking out at the ocean. It seemed like she was looking deeper into her soul. It's like, fucking great.
Oh
I'm glad you trusted me to interpret that.
Yeah.
Celtic looks like a normal sized bird compared to Big Kaiser. Hey, there are some pretty big birds out there.
That is true. Some of which being robotic and flying on jets, looking at you, Storm Eagle.
Let's see. Control F.
Kaijus are shown. Kaiser's Mount Lady. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Kaiser. The A-list reaction stream to Zell's Bumblebee video is linked under the Cinder video. Oh my god, no. Okay, so Ray, I think I shared this. So a list exists, who I think I mentioned before. I collabed before. They made a reaction to the Bumblebee video, Zell's Bumblebee video, and they reacted to like the first half of it the week before last, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna jump in for the second half, and we just had a really fun time with it. So I guess somebody just linked that reaction to it.
It might not. We'll see if it's even there anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm not gonna accuse Zell deleting comments because I don't know, but hey, if it's not there, there might be a reason for it. That's
I was gonna say Cinder's pretty much the definite. No, that's him posting a link. Do first. Oh yeah, here it is. I think. Is this it?
Yeah. Shout out to List Exists. Those guys are funny. Those guys were hilarious. We had a really great time.
So yeah,
some
it's
very
still there.
clippable moments.
Zell so far behaving himself. That is nice.
Yeah. Kaiser, did you watch the new Death Battle yet? No, I haven't actually. I'm planning on streaming this week, and that will be among the videos that I'm planning on reacting to.
That is Ichigo versus Yusuke, right?
Yes.
Ichigo sweeps.
Yeah.
we're near the tail end of the Soul Society arc. I think basically Ichigo just stopped the execution of Rukia.
Okay,
and is
so
now
they're about to get Byakuya, yeah.
Yeah, it's the showdown with Byakuya. Also, the me realizing that the white-haired girl, who I think is the lieutenant to the fourth's captain.
You mean Isane? I think
with so.
Unohana?
Yeah, I don't know what weapon she has. She got bodied by Ichigo right away. She is a damned cutie. Like, I am not typically into really tall girls, but she is just really damned cute. I can't I just.
Is she tall? I don't remember her being that tall.
Oh God. Is it Isane? Let me see.
She is pretty cute though.
Kotetsu. Yeah, she's pretty tall. Like she's a
Okay.
tall girl. I love her to death. Like I don't know anything about her, but just visually and like the bits of personality we've gotten, she seems just like a cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
The joke with her is that she wants to be short. No, no. Celtic like short queens confirmed. I do like girls shorter than me, but that's a rarity because I'm not tall. I do prefer my girls short and cute, but there are like tall, very tall, cute girls that I like. Like I kind of need the extremes.
Yeah. Hey, that's the spice of life, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was going to say, like, that death battle, Ichigo sweeps. He's already at the point where he could probably take down Yusuke, and we're not even, what, a third of the way through the series, if that?
Yeah, it's not the first time I've seen, like, videos trying to power scale, like, seeing who would win between the two, and just the higher ends at the very end of Bleach can be scaled much higher than in Yu Yu Hakusho. Just
yeah,
that alone.
I'm looking at all the demons in Yu Yu Hakusho. Maybe Yomi, maybe Ryzen could rival, could end up rivaling them, but
Ichigo,
like Ichigo, but that's at current. I don't think any later. Ichigo held back the big scythe that contains the power of over 1 million Zanpakuto.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually wondering at this point how Byakuya is going to fucking stand up to him if he is that powerful. Otherwise, and no one spoiled that, obviously. I'm still watching it. But otherwise, like, why do they need it if one of their fucking captains can rival that level of power? This is the problem when you don't properly power scale. Like, legitimately, you gotta think about it. Yeah, you gotta think about it in your story. Oh, you have a thing that is 1 million times powerful than the common weapon wielded by everyone in this setting. Okay. Oh, but they can power it up with their name, and then they can get 5 times that. Well, I'm sorry. So that's what, a 10 times multiplier? Byakuya's not beating the fucking the fucking halberd, all right? Like he's not beating that, especially when it's being used in a very like I don't know what the stakes are anymore, and that's the problem I have with Bleach is that the stakes just get silly. Basically I expected that going into it. What I didn't expect is I really like the intrigue of Bleach. Like the intrigue of the Soul Society arc has been really good, and I do enjoy the characters. So it's like I don't take a lot of the fights super seriously beyond the emotional aspects of them.
Right. You kind of start vibing just start vibing around with them rather than just sort of like thinking about them.
This implies Kirby would sweep Bleach. Kirby would sweep anything. Kirby is an eldritch abomination that just cannot die.
Yeah.
Bleach should have ended years ago. It's a damn shame that it got pushed further. I know barely anything about Bleach. I just saw the movie. Oh, you're a wild one. Power scaling in Bleach will hurt your head. God, I hate it. Yeah.
Yeah, Dadarex. There's a new art by Titan.
Oh yeah, it's already up. Now's my chance. He's trying to sneak into the stream.
Yeah. It's so awesome. You guys are great.
Yeah.
That reminds me of that Guys Night fucking meme that somebody made. I need to find that.
And Soul Society is struggling against a basic Waddle Dee. No, I don't. Because remember, Kirby doesn't die when Kirby is defeated. Kirby just like goes back and takes a nap.
Yeah, they just do the fainted from Pokemon.
Kirby sweeps anything except stuff like current game Sonic and Superman Prime. I'm sorry, no. No. I watched the ending of Frontiers. Like, freaking Sonic pales in comparison to something like Dragon Ball. All right? And Kirby sweeps Dragon Ball. Yeah. Kirby doesn't die when he is killed. Wait a minute. He's a fate character. Shark Jumping Walrus gifting 5 memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Dedarex. Remember, you get access to all the sweet emoticons here in the chat. And you also get access to the Discord so long as you've linked it to your YouTube. And don't worry, we are working on ways to subvert all the Discord bullshit that's going on. And we are definitely vocal about Discord being stupid. We should have made that the topic, maybe. Maybe we should have gone in on Discord today. 'Cause that's a bigger topic. Sonic to me is just cursed.
Next week.
No, you're thinking of Sonochu. That's
that's the actual curse, dude. It's always going to freaking screw. It's. I find it just so funny that when I was in Otakon, this past year, there was like this kid, or maybe they were like a little older. I don't know. It was this kid that was dressed like Sonichu, and I was just passing by. Do you know the lore? And then like he was like, yeah. And it's like, oh my fucking god.
So I found a TikTok. And pardon the language, but the caption is, "These ignorant sluts have no idea they have just cursed their entire bloodline for all of eternity." And it's two girls that are dancing around as Chris and the better Chris. Like with the Sonichu medallion. And it's like,
no,
you can't wear the Sonichu medallion, man. It ruins lives.
Yeah, it does.
Sore Heart, just tuned in. What did I miss? We're just kind of recapping what we're going over today, kind of just chilling out, making fun of Sonichu, talking about her Kirby sweeps, all power scaling. Kirby's only real rival is apparently Unicron from goddamn Transformers.
Which is awesome.
I don't know, because Unicron's power set is just bullshit. He can just like turn off a universe? Like what?
Yeah, he's just Galactus in Transformers form.
Galactus didn't measure up to him. He has more abilities than Galactus.
Oh, really?
Yes. Jake the Sergeant, Cinder is like, go watch EFAP did a whole like basically their own death battle, which I really like.
Oh yeah, the Ultimate Showdown.
The Ultimate Showdown, and it was like it came down to Kirby and fucking Unicron. And none of them have watched Transformers, so I'm with them in terms of like, I know nothing about him. I don't know if this is like someone's conflagration of all the different
it could be some
him.
kind of composite thing, honestly, because if it was just based on the movie, then it's like, yeah, that's an easy sweep for Kirby.
Jake the Surgeon says Cinder is pretty smart by the standards of brick made of loose sand. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Picchio says, what did I just walk into? Power scaling.
Yep.
Keep talking. Member from 9 months. Thoughts on the next time Cell versus Metal Sonic?
So that's the next death battle? Okay, that's pretty cool.
That's one I never considered.
But it kind of does make sense, given they're both android-ish, and that they're like based on, in some ways, the main character. I think more than likely Metal Sonic will probably win, depending on where they pull from. If they pull from the games, Cell has a higher chance. If they pull from the comics, Cell's gonna die.
Yeah, like they do touch on the comics typically though. So like, what is Metal Sonic's power level in the freaking comics?
If I remember correctly, the last time they had Metal Sonic in a death battle, he fought Zero from Mega Man X and Zero 1. So they might be either using the same level of scaling or similar levels, or they're actually going more into the comics this time.
Could Cell beat Goku? Can Goku beat Metal Sonic? Admittedly, there was some bullshit going on in that because he threw Cell a goddamn sensu bean. Ugok says, I'm looking forward to Celtic getting past Soul Society so I can hear his takes whether that is the best arc. Common community opinion, I question valid. No, I hear that too. So I'm intrigued where Bleach goes after that. I know there is a lot of filler coming up. I'm intrigued to see where it sits because the first filler episode with Don Kananji and the kids was actually really fun. But the second one kind of grated on my nerves because Khan was the main character. And
God.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of the filler has Khan as the main character, and I am I don't know if I'm looking forward to that. I don't find it particularly like that man gets shit on so much more than he deserves. Like, I get his frustration. Like, he's not a good person necessarily, because he is kind of a dick to a lot of people. But when you really look at the context of which he's living in, that man is going through hell, and I don't know if he deserves that level of punishment.
Yeah, it sort of goes by like the issue with like a lot of tsunderes and harem shows where it's like, okay, the joke is incredibly disproportionate cruelty towards the other character, just for the sake of the joke, kind of, and it's not always done very well.
Jake, also, I was getting kind of annoyed with Don Kananji. I'm kind of sad that he's not growing as a character. Though, apparently that's just because we're, like, watching filler episodes that aren't, like, actual narrative arcs, so he might grow later. Jake the Surgeon says, Galactus can erase conceptual entities and threaten higher dimensions. Unicron is cracked but gets stomped pretty hard. Unicron can create and collapse entire universes, and then he can also, like, delete higher threatened, like, dimension entities. Like, Unicron is just as cracked, if not more cracked, than Galactus. Probably because he is almost certainly inspired by Galactus, but put on crack. This is the problem with really high-level power scaling, is that, like, when you start arguing with the level of dimension destruction, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, and it just kind of comes down to, like, the specific abilities both of them have.
Celtic, why didn't you mention Tekken as canon to Bleach? I'd have actually watched it then. Is there a character named Kon in Tekken? Is that the joke? I don't know anything Tekken related other than people just keep getting thrown into a volcano and not dying. Like, I still love that was the way is it Kazuya they introduced to Smash Bros, and like the entire thing with him, he just kept throwing people into the volcano, and then like in the last one he throws this Kirby who just floats out.
Yeah, that was so funny.
It's
Anyways, though.
Sky Slasher, Jake the Search, and what about Captain Marvel? I want to know if in Bleach a character catches an axe with their teeth and breaks it. No, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Yeah, me neither. It's been a while since I've seen the show, so maybe something like that happened.
Again, we have already reached pseudo-nuclear levels of power. Maybe even more.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, quite literally, they're talking about a thing that's going to wipe out Soul Society, which is an entire plane of existence. Unless they're only referring to the Reaper's compound, whatever it's called. I doubt that. I think it's all of Soul Society, which, again, an entire plane of existence. We are at that level. Hey, Celtic, what do you think of Yoruichi? I fucking hate Yoruichi. I feel I have been deprived of critical, need-to-know information, Yoruichi. You have no idea how many times I said that. I don't care if Yoruichi pops into existence as a goddamn sexy naked anime girl. I don't fucking care. She/it deprived me of, and the entire team. They arrived at Soul Society not having discussed the actual formative shape of Soul Society. Guys, we landed in the outer.
True.
It's like everything about it is, oh, you didn't tell me there was going to be a massive defensive wall with a Guardian. Oh, you didn't tell me about all the captains that you knew existed and how powerful they are. Oh, why didn't we have a plan? It would have taken at the minimum 10 minutes to go over the broad strokes. Like, god damn! Oh, you didn't tell us about the fucking demons living inside the portal to the Soul Society, and it almost got 2 of us killed. And were it not for one person using their powers, which is critically dangerous in that scenario, then we might have all died. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy for Yoruichi being a goddamn bitch about all this. The only thing that I can forgive Yoruichi for in the anime is that they mistranslated a part when they're cannonballing into the Soul Society sanctum, and they mistranslated it into Yoruichi explaining they have to course correct. In the anime, it just sounds like this was part of the plan that, again, they didn't go over. So that's like the one instance where Yoruichi gets off the hook. Everything else, I am fucking livid at that goddamn cat. It seems in your anger.
Oh, you're on Team Jack, people. Holy shit. That is crazy.
I am surprised. Everyone is distracted by Booba, but not me. Not me. I don't care.
Focus, brothers.
I don't care that she is drop dead gorgeous. I fully recognize that. I can recognize that. But goddamn, does she piss me off? Give me Asana. Is it Asanu? Isana? Isane. Give me Isane any day. Is a bird right now, and cats and birds do not like each other. Incorrect! I have 3 cats and I love them very deeply. Yoruichi, when she sees Ichigo is about to fight Kenpachi, this will be fine. Yeah?
Yeah, this will be fine. One of the strongest among the Gote 13, who doesn't even need a freaking Bankai to be dangerous. Yeah, this will be fine.
They introduce Flash Step just so that she can get everywhere super fast, and then just like never mention her like the wing thing. She never brings that out until like it's convenient for Ichigo to steal it. It's like, why do you even need that thing, Yoruichi? The Pico. How far can Team RWBY make it in Bleach? Dude, they
can't get past level 1.
They would crimple. They might be able to together beat 1 or 2 hollows. That's it.
Maybe.
That is presuming they can even see the hollows, by the way.
Yeah.
Yugux, Bleach is broken. Case in point, Zaraki, the guy constantly refining himself, and you need to be powerful enough to cut him at all with a goddamn sword. Yeah, no. I actually really like Kenpachi. I see now why
Kenpachi's really fun.
I see now why I Know Nothing really likes him. He's a fun character, and I really like him. We're now in the middle of him confronting the 2 other captains, the one that's blind and the guy that's cosplaying Siegfried from Dark Souls. Would Celtic change his mind if Yoruichi had a Yuri soon? No. There are plenty of Yuri characters that I hate.
You cannot deter this man.
Guys, I am a Yuri connoisseur. Like, I do read trash from time to time, but that's to keep my barometer high in terms of okay, I got to remind myself what bottom of the barrel looks like. I know what a good Yuri looks like, and I've seen plenty of weak ass Yuri, especially Yuri that's supposed to carry a story.
Case in point, ladies and gentlemen, Bumblebee.
Yeah,
which you can watch my newest reaction with ALX over at their channel. I don't know if the link's probably not in the description, but I'll just post it in the comments at some point.
I think you can post it in chat if you're a mod.
Yeah, I should be able to. But give me just a second. I think there are a couple of super chats, right?
I've seen Toxic Yuri in the latest Pokemon game. I've seen a little bit. I know nothing about it. What about Yuri Lowenthal Celtic?
Different Yuri.
Yuri Lowenthal is fine, just overexposed.
Yeah.
Citrus or Bumblebee, which is worse, Yuri? Bumblebee. Citrus is actually kind of good.
Yeah, I'm about to say, y'all talked about Citrus a few times before.
Citrus isn't a stellar work of art. But Citrus sets out to be a
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I misremembered. I thought I was thinking that other show you and Twilight talk about all the time. Wait, are you talking about Citrus, the fucking incest stand-up Yuri anime?
Yes, I am on it because the idea is the forbidden. Listen to me. The forbidden relationship is the premise of the show. It's not
that is true.
It's true. They actually focus on all the problems with the relationship and the struggles the two have to overcome when they have this attraction. And then on top of it, they're step siblings. Their parents married when they were in the middle of high school. So this is not really siblings falling in love. This is 2 strangers falling in love that happen to be related by marriage. That's it.
Yeah.
honestly, I wish they had taken it a step further because I think that's even more complicated. I think that's even more interesting as a moral conundrum for characters to face. And it's a lot more uncomfortable for the audience. Like, push the audience's comfort zone.
I mean, yeah, you're already going, you may as well go in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. I never watched the show myself.
Yeah.
I just saw a couple videos talking about it. It was just, I remember those videos being hilarious, so.
As to how, I cut out the step. That's what I'm saying. Cut out the step. Be brave. If you're like remember,
Oh my God.
remember, like you cannot like diet incest is just spicy goddamned hetero shit or spicy like mayonnaise. That's all it is. Like if you really want to go to a biting, complicated story, you cut the step out. All right. Celtic showing a lot of red flags. I'm talking about a boundary pushing extreme storytelling. What if you like spicy mayonnaise? That's fine. But like everyone's making a big deal about this. It's like everyone like harps on Citrus for being this edgy story. And I was reading it. I'm like, the more edgy part of the story, especially really well animated and actually emphasized it better, is that one of the girls commits basically sexual assault against the other in the first episode. God. And like, because in the first chapter / episode, it's a forced kiss. And in the manga, it doesn't get across how non-consensual it is. In the anime, there's genuine struggle and discomfort you can read from the body language. It's really well animated. It's really uncomfortable. And I really like it as an added caveat because I'm even like the complication with the character's relationship builds from there. So not only do you have their technically related relationship, their sibling, their familial relationship, but you also have the fact that they're starting off very conflicted with each other. Like, and I'm not saying again, this is not high art. It is a mid story at best. Okay. But it tries to do some interesting things. This trash is
mid at best, yeah.
Jake the Surgeon, are you going to pick JJK back up? If so, get ready for some apex clunky exposition dialogue and horrendous time management with characterization. You mean episode 1?
JJK is a very interesting case. Like, and I say that as a person who really likes the series. Where like a lot of the early points of it is very, very rough and quite a bit derivative. But I'd say that some of the mid and latter points of it are really where it starts like coming to its own, and even like within the first season itself in a couple ways.
So it's the Final Fantasy 13 defense.
It doesn't take as long.
I don't know.
I'm not justifying it at all or anything like that. I'm just
Jake
saying
the Surgeon,
that, like,
I'm not interested in picking JJK back up. It just looked like worse Bleach to me. And I know people are like, oh, it's supposed to be. Twi can go off an entire tirade about how that's not supposed to, like, that doesn't help anything. Because I looked at JJK and it's just like, it's just a shonen anime, guys. That's all it is. And it's like, oh, it gets dark. And like shonen anime gets dark all the time. Like they're like, oh, it's a deconstruction. It's like, it's not a deconstruction.
Not really. Yeah. I mean, it has deconstructive like elements to it, but I don't think it's overall deconstructive. Yeah. Like the only one that part of it that I would say is deconstructive overall is ironically its sequel, JJK Modulo.
You'd pass out if you played Andy and Lele. I know about Andy and Lele. I've watched playthroughs of it. I just haven't had the time. I've had it on the background. Andy and Lele is surprisingly well written. Like, it's insanely well written. Their relationship...
Yeah, I've seen some clips from it. It actually seems like interesting if it is fucked up.
Their relationship and how you can choose to progress it, depending on your choices, is fucking fascinating because you can take, like... I think it's almost set in stone they're going into, like, an incestuous route. But it's like, depending on how you manage it, they could be going towards a much happier dynamic where they're actually healthier. Like, they're much healthier. They're addressing their issues with each other and where, like, their dependence on each other is morphing into something healthier. Or you could just, it tanks and one becomes an abuser of the other. And they become very, very unhealthy. And, like, it's very easy to fall into that. It's fascinating how well written that story is.
Trev Magadan for $5. Writing advice needed. None of my beta readers are getting back to me. Should I reach out to more readers, move on, or go back to the drawing board?
So if they're not, if you have the ability, go to their house and physically beat them. In Minecraft.
Oh my god!
In Minecraft.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
No, sometimes you have to hold their feet to the fire.
Right.
If they get back to you and say, hey man, I'm struggling to get through the first few words, like even ask them, like, is it a problem that you just feel like you can't get into it? Is it you can't really start it? Is it that like the premise that I gave to you isn't good enough to like really hook you? Really just have an open line of communication with them and express what you kind of want from them in thoughts. Don't obviously don't ask them for anything super deep on a beta read, just whatever pops out to them. And obviously,
Right.
small, grammar and stuff, like anything pops out to them there. But also, more readers is always good too. Like get people's eyes on your work. This is a mistake that a lot of writers make. And it's one that I still feel very anxious about, is giving your work out to people. Giving out your work to people feels like, oh, they're going to steal my work. No one cares. No one cares enough to steal your work.
No, they're not going to do that.
If they're going to be in the
it
creative
takes
field,
a shit ton of motivation in order to like get into writing a story on your own, let alone steal it from somebody else. Most people are not going to commit to that.
it's the TNG argument. Shut up. TNG had some absolute bangers in season 1, and season 2 has the best doctor in the fucking show. Fuck you, Beverly Crusher. Give me Pulaski. Pulaski is amazing. She is the modern day, like she was basically the modern evolution of McCoy, and they should have kept her. I loved her to death. Also, obviously go watch DS9. It is superior to TNG in every way. Yugok says, in a world where we had Kiss X Sis and Orimo.
Yeah, I know. What we're talking
We can't
about.
act like citrus is spicy. Hot take, like there's a manga that I'm reading right now that it's slow to update. Actually, there are 2 really toxic Yuri manga that I'm reading. One is got an anime called My Job is Yuri. I want to say that's what it's called. Or Yuri is My Job, that's it. Basically
Yuri's my job.
It's basically they work at a theme cafe where they're supposed to be like, it actually goes into how Yuri can be non-romantic, but a big draw of it is that characters are feeling romantic towards each other, and it gets them into a lot of toxic relationships. Like there's a lot of dynamic there. And then the other one is My Girlfriend's Not Here Today, where characters struggle with cheating on each other. It's
you told me about that one.
Those are both really good, but only if you're into very toxic relationships. Like you can read it, have fun with it, and remember, one of the best things about reading stories about toxic relationships is that you don't fall into them. Like it helps you identify what is toxic about things. They can become healthy. I watched Lily's video about them when I was still a fan, and she didn't mention that. Lily leaving out important info. What else is new? No, yeah.
Wait. Sorry, what video from Lily you talking about?
She talks about Andy and Laylee.
Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot she made that video.
Yeah. They can become healthier. People online, there's someone that I follow online that talks about it, and they compare the different endings and how things progress. And people need to keep in mind that half of Chapter 3 hasn't launched. They only have Chapter 3A, and which is, I believe, the coffin route. That might be the burial route, and I can't remember what the other. There are 2 routes. There are 2 routes that you can basically solidify yourself in Chapter 2. And depending on which route, like the other route is the one that's especially seemingly healthier. It gets, that's kind of it. You want deconstructive shonen anime? Watch Dandadan.
Dandadan is really good, I will say. I won't say I'm not sure if I'm willing to say it is deconstructive, but I think in a lot of ways, especially in the beginning, it is definitely more so than JJK is.
I missed 2 super chats. We live in a soul society. We live in a soul society. And thank you, Kai Jugon. I'm glad you brought that up. One of my desired death battles: Akaza versus Garou. Garou.
Oh, Garo from I
Garo.
think Akaza from Demon Slayer, I think, and Garo from One Punch Man.
Oh,
I don't know how well that scales, but I'm assuming Garo would just win.
yeah, I was gonna say
But yeah.
Dandadan is like, this is the problem is, someone says it's deconstruction. Looks inside. It's
Yeah,
just the
doesn't
thing that it's
get-
saying to deconstruct.
No, that's what I had an issue with that when people were saying that shit when it come to MHA back in the day.
Yeah,
that just-
MHA is not a subversion. Although I
No.
will say that MHA delivers the most that I've seen. What does it mean to be
Anyway,
subversive shonen? I don't know at this point. Like, if you're a subversive shonen, like if you want to be subversive, go fully episodic, be slice of life, have very little action, focus very little on the characters like growing, like basically just make it a slice of life show and call it a shonen. That's all you can
guess.
do to make it subversive at this point.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a shonen that uses the tropes well.
Jake the Surgeon. I don't need advice on relationships. The bloodline ends with me. Oh my! Why the fuck did you?
You know what? Sometimes it feels that way. I get that. So Spy X Family, honestly, yeah, Spy X Family is probably a more of a subversion and deconstruction of shonen anime than JJK is.
Well, I would need to rewatch the first season. I did enjoy first season from what I've seen. The Spy Family though, it is pretty fun. Anyway, we've been off track for a bit.
Well, to be fair, I kind of wanted to leave time for Twi to hop back in.
Oh, that is true.
Corey in the house. Okay, he's got us beat. Corey in the house. I mean, to be fair, Corey in the house does everything. All right.
Yeah.
What about Hunter x Hunter? I've not seen Hunter x Hunter. I cannot attest to its quality. I know that Hunter x Hunter,
Also,
like Bleach, is one that I don't like the aesthetic of. When they say subversive, they really mean it's not like Naruto.
Well,
That's
it's sort of weird. Like, it's less about like that. It's more so it's like, okay, are there 5 shonen that I can name that did this specific thing? If not, then that's a deconstruction. I think that's like the metric a lot of people go by for whatever reason.
Corey in the house is my favorite ecchi. Mods,
What the fuck?
mods, invert that man's toenails.
Oh my god.
I fixed my username, so hopefully no more mispronouncing. Yay! Such a low bar. Never finished Hunter. A bit of loved a bit of what I did watch. All right, ow, my toenails. All right, 1 minute. I'm gonna pull my blinds because it is now dark outside, so I'll be right back. Kaiser, keep me entertained for like 3 seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, time to lose brain cells and view Zell's bad model because the VTuber vibes are off instead. Jesus Christ, dog. Why you gotta comment on their appearance like that? We can't do that in chat. Jesus.
Yeah, that's rude.
King of the Hill is the best subversive Shingen.
I love
Wait,
that
I
in Japan
think-
there is the argument over sub or dub for King of the Hill.
Wait, there is? That's so funny.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
So Kaiser, is there a zero model of your avatar?
Not at the moment.
I don't.
Can be
Would you
potential.
want one?
I mean, definitely. I think that'd be really fun. I would probably need to ask Sai about it.
Yeah, because like maybe I can work with Sai to like while Sai is making it, I can like instruct Sai a girl.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know people online that I haven't met.
Okay, that's fair, I guess.
Like I think we had Sai on stream once, but like
No, we didn't.
we need to bring her on.
Yeah, she was in the chat a couple times, but we never had her on stream.
But yeah, I could if you.
I had her on my stream on my channel.
But yeah, if you ever commission that or talk to Sai about that, I can coordinate with her and we can make I can basically have it already pieced out for VTuber.
Yeah.
I admittedly have to pay the subscription to get the VTuber thing because it's expired by now. Or, find a different subscription online.
Right.
I have some BF Fiction at RWBY recommendations for you guys. Can I give them in the stream? Are you not in the tundra?
Yeah, I don't know if you're in the tundra or not, Kaijugan. Ugox for £5. People are calling everything subversive. Malika, Magica, Hunter x Hunter, JJK, Dan. The term means nothing to me now because of those things getting called. Yeah, that's basically where I've been at for the longest time.
Madoka is rather subversive of a specific type of magical girl franchise. Like that is the truth. But it's very narrow in scope, and it carries that premise very quickly forward from like episode 3 onwards. It gets to the point.
Let's see, Jake the Surgeon. While I wouldn't call it subversive, Devilman is technically a shonen and offers a very different, depressing experience. I will say that Devilman definitely was revolutionary for its time. I can absolutely cop to that. I wouldn't necessarily call it completely subversive because there wasn't really much of a mold for shonen manga at the time, but I can understand that.
As someone who's watched a lot of mecha, is Evangelion a subversion or deconstruction, or is it just?
Oh my god! Don't even get me started.
I was gonna say like that's a whole thing that people say about it, but also from what I know, I mean, Gundam and such has always been about like the horrors of war. So
yes,
like I see it as like it's a different take on mecha because it's less about the horrors of war and more about the struggles of existentialism. Yeah. Madoka is subversive in some ways, yes. I mean to finish Madoka. Like finish Madoka, it's fucking great.
Like with Ava, it's not the things that make it as good as it is, or like the deconstructive or subversive elements to it, has nothing to do with subverting specifically mecha.
Yeah, it's not specifically mecha. It's about doing it's like maybe it's more about like shonen subversion in terms of it struggling with just characters like depression and shit, which is like almost never touched upon.
Yeah, and then having an unconventionally catatonic main character.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, in those terms it's more closer to that being a deconstruction of that than not, but even then I wouldn't really call it generally that sort of thing. It's sort of like the tsundere problem, deconstruction is much better when you're saying, okay, there's like a subversive element to a work.
Imagine Celtic and Blake exchanging Yuri like a black market deal. Yeah, no, we do that. It's fine. Yeah. I gotta finish watching OG Gundam. I gotta get back to it, but man, I was struggling.
It is pretty long, yeah.
I think
it does get repetitive.
I was watching the movie versions, and it was just slow, man. It was just so slow, and it wasn't slow in the good way like Iron Lung. Which, by the way, everyone go watch Iron Lung. Silver-haired freak. The only deconstruction Ava engages in is asking, what if Super Robot Pilot was just like me for real, for real? You want a real mecha deconstruction? Check out Martian successor
Nadesco. Yeah, I think that one is more like parroting certain elements of like mecha stories and stuff. I need to rewatch that one. I haven't seen that in years, but they have it on Retro Crush. I think it's like the whole entire thing is on their channel,
Celtic
which is
Phoenix,
awesome.
Random fact, someone just got arrested for saving a dog from a snowstorm. What?
Wait, what?
Was it like a husky that was like thriving in the snow and they kidnapped it from someone's yard? If it's not that, that's fucking wild.
Yeah.
And then look, Madoka is just looking back at classical magical girls only without having to deal with the Moon Kingdom god. Sailor Moon can be dark at times. It's not based on Sailor Moon. Like there's not really much of Sailor Moon DNA in Madoka. It's more so, I would probably say it's more Nanoha than anything. Eva's Gundam Unicorn, but good.
Jesus. Oh my god.
All right.
Honestly, you might be right. What is the difference between the parody and deconstruction? The best way I can describe it is that a parody is a type of deconstruction where the purpose is mainly to, poke fun or be jovial about like certain genres or conventions of something. it can lead to something a little bit more like, I don't know, completely deconstructive, like a super, heady kind of story, or it could just be a parody for the sake of like, hey, being kind of reverent of a certain story or element or whatever. That's the best way I can describe it.
When I do finish Madoka, should I watch the other series, Madoka Record, I think it's called? Madoka Record's fine. I liked it. Like, I didn't like it initially, but when I and Twy watched through it, it was fine. It was kind of weird. It's a weird part of the lore. It's like in its own bubble, like canonically in its own bubble. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's a good watch. Like, hey, y'all, Orange here. I've been busy with life. Car broke. Bills. Grandma died. Life's funny. I'm so sorry to hear that,
Oh my
man.
God, dude. Yeah, that really sucks.
Yeah.
I hope you've been taking care of yourself.
Yeah, pour one out for your grandmother. I wish Card Capture
Absolutely.
Sakura was a lot more, but Magic Knights, Ray Earth are much better. That's on the list to watch. Actually, both of those are.
I've seen the first season now, that one, yeah. Ray Earth.
I remember an anime that was like, what if Power Rangers were the bad guys, and everyone was recommending to watch it. No, I don't think I will. That was Ranger Reject, wasn't it?
I believe so. I haven't taken a look at it yet myself.
Yeah. I mean, for a good example, freaking, why am I blanking on it? Kazuma, Megumin.
Oh, Konosuba.
Thank you. Konosuba is a parody of Isekai. It's laughing with the tropes. Like, it's using the tropes to tell a story, but it's laughing at how stupid some of them are. It's great.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been holding this off. It is almost an hour into the stream. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's get into it. All right, Zal, what do you have to say about Cinder?
By the way, this is a loud fucking intro. I had to tone down.
Hello
Jesus
again.
Christ.
I'm here today to discuss a character that I feel is often
God
misunderstood
damn,
by
Zell!
many,
Fix
while
your
Cinder
audio
falls,
balancing.
Specifically relating to her capabilities as a villain. But first, a big thank you to my wonderful patrons who make these episodes possible. Links to my Patreon and more below. So let's begin with...
I want to point out, Shaky Tail Studio, this man does not have a tail. I recognize he is shaky, but he does not have a tail. False advertising.
Yeah, false advertising. Maybe it's hidden up behind like the big hair they have or something. I don't know.
Yeah, GZ is horrible mic quality. Yeah. Also, a side note, I apologize for any mic quality issues on my end. I recently discovered why I was always so quiet on stream, but it also means you guys hear a lot of background noise potentially. I'm going to be looking into things to fix that. It's only on Discord that like the audio cleaning is working.
Right. So, Raiko, so what bullshit are you guys looking at this time? Zell trying to say that Cinder is smart.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Well, should we give our thoughts? No, we'll get into this because like we've given our thoughts before.
They know what we're
Context,
about.
I've been watching RWBY since the Red trailer and engaged with the fandom for just as long. That means I've been present for the constant shifting tides that are people's opinions on Cinder, be they fan or complainer. Cinder has been a lightning rod for complaints and critiques, some of which were both deeply inaccurate and unfair in direction towards her voice actress. This mostly related to accusations she could only do one voice and was only hired because of her looks, both painfully untrue. But Cinder as a character also draws...
No.
I mean,
you are correct that these are inaccurate, but let us get into this. Jessica Nigiri was hired because she was popular. That is why. She was an incredibly well-known, probably the most well-known professional cosplayer at the time that she was hired. She was hired because it fit. It was a pseudo-celebrity that fit Rooster Teeth's brand of being within the fandom. So someone that goes around cosplaying at conventions, well within the early Rooster Teeth brand to hire.
right.
The main complaint with her is that she is, or was, a bad voice actress. And she has improved over the years, but I don't think...
That's almost in spite of the fact that she was a complete amateur at the time.
Yeah,
which is fair. Which, to be fair, everyone sucked in the early volumes. So that kind of tracks.
Correction! Lindsay had the best RWBY voice in Volume 1 and then became a squeaky toy Volume 2 onward. I will stand by Volume 1 RWBY.
That is also fair.
But I will say, it's not Jessica's fault. Jessica, though she was hired as an actress and chose to, she was hired by other people, and it's the director's job to work with your actors and try to get the performance you want. And if Jessica, like, the only fault of Jessica is if she was serious about pursuing a line in acting, she should have taken some classes in order to actually learn. She may have done so. Yeah. She may have done so since. I'm not sure. She did improve, I want to say, in volumes 6, 7, and 8. Those were around where she got good. Volume 5 was horrible, but then again, everyone was horrible. Yeah. Goddamn Raven. I want to say, you want to talk about the worst voice actors, Raven is easily the worst in the entire
and
show.
I'm pretty sure, like, the one that they have for Raven is, like, a professional voice actor. I honestly, that might have just been really bad direction. Bad voice direction can also fuck up a performance, right? So it's not like, okay, we only have these issues with just Cinder's VA. It's more so that that is an element of a rampant problem that the show already has.
Yeah, but I will say this, Nigiri outshines her in those scenes.
Oh, I'm not, honestly, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. To be fair, Raven only has one volume to work with.
Yeah. Jake the Surgeon, I don't know what Zell's financial situation is, but a blue snowball mic is like $50. Yep.
If that. Like, I don't know how it is in Australia or whatever the fuck it is they're from, but, like, it cannot be that hard.
Writing, you'll find the pattern of said critiques ranges wildly, however, from Cinder is OP, Cinder is a weakling, Cinder has plot armor to Cinder is an idiot, and so on. Not very
I see, it's that third one that causes the other problems.
Yeah, basically.
You're burying the lead on that.
Yeah, like, I can understand. Like, Zell, if you've been on the internet long enough, you should understand that people's critiques of specific problems in media can be complicated. So, a character doesn't always have the same exact problem manifest the same exact way every single time. There are characters where their problem is that they're too stupid in this situation, and then in a different episode or plot point,
in a similar situation,
they can be absolute so smart in a different situation that they fuck up the tension, and that despite the fact that they have zero reason to come to whatever conclusion they did. Both can be true depending on the situation. Like, case in point, I guess, Korra. Sure, the argument that Korra is entirely a Mary Sue is false because, okay, she starts taking some lumps after season 2 and stuff like that, but that just means that there are other poor character traits or poorly written elements of her character that people can still complain about. It's the same with this.
Is this the case of the Goomba fallacy? I'm not familiar. I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with that one.
I forgot what that is.
But I was actually talking about this with Smaller Soul, who was going back and he watches the RWBY series occasionally. And he's coming back to really appreciate the early volumes. He actually elevated volume 5 much higher on his list because he says it's much stronger on a rewatch where it's all together. I did not agree with him because I did that for our Fixing Volume 5 and I found it just tooth grating. But he says that Cinder is a more competent villain. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, a lot of her successes are off screen.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the wins that Cinder has are off screen wins.
Yes.
And then other ones are just because everyone else is brain dead.
Everyone else is stupid, yes.
We'll get to the whole
Oh my
speech
god,
at Beacon.
it's exactly like... Dude, okay, I don't want to get into this a whole lot right now, but it's literally exactly like Vox from Has Been Hotel. Vox has the same exact problem, in my opinion.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, and also, I looked up the Goomba fallacy. A logical error where someone wrongly assumes a group or entity is hypocritical by attributing contradictory, independently expressed opinions to the same person. Not sure if that completely describes it.
I've never heard of that fallacy, and I have no idea what it does with a Goomba.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know what Goombas have to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know why Goombas are particularly hypocritical.
Oh,
anyway.
BRB, real quick. I'm actually no. We can go further. It's fine.
Okay.
Consistent, is it? Almost like in some cases people are just looking for something to complain about. Still, there is merit in discussing how Cinder's been handled as a villain, so let's jump back in time to the early days. We'll start.
I should address that. People are looking for something to complain about. People don't go into a show intending to hate it. People typically don't go into
90% of people don't do that.
The reason why people make misattributed criticisms is because they're not well trained. They're not really thinking that deeply about it, but they detect that something is wrong. You might not have noticed it, but your brain did.
Your brain did.
And you start asking the question, why didn't I?
Why?
And you start reaching for things that might have been a problem.
Yeah, case in point, Naruto and the whole, Naruto used to be about hard work beats natural talent BS, which isn't really true when you start picking apart things. But the actual problem is with the latter points in the series, where things get super focused on the characters that have the most power. There's less strategy during fights. Blah 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 blah. Like all that stuff is the real issue that people have with Naruto later, but they don't think about it far enough, or at least they didn't. I feel like people have changed since then.
Okay, Plinkett. Look, Plinkett had some bad takes with certain things, but like that line,
he had some bangers too.
That line was like formative in terms of understanding criticism. M3 Goomba example, a guy A, Ruby's too cheery, she sucks. Guy B, I don't like that V9 but only because Ruby's not cheery. Some guy on Twitter, these guys are hypocrites. Oh
yeah, actually that does bring up a good question. Zell, do you know whether or not the people saying these things are the same person? Because if they are different people, then they can have different takes about Cinder, and that's fine. I mean, depending on what their arguments are, right? But, like, if you're trying to imply that these people are, like, the same person, I don't know, man. You're gonna need to show me proof of that.
Also, apparently, Literature Devil has seen the RWBY X DC special. Was it part 1 or part 2 or both? But he was not impressed. Yeah, it's bad.
Oh, God.
The DC special is bad.
They're both really bad.
There are things you can pick from it that might be good or fun, but it's bad.
Yeah.
I got to get in touch with Literature Devil. It'd be interesting to do some kind of work together on terms of like RWBY. I know he's not like that. Might be throwing my hat in with a very unliked side of critical discourse, but I don't know. I think we're already kind of there, unfortunately. Which character is better, Kylo Ren or Cinder? Kylo Ren. He's acted better.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but there's like a bit more pathos. Oh, Twy.
I will transition over here and try to get her online.
All right, while y'all are doing that, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Just me and my cardboard cutouts. Me and my cardboard cutouts of my friends. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby stands by a window. Oh, God, I used to know the lyrics by heart. Now I'm blanking on it. In the church where her wedding is being, it's in a dream. Look at Jake the Surgeon. As bad as the RWBY DC movies are, the crossover comic where RWBY enters into DC is worse than anything the show has ever done. I believe you. You have a cardboard cutout of your girlfriend. Don't you? Twilight is here. Yes. Should have just gotten the cardboard out from the start. Hey! Don't be rude to Kaiser. Zell misrepresents the show in their analysis. I don't doubt that. He does that all the time. Twice probably messaging me and I'm not reading it. Twy, you okay there? She's been having problems with her mic too, so apparently the stream just got 90% better. No, 50% better. Don't forget, that was the metric. He does use a lot of AI, and I mean a lot of AI. Does he use AI in this? Oh, no. Hello again. Does your avatar also have a cardboard cutout? No, because I can always... Like, I'm the one in control of the stream, so I'm just always on stream. Given his model, it's no surprise. By the way, Digimon Beat Break has been great. Okay, there she is. Silver-haired freak. When the chibi version of Cinder is smarter than her canon counterpart. Yes, apparently that is the case, which is hilarious. So who said that who uses AI? One of many. One of many. Answer your question. Answer our questions. Who uses a lot of AI? Cinder's got nothing on Starscream. I don't know. Starscream can turn into a jet. Cinder can't do that. Oh, Devil? Does Devil use AI? I'd be really frustrated with him if he does. Did he use it for his comic, maybe? Which Starscream? Any of them, really. Is it Zell or is it Devil that uses that? Oh yeah, Devil's been accused of using AI. He's been accused of it. Okay. Interesting. Literature Devil uses AI. Don't feel good about that. Let's see. Twy, if you can hear me, type in chat what's going on. Anthony accused him? Interesting. No, one of many. You just gotta be careful about throwing out vagaries when we're talking about multiple people. For a few thumbnails. Okay, interesting. Twilight is typing. I'm carrying the stream all on my own, and our numbers are going down because I am not charismatic. They'll use the AI for thumbnails and shit posts. I'm a little more okay with shit posts. It's not the best. The mic isn't working, no. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, how unfortunate. The Twilight. This is the pausing screen. Why does it matter if someone uses AI? We covered this. If you want to go back, we had an entire stream about AI a few weeks ago with Jaza. I'll switch to the shit computer, but either way, I can't have my avatar with me. Oh, okay. I'll just I will copy your standee. Copy. Hide that, Takara. Paste duplicate. There we go. And then I go back to watching Kaiser, and we transition back. All right. So Twy will be with us shortly. Crimson recovered the main reason why we don't like AI in a commercial promoting AI. How ironic. It's almost like companies aren't self-aware. They're not. His response to Ant, I think the comic had legit artists. Yeah, if he's using it on his comic, that's a real bad move. If he's... but if he's not, if he has a legit artist for his comic, that's something different. There's the Easter Bunny, and there is no Queen of England. It does become a problem if you use it for serious things like books and stuff. Using it for little jokes are fine. Yet again, Twy needs text-to-speech. Yet again? I understand that's my bad. I forget how slow chat can be. It's what? Hey! Wait, slow as in movement or slow as in mentally?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, unfortunately...
in?
Twy!
Yes, hello.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
Finally, hello!
I'm so
Wait,
sorry.
she just showed up? I thought she showed up right before I left.
She got her audio was not working, so...
Yeah, my audio wasn't working. Because I was using my older computer, the one with Windows 8.1, because that's been working for me for the past however many days. But for whatever reason, it just would not have my microphone working. So I had to switch to my shit computer, and I call it my shit computer because it is I can't watch a YouTube video without it stuttering. It is the only tab on. Nothing else is on except for my browser with the one tab, and I can't even watch a YouTube video.
Thank you,
Oh my
Titan,
God.
for the great fan art here. Me carrying the stream on my back. One, Twilight's still cardboard, and two, had to switch. I thought Twilight was one of the people who no. Basically, Twi has her main computer in the shop right now. It's a bunch of computer problems over on her end. So she can't, like, basically none of the computers she have can function properly. So she's not risking, I don't even know if she can stream her RahiTuber. So,
I don't have it on any of these computers. It's not.
slows in response time. That's fair. So, I'm going to go get a drink because I have been needing to get one, and Twi's on. So now you can talk about your thoughts on both, mostly on Cinder for now, but you can also touch on the session that you read part of.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that first? I don't know how much you read of it. Same like you did.
I actually didn't read a whole lot of it. It was incredibly boring.
I got through the first chapter and I'm like, it
was incredibly boring,
kinda...
and the jokes just were not landing. Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was just me. Like, I'm just like, are there light novels like this? Because I don't really usually read that stuff. But like, what the hell is going on here, man? But yeah, to give you, I guess, reference where we are with Zell's video, they were saying some ad homs about like, oh yes, people all over the internet are, what's the word, saying all these things about Cinder, and I'm going to defend them, so you don't have to, nostalgia critic style. And then, I think I think they said that like, a good chunk of the complaints towards her has to do with her voice actress, which I don't really think is true. Like, the most that people say is that she isn't very good because she's an amateur, which she was an amateur at the time. But no, we haven't really gotten into the meat of it yet. So that's where we're at. So I don't know if you want to give some of your early thoughts about Cinder, her character, or how like her level of intelligence up to this point or not. Hello? Am I here? Oh, the mic isn't working. No. Chat, can you guys still hear me? Did Twi die? Yeah, I think she did. The scuff has returned. Oh my god, dude. What's going on? I honestly don't know. Holy shit, dude. Chat, we're fucking cooked. We're fucking cooked. And she's gone. Well, good thing we don't have to reconfigure, but...
And
hello.
this is why...
Okay, you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Just all of a sudden, you weren't replying to me when I was trying to talk, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I forgot who her voice actress even was, but it's Tamiguri, right?
Yeah, that's her voice actress.
Like her being a cosplayer, like, never bothered me.
Right.
Like, it obviously it sucks that she didn't get any voice training or seem to really understand what it meant to be a voice actress, but like,
right.
all of them are fucking unprofessional, so what does it matter?
Yeah, that's why I said there's no incentive, to have any sort of like real professionalism like among them. I think that's why they were, I think we said this many times before. That's kind of why they kind of compensated with the professionals that they did commission, like Vic and Jesse McCartney and all those. Not Jesse McCartney. What the fuck? Fuck. Oz's VA. Why am I blanking his name right now?
Shane McKinnon? Is that right? No.
It's something something.
Shannon. It's like Shannon something.
Shannon. Yeah.
Who was on Breaking Bad apparently.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, like
Right.
she was arguably the worst. Like she was up there with Barbara with being the worst actress of the lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like
Shannon McCartney. Okay.
But yeah, it's why I got her own fan art from the RIP Twilight. The computer was quite the bitch.
It is. It is being quite the bitch. All of them are actually. I was actually hoping to see if I could maybe contact the computer repair guy, but I slept a lot longer than I thought that I would. And apparently nothing woke me up in between then, except for this this scam call.
Oh my god.
That's why it pisses off
someone...
all computer errors.
Okay.
But yes, we should probably carry
As someone
on
who
with
is
the video.
trained by the voice actress Erin Fitzgerald, professionalism is important. That name sounds familiar.
So sorry. To finish what I was
Go
my
ahead.
thoughts on Cinder. The voice actress never bothered me because all of them are unprofessional. I'm actually of the opinion that I think that it was a mistake to hire professional voice actors in the first place.
Same.
Especially so
because-
early in. Yeah.
Yeah, because they clearly didn't have the budget for it. They could have used the money to hire those voice actors for different things. It made the quality of the voices inconsistent throughout all of the characters, which is very jarring.
Yep.
Like if
Holy
if they
shit.
wanted to hire just newbies or beginning voice actors, like people who have been studying this,
Yeah,
but
like they
have
should have
not
gotten the
gotten their foot in
Bridgers.
door. Yeah. Something like that. Like they wouldn't have had to spend as much money, which I'm assuming they would have to spend more money hiring a professional than hiring someone who is not professional. They could have still
Right.
done that and still had the quality to it. As for Cinder herself, I think that Cinder is a very ineffectual villain after Volume 3. But that seems to be the case with, like, literally all of the villains afterwards. All of them are just in the background doing practically nothing up until Volume 7, when things finally get rolling. And even then, it's mostly Watts. And none of the characters ever meet them. It's such a strange thing where the villains supposedly drive the show, and yet they never interact with anything or anyone except for each other, and they mostly are the ones who are killing off each other. It's such a strange, and Cinder herself is such a childish person, but she never learns or grows from her mistakes. She keeps just slamming her head against the wall, thinking that something is going to change.
Which would be
gets
fine
upset.
if she were like more interesting. You know?
So, someone's saying they were trained like in voice acting by Erin Fitzgerald, the voice of Chie from Persona.
Yeah, I looked it up.
Well, I need to ask, first Chie or second Chie? Because between the two releases, there is a different voice actress.
There is, yeah.
And I'm sorry if Fitzgerald is the second one, but the first one was better. The second,
Although she was also okay.
She wasn't bad. She wasn't bad,
Yeah,
but she wasn't
bad.
Chie.
Just not as good as the first one, yeah. But like, what's the word? She was also Liz from Ed, Edd and Eddy, and I think one of the Kanker sisters too. forget which one.
Anyway, yes. So we've all now.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I was just talking my thoughts about Cinder. Just that it's very odd that Cinder is so ineffectual as she is, and like you could do something with that, like how build on the frustration of the character, maybe build a mistrust with Salem because she had manipulated Cinder, and like how her growing frustration and all of her building failures maybe somehow make her see that Salem is manipulating her, and then she strikes out on her own. Because she's supposed to be the inverse of Cinderella, right? Where she relies on somebody in order to get her happy ending, but she's relying on her fairy godmother, in this case Salem, in order to lead her down into a dark path, but she's nothing but failing. So why wouldn't she see that eventually and then maybe try to strike out on her own, maybe have leverage against Salem of some sort? But nothing ever happens with that. The only thing that she does is fail quite a few times after the very successful attack on Beacon. And then she does nothing but kill her
allies,
her fellow group members. Yeah, her fellow allies. And it's just such an odd thing to do for a villain, to make them so ineffectual after first appearance. I mean, not that we haven't seen something like that before, because like that's basically what happened with Team Rocket and Pokemon, but really you wanna mimic Pokemon when it comes to your villains?
Yeah, I was about to say, like they're like they are comedic relief a lot of the time, and the point is that, you know, they are ineffectual in like a more lighthearted show, but this is a very serious, relatively like much more serious narrative going on. So it's like it doesn't really make much sense to do that.
One of our earliest points we were talking about is much of Cinder's successes in volumes 1, 2, 3 are off screen. She does jack shit on screen.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was telling you last night. The majority of RWBY's anything takes place off screen.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say, the best parts of RWBY are the shit that we don't get to see.
Like, as much shit as I'm going to throw on the session, it is a storyline we probably should have seen in the show, because it's actually like establishing quite a few important things between season 1 and season 2. Like it's like actually establishing, hey, we got to learn to work better as a team. Like that's the thrust of the Team RWBY conversation. It does its shit, for the record. It is an awful plot point as far as I can tell. But like it is like a focus of like these girls bonding, which we don't really get to see between volumes 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's such a RWBY as a whole, in terms of its writing and stuff, is so strange in that it doesn't focus on the things that it should focus on, and it focuses on things that it really doesn't need to. And all of the things that are very important for the plot happen off screen a lot of the time, at least half of the time. And like even for characterization, a lot of that stuff happens off screen. Like when you think about characters knowing stuff or figuring out stuff about a different character, it is standard for that to be shown on screen, because it is showing that the characters are learning about each other, reacting to one another. That is the kind of interaction that the viewer wants to see, but they circumvent that by saying, "Oh, that's just boring. Let's just have them just know that off screen so that they can just talk about it when it needs to be, instead of learning and reacting and being human beings."
Right.
And all in the light novel equivalent of a beach filler episode. not quite. I wish it were more of a filler thing, but it's important characterization for the girls. Like there is some important stuff in there that should have been in the show and it wasn't. Anyway, we should get into the Zell video.
Yes.
At an odd place being Volume 2's end, as there was a meme back then called Can't Hinder the Cinder. This ranged from an amusingly joking take to a scornful critique made by those who felt Cinder effectively had plot armor. Some of this was...
I have no memory of this.
Yeah, me neither, dog.
I was here. I was here when the ancient texts were written. Where the fuck were you, Zell?
Exactly, dog. Like, they apparently say they've been a fan of the series since the Red trailer. I don't know where the fuck these people you're talking about are coming from, but okay, man.
One minute. You said it was can't hinder the cinder, or was it
can't hinder
the cinder, RWBY?
I'm glad.
Hindering
I'm
cinder.
glad
What?
I am finding zero references to hinder the cinder at all.
Yeah, how the fuck did you find that? Is it an Internet Archive thing?
I have never heard this before. He made it the fuck up, Celtic. I presume he did. Zell, please cite a source on this, because I have never heard this in my years in the RWBY fandom.
Even still, if this meme was good, shouldn't there be some bit of truth to it? I don't fucking know, man.
Rooted in her being able to pass as a student at a university.
What?
Sorry, I was waiting for you guys to stop talking so I could say something.
Sorry, it's hard because you have a little bit of lag with your setup.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's not your
that
fault.
can help.
Not your fault.
Yeah, no, hopefully everything will be back to normal by next week. But I do remember a lot of people complaining that Cinder had plot armor. But that was mostly in the sense of like it's really annoying and I wish that she would just die already if she's not going to be any use for the story. Like, why do we need to see her again? Didn't she, like, how many times does this lady have to almost die and then not die and come back only for her to be a useless villain again?
1 minute.
That is the context, not what Zell is talking about.
I was gonna say, did he say it was after Volume 1?
As plot armor to Cinder is an idiot, and so on. Not very consistent, is it? Almost like in some cases people are just looking for something to complain about. Still, there is merit in discussing how Cinder's been handled as a villain, so let's jump back in time to the early days. We'll start at an odd place, being Volume 2's end, as there was a meme back then called Can't Hinder the Cinder. This ranged from an amusingly joking take to a scornful critique made by those who felt Cinder effectively had plot armor. Some of this was rooted in her being able to pass as a student at a university, her escape during the attack on the CCT, to her being unconcerned by the breach being triggered early. Of these, only the second feels remotely valid to me. The first was addressed by Monty, simply highlighting that she looks young, and as before, this is a university, not a high school. Meanwhile,
she does not look young. That is a 25 or older year old woman. I am sorry.
And I'm sorry. Yeah.
She looks old enough to be a peer of Glinda. People were shipping her and Glinda for a very long time. She does not come off like a goddamn high school / university student because, hot take, it's a hybrid.
It's so weird. Like he's obviously trying to circumvent people's complaints about Cinder by the whole it sounds very inconsistent, almost like people are looking for things to complain about.
We went over that. We went over that.
But it's
didn't
so
obviously
dumb.
hear it.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, we touched on it so you can give your thoughts in full.
Yeah, so like it's such a protectivist thing to say, first of all, because for one thing, people who are critics are not a monolith, so we're going to have different complaints for individual people. That's number one thing.
Yeah.
But also, like, Cinder herself just isn't a very interesting or very effective villain after Volume 3, like I said before. So,
Or consistent, really.
yeah, or consistent. Like, it would be like, the reason why we complain about Cinder is because we want her to be a more effective villain. We want her to
Yeah.
do more things in the plot, and she just doesn't do it. So of course we're going to complain about it. And then if she's not going to be a very effective villain, if the only thing that she does is lose all the time, then why not just kill her off? So these are the
Yeah.
complaints that people are talking about, and why people are being very derogatory towards Cinder as a character.
It's
It's
almost
not that
Not to
difficult to
mention,
comprehend.
yeah. Not to mention that like characters can be bad for different reasons in different instances. I'm not going to go into the examples I made again because I already did
Yeah.
that. But like a character can have a problem of plot armor in one instance and have that be consistent for like an entire season, and they can also be have a problem of plot induced stupidity, which is an entirely different problem in a different season. Again, this happened with almost all of the characters in Has Been Hotel in both seasons, which is fucking terrible. And people obviously complain a shit ton about that, but I guess it's only inconsistent and hypocritical when it's a RWBY problem that people have
Well,
an issue
I was
with.
gonna say the
Yeah.
someone raised, oh, can't you be any age at a university? Well, again, it's a hybrid. Like Monty said, oh, it's more like a university. I've never seen a university with a dress code like that. Ever. Period.
Mm.
Like in my life. And then on top of that, it's more high school coded. It's so much more high school coded the entire time. So you got that. And then there's
It's
the added caveat. We have never seen anyone younger than like 20 or like 18
Yes.
like at these schools. Everyone else looks like this is the reason she looks older is because she looks older compared to the entire rest of the cast. Like that's the big ticket
Yeah.
there.
well also,
Also, hey
like,
Saito, how are you doing?
this is it Beacon is a high school in the same way that like Yandev's high school in actually a
Oh my
middle
god,
school.
you're right.
Oh my lord. Holy shit, man. I've seen some recent clips.
Isanagi,
I
Beacon
think of,
feels like it has uni-style classrooms and living situations, but is housing high school students and has high school plot lines. Caveat to that, Isa, you actually live relatively close to me. There is a school in our city that has university-style lecture halls. It's a really neat place. We do mock trial scrimmages with them. So, no, on that
also,
first count.
There is such a thing as grade schools with dorms.
Boarding schools.
That
They
is also
exist.
boarding schools. They
boarding
absolutely
schools.
do. It's so weird because like it's kind of hard to tell, especially given the way that like RWBY characters act. They don't act like younger adults. Like they're all kind of teenagers, which makes sense because most of them were 18 at the start. But still, the vibe of them being older than like teenage kids is just not really there.
I need to correct you. They're, except for RWBY, they're all 17 at the start.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Yeah, they're 17-year-olds.
It makes me feel like the story should have been just them should have started with them in high school. Like I understand the thematic potential of them being in a university style place and then being thrust to saving the world in the middle of this sort of thing. But I don't know, man. It's written exactly the same way.
I would akin Beacon
Well,
to a
also-
really elevated trade school.
Yeah.
I would say that they should have actually aged up the characters and made them all adults except for RWBY. Like, because as is, for their age group, they should be grade 11 or 12 to
Yeah.
our equivalent. But instead, they're supposed to be in university. And yet, RWBY is 15, so she is still in junior high or just starting high school depending on where you live. So like my high school didn't start until like grade 10. So but
Fair enough. It just feels like it.
so why
Oh, sorry.
so why would he have this like strange comment about it being university when these girls are not old enough to technically be in university, unless if there is no such thing as high school in Remnant?
Someone was saying that like it's implied that general education doesn't exist in Remnant, which no, I've never heard any It's just that we've only ever focused on the Huntsman schools, but like there's the presumption there are regular schools.
Yeah.
And Isa says, fair enough. I still just feels off about Beacon. And it's like, it's a common anime trope. Is it really worth losing your marbles over it? Yes, it actually is, because it goes into the fact that Cinder is absolutely goddamn terrible at hiding. And and let us not forget the second point is she sneaks around in the middle of Volume 2, implanting the Queen virus into the CCT. First of all,
yes.
I don't know how no one did a fucking check on the system and a full system wipe to make sure something hadn't been tampered with, because that was a vulnerable system where someone obviously kicked the shit out of a bunch of soldiers to get in there. Secondly, she's wearing a goddamned mask that only covers the eyes of her face. Everything about her is the exact same. She was caught on cameras. She was caught by RWBY and Ironwood, and she still walks around the school like she just owns the place, and no one recognizes her? I'm sorry, no!
And it's even weirder that like they don't put up, even more background checks on them. Like, you're willing to tell me that freaking Ozpin is able to look into Blake enough to sort of imply that he knows that she was formerly White Fang, but he isn't able to uncover anywhere similarly about Cinder.
I should clarify on that one. She was posing as a Mistral student. So theoretically...
Oh, right, forgot about that. And and was funneled through Ironwood. There is that.
No, not Ironwood, Lionheart.
I mean, not Ironwood, Lionheart.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So, like, that's actually, like, I directly addressed that in fixing RWBY, but that's actually not a problem. I actually use it as a major plot point for Volume 4, in that they knew that Cinder was from Mistral, and that's their lead.
Yeah.
To go to Mistral. Yeah. But, yeah. And then at the end, where, like, the other point is, like, at the end she wasn't upset about the breach happening early. Yeah, she should have been. That was a massive element of her plan. I don't know why she wasn't upset or flummoxed that this all popped off too soon. Like, that should have been a frustration.
Usually people plan for things to happen at a certain time for a specific reason, typically because they want things to happen on their terms. Having it happen like either too late or too early just creates a bunch of potential random elements that can fuck up the plan.
Yeah. And it's like, so, okay, the first half, like, effectively, okay, it doesn't ruin her Beacon plans, or it actually might, because, like, the entire plan seems to be to wipe out Vale, period. Yes. So then it only winds up being Beacon, even though we do see them in the streets down in Vale. Look, the logistics of Volume 2 and 3 are insane. But the idea being is, the reason you would want chaos down in Vale, not only to wipe it out, but you would want all the focus split and diffused so you can attack Beacon with the least amount of resistance. This throws
and take its relic.
Yeah, and take its relic. And the rest of the Maiden. Like, this is all part of a relatively good plan on paper. It's just the way that it all spills out is really poorly done. Because, again, a lot of it's off screen.
Yes.
Her relative calm after the breach is pretty easy to explain as both Cinder maintaining her mastermind mystique, but also the fact we don't actually know when said attack.
Who was she maintaining that for?
Yeah, I don't see. The problem is we don't see it again. The best parts of RWBY are the parts we never get to see. We don't see anyone really question her in any way or having to maneuver around a social situation at all while she's there.
She has no relationship with Emerald or Mercury beyond I am your boss, and that, like, you might be saying, oh, that's normal. It's like, no, Cinder appealed to Emerald on an emotional level, actually on both of them to an emotional level, and she can be cool and composed there, but once they're in on the plan, we never see her relax. We don't actually know what she is beyond her I am an evil Don Kanonji archetype. I'm insulting Don Kanonji by that comparison.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, One Piece villains are so much better than this.
One Piece? What the fuck? Don Kanonji is from Bleach.
Oh, fuck. There was another character named Don in fucking One Piece.
Chet Manley.
That's Don Flamingo.
That's Don Flamingo, yeah.
No, that's Doflamingo. I think that's Don Krieg in the early parts of
I don't watch One Piece, so if I botch the names of characters, I'm sorry then.
Chet Manley. My plan is great. Cinder, probably.
My plan is great.
Yugimoto.
Was to begin, most assumed during the fall, but it's possible it was meant to strike beforehand to escalate tensions. Even if not, it served to heavily disrupt and disturb the peace, which suited her well, and also meant that many would assume her plan was thwarted, as we see Team RWBY doing in Volume 3. This
part of the plan was to create question of whether or not Atlas and the Kingdoms can protect people. It basically proved, there was a breach, and literally Atlas and the Kingdom's huntsmen swooped in and protected people. Like, that's
in like 10 seconds.
This is a great example of the reality not being what they say it is. It's like, Ozpin, only Ironwood should be in charge of security, when it's like, well, my huntsmen were there too. Like, they were doing a great job. Yes. Fucking Coco showed up and like killed half of them. So it's like, it's a great example of that shouldn't have worked out the way that it did at all.
Right.
And it did it did in the most beneficial possible way for Cinder.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue a lot of time with Cinder's plans. It's that they only work because the plot bends itself over backwards in order to make it work. That's what people typically mean when they say that she's plot armored. That's exactly what they're talking
Orion Lupin says, to be honest, Volume 1 through 3 Cinder is a poor man's Dio Brando from Phantom Blood. I know nothing about JoJo's, and I feel like that's insulting JoJo's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's absolutely insulting Dio. 100%.
What allowed the fall to be such a gut punch to so many. So yeah, shrugging it off when it was one part of a much larger operation and one of the less important aspects is fine to me. Now, I'd be remiss not to...
When does she say it's a less important aspect? Like, she waves off anytime her plan goes to shit, she waves it off. Like, it's not...
Yeah.
And also, if it wasn't a big aspect of the plan, then why should we fucking care about it in universe? Like, we were talking a full-scale surprise attack invasion of Vale, potentially during a full-scale attack on Beacon. Like, that's not a small part of the plan. It's an entire destruction of an entire city.
Like, there are ways that you can have a villain be resourceful when approached with, like, a complication to a plan. Like, I think Silco did this a couple times in Arcane Season 1, right?
Oh, Dupio? Okay, I hate this, but it's actually an accurate comparison. She is the Timu Shigaraki. And, because, like, Shigaraki is also an edgelord, but when any of his plans fuck up, he is pissed. Like, he actually lets his emotions show when he's not trying to be an intimidating villain. It's like he's human.
And that's the fun thing about Shigaraki is, like, he can be very intimidating, but he can also be very childish, and his childishness actually feeds into how frightening of a villain he is, because he is a little bit unhinged.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to mention, it's like, it feels like a much more purposeful element of the story, where, like, the story does more things to emphasize that, this is exactly where we're going with it. Whereas with RWBY, it feels like an afterthought that, okay, Cinder is kind of petulant and childish, and she needs to grow, quote unquote, into doing things differently. And then when we get to Volume 8, she barely does all that much differently.
Ed Savinsky says, oh, sorry, I was going to read these super chats. Ed Savinsky says, my only example of boarding school is Code Lyoko. I mean, that's a decent reference, but Europe is better with, has more boarding schools than the West typically do. The Americas typically do. Yugok says, me. Soul Eater did it better. Did what better? Me. Yes. Character ages. Infiltrating villain. If we go deep, there's a lot to compare. I mean, obviously, because they pulled a lot.
Yeah, Medusa is so much better than Cinder, yeah.
Yeah.
She was disguised as a teacher. Well, nurse,
the thing comparing, like, Shigaraki to Cinder, like, his early childishness in the beginning seasons of the show, and then his realization into becoming a more effective villain, all lead into his growth in character as a villain. But also, it gives us a as to who he was and who he actually is, and his backstory in the beginning, without really telling us anything. Like, it's showing us who he is and who he was, because we later learn that he effectively had this very traumatic moment as a child, as like a 6 to 8 year old, effectively, and he hasn't really grown up from that. But we don't know that until much later, but it's still baked into his characterization.
Yeah.
So it makes sense once we learn his backstory, why he was the way that he was back then. It just feeds into something, and it makes it seem like he was intended to be this very specific way. Whereas with Cinder, learning her backstory didn't do anything really. Like,
not really.
It ultimately was kind of meaningless.
It told us
it didn't add to her characterization.
It told us, she was hurt. And then she killed the guy that was trying to help her after he disagreed. Like, he also tried to fucking kill her when she'd probably killed himself. Anyway, that's a whole can of worms. What exactly is a boarding school? It's a school where you learn about boards.
A surfboard.
You guys think Cinder would be more convincing on her infiltration if she posed as a young huntress teacher instead of a teacher? You may know, in Fixing RWBY Volume 2 and 3, you may see that kind of plot point expanded upon. So please, go check that out the next time you get the chance.
For the person who doesn't know what a boarding school is, have you ever heard of the term room and board before?
Have you ever heard of a surfboard? Yeah. That's completely unrelated to this conversation.
You completely cut me off, so now I'm struggling to remember what the fuck I was trying to say. I hate it when you do this to me, Celtic.
I super chats. They pay us.
You don't have to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of something.
It was a Yugok super chat. I was going to miss it. You know how that works.
But,
definitely don't want that to happen. But go ahead.
Let's just move on. I'm gonna be mad for the rest of the stream now.
Oh my god.
Address the hacking, which I still think is over-critiqued. Some things I liked. Cinder attacked when the CCT was down for maintenance, hence avoiding security cameras, and the fact she had to use a physical medium to...
Just because something is down for maintenance doesn't mean security goes down. What the fuck kind of logic does that make?
Would there be more security because it's under maintenance?
Holy shit, this is the dumbest thing. I forgot that happened. Jesus.
Why is something down for maintenance right at the moment where it needs to the most?
Guys, when you're fixing your car, that's when you just leave the key.
But also, I don't remember it being down for maintenance. It was closed for the day, which means you have it had, like, Zell, are you forgetting about the army of people at the bottom of the fucking elevator that she knocked out that almost certainly had, what the fuck?
Which honestly,
2 people is not an army, but
no. There were 2 people outside, and then she went inside, and there were 10 people in there.
Okay, is that an army though?
That compared to one person,
fair enough. Fair enough, yeah.
Izanagi,
I checked it. Number one rival.
Yeah.
Number one rival. I checked and double checked. It wasn't down for maintenance.
Okay, Zell, where the
you just misremembered.
Yep.
fact, the
But
system is
Kaiser,
actually
you wouldn't
pretty
fix a
realistic.
car, would you?
Which I still think is overcritiqued. Some things I liked. Cinder attacked when the CCT was down for maintenance, hence avoiding security cameras, and the fact she had to use a physical medium to infect the system is actually pretty realistic. Add in what we learned.
It actually isn't. Especially knowing what we know about Watts, I don't know why he couldn't just externally hack it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like Watt wasn't really a fleshed out character by this point. Like, obviously he was fleshed out enough to know, for them to know that there was going to be someone in the background doing this stuff. And I think that he had some voice lines around this time as well. Or was it only volume 4 when he started to appear?
It was only volume 4. His symbol appeared in
voice.
volume 3.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, his symbol appeared in volume 3. So like they obviously had planned for him enough to start appearing in some very small way in volume 3. But that does not necessarily mean that they had fleshed him out, that they knew that he was going to be like this master hacker or whatever. So again, like, a lot of hacking is done remotely.
Yep.
That's how most scams work. That's how most stuff that hurts you online happens. A lot of malware, a lot of Trojans, all of it's remote. People don't physically break into your house in order to install viruses onto your computer.
In fact, you guys want to know what the #1 way to hack something is? It's making a phone call and talking to the people on the other end and learning information about them. Then you walk up to them, scan, like, basically you find them at the restaurant, you just steal their key card with like a scanner. Like, you can just do it. We have some scary technology out there, guys. It's really easy to hack things and break into buildings.
Yeah, it's super crack.
There were only 5 men stationed there, and not one of them radioed in they were being attacked, even though there was plenty of time to do so.
Yeah.
#1 rival. I could believe that they need to do a physical connection to hack the CCT, but RWBY fails at doing basic shit. Yeah. So it just makes it less believable.
Their realism for hacking and stuff feels like it's very outdated because it feels very Hollywood, and Hollywood is several decades behind the curve. We also get stuck in these patterns, like how the depiction of being in the internet hasn't changed since the 90s. The depiction of hacking hasn't really changed since the 80s.
Starting to realize how busted Emerald would be for all this, and they just barely used her. Shit, you're right. That never occurred to me.
Yeah, 110%.
But you know why they didn't? She has teal hair or greenish hair, emerald hair, I guess.
Yeah.
She would be recognizable then.
Yeah.
Not
Sounds
not
like
Cinder.
They should
who
have
has-
made a full bodysuit.
Well, that's what wigs are for.
Yeah, or a wig. Yeah.
Just
I mean,
what's in the fact-
Neo was wearing a wig, or like something.
She was making an illusion.
She
yeah.
changed her appearance. Yeah, you can do that. You could change her appearance to make her more generic. so
Hell,
that she's not as
fucking Neo
recognizable.
would have been a better option for this. She could just pose as one of the. This is the more I
That
think
is
about
true.
this
Oh
plan
my
is so
God.
fucking dumb. This plan gets
Yeah,
even
because
dumber
they're
the more we
not-
think about it.
Yeah, because they're not using the resources they actually freaking have.
Yeah, I was gonna say Neo is more important because she creates physical illusions. She can make herself invisible as opposed to Emerald, who can only do it to people. So Neo can hide from cameras. Azel brings up Neo.
Yeah.
Just wait. Oh God.
Things I liked. Cinder attacked when the CCT was down for maintenance, hence avoiding security cameras, and the fact she had to use a physical medium to infect the system is actually pretty realistic. Add in what we learn about Watts, and the fact Atlas didn't discover the code makes sense. Still, the fact Cinder had Neo and
What? What code?
Oh,
What? I don't like the code. I guess he couldn't do it from range, even though he's Mr. Hacker Man. Fine. I guess we can. As much as we complain about it could have been remote. We will give lenience that it had to be on site. Everything else is awful.
could have used her to create a cover and didn't does seem like a huge risk on her part that could have easily blown up in her face. Moving on to volume.
What?
Sorry,
She's
play that
saying
back.
that-
I'm sorry.
Cinder attacked when
He
the
said that
CCT was
not
down for
using Neo
maintenance.
was a risk.
avoiding security cameras, and the
Okay.
fact she had to use a physical medium
Yeah, I
to
can agree
infect the
with that.
system is actually pretty realistic. Adding what we learn about Watts and the fact Atlas didn't discover the code makes sense. Still, the fact Cinder had Neo and could have used her to create a cover and didn't does seem like a huge risk on her part that could have easily blown up in her face. Moving on.
Good. You get
Wow.
one. You get
Alright.
one Birdo point there. You get the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Honestly, I did not expect you to acknowledge that, but yeah, absolutely fair. They should have used that.
Zell, I hope you realize that's not just a casual criticism you can wave off. That's a critical flaw.
Yeah, that's a huge part of this fucking plan. Because the fact that she didn't use Neo is kind of sort of what leads to Ruby catching wise about what's going on and puts Ironwood by proxy on higher alert, which could have definitely fucked up this entire plan.
The orange man. What do you call a cow you
Like-
can't milk? A milk dud. Mods, put that man on a child's carousel and spin him too fast so he vomits.
Like, I will say that would be fine if that was Cinder's character. If she was someone who didn't trust anybody and who didn't work well in a group. However, that is not how Cinder is depicted in the show. She is fine with working with other people. She is fine manipulating other people. She is
Yeah.
fine working in a group with other people in order to do whatever she needs to do. If she was someone who didn't trust anybody, who was prideful enough to not want to rely on other people to do the things that she needs to do, it would make sense for her to not use Neo and to do things on her own, even if it's riskier, and even if there is more of a chance of her being caught or messing up. And that could lead into a lot of good character moments for her, but that is not what we see in the show. So, like, therefore, it doesn't make sense that she wouldn't use Neo if the goal is for this to become a success and for them to utterly obliterate Beacon.
Yeah,
Yep.
Switchback says, or just drop a line that Neo was busy on another op. Yeah, you could have just done that. Number one Rival also said that this is an interesting point. Wouldn't you say that not using Neo, not backfiring on her was, I don't know, plot armor, Zell? Yeah,
Yep.
it's a great point. Like, this is the
She
point where
literally got
Cinder is
seen
stupid.
by what, 9 people? Sorry,
Yeah.
those 2 outside didn't see her. So, and one got knocked out immediately. And no, the guy inside, she let him see her for whatever reason because she's a dumbass. So yeah, 7 people saw who she was.
To Volume 3, the complaints remained much the same up until her defeat, upon which complaints of Deus Ex Machina sung out, which, no. Ruby's silver eyes were highlighted in the first episode, and Ruby opened the volume wondering why Ozpin let her in early. The eyes were...
I hate
but
this
that's not
argument.
a clue. That's not a clue about what the Silver Eyes are. Like this is like we don't really get, I don't know, further breadcrumbs as to what the Silver Eyes are or how they work or how in the absolute fuck they could have gotten her out of that situation. It literally got spoken about in the very first volume, in the very first episode, and then never mentioned again until the last episode of the third volume.
Yeah, so this should have been highlighted multiple times throughout the volumes if you're going to keep this and bring it up. What we imply from this scene is that, one, Ozpin probably knew her mother and is, like, recognizing whose child this is. And 2, she got into Beacon because she's an incredibly skilled combatant and is already at the level of entering Beacon, and he's looking to have her on board. Like, those are the inferences we are supposed to be taking from that scene. The hints at Silver Eyes are never followed through upon, so it pops out at the last minute like it's something special. And on top of that, people had theorized it was something special, and everyone fucking hated the idea!
Yeah.
I remember people being pissed when she pulled off the Silver Eyes for the first time. I was right there with them.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was a complete Deus Ex Machina by all accounts. Oh, but seriously? So it's not Deus Ex Machina when there is a single scene that serves as quote unquote foreshadowing beforehand. Like, just one, really? Like, it can work in some cases, but in the case of this, absolutely not. When it's like a power that the main character has, fuck no.
Chekhov's gun firing. Still, we are likely seeing the emergence of a pattern, i.e. Cinder going from being seen as OP to only losing because of authorial fire in the eyes of complainers. Many have said people in Volume 4 who would dislike Cinder often talking about how much they liked her more now that she couldn't talk, which is kind of gross, not gonna lie.
No, that's just because...
Why?
That's not gross. It just means that I don't have to hear her trying to be a try-hard villain the entire time. Also...
That's number one.
You just skipped over Volume 3's a big complaint I have of Volume 3, but you go your point first.
Yeah, I was going to say, also, Zell, I don't know if you ever heard this before, but you know what critics also complain about? The show's bad dialogue. So having one of the worst characters not being able to say any more really bad dialogue is kind of a good thing for us. I don't know what to tell you, man. And also... what's the word? The fact that Cinder is put in a vulnerable position adds a lot of intrigue in conversations. This means she's actively forced to hold her tongue in situations where she otherwise would just go off at somebody or play things a different way, like how she has to lie to Salem about whether she's sure that Ozpin is dead or not.
Yeah.
So, you know.
But, like, I was going to point out, you just skimmed over her whole speech during the Vital Festival, where she's like, oh, the complete failure at the breach. Reminder, the breach was not a failure at all. It was one of the most successful defenses. But on top of that, this evil villain is over the microphone taunting people over a robot being destroyed, like somehow a robot shaped like a girl as a huntsman? Doesn't sound all that outlandish in this world when you have walking mechs going around trying to fill the role of huntsman.
Saw, by the way.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, the people saw in the previous volume.
Every level of what Cinder said should have been an immediate red flag to everyone that, oh shit, we're under attack by someone. Not, oh, we can't trust the kingdoms. It should be like, oh god, there's some evil shit afoot. Some terrorist is attacking. And then guess what? Terrorists attack! It's like, it is one of my least favorite elements of Volume 3 is that somehow people fall for this speech as though, like, Beacon and Vale and Atlas are all evil. It's fucking weird, man. Oh. Yeah. Be like Ted Bundy making an announcement at the Super Bowl. It's...
Oh my god, yeah.
Suffice to say, they were big mad when she regained her voice. Some argued it made her wounds at the hands of RWBY not matter, but given Cinder's eyes missing along with her arm, I don't think we need to take them seriously. Still,
the arm is an improvement, effectively, and the eye doesn't even come into factor.
Exactly.
You can't just have wounds that are... The wounds are basically just visual. They're not effective in any way.
Yeah, they don't really affect her combat capability at all. Like, the most you could say about the arm is that there were points where it freaked out. But, I don't know.
You know, I just had a thought. People always complain about Ironwood and how, like, the more limbs he loses affects his humanity and stuff like that, because they actually said that for Ironwood in
like a commentary thing or a podcast.
Yeah, commentary. Something. But they never talk about how it's the same for Cinder.
Yeah.
But they do it twice for villain characters. And like only one of them gets talked about because it's only highlighted with one of them.
And it's one of those things that,
but like she loses an eye, she loses an arm, she's losing more and more of her humanity, but that never really gets discussed.
And the thing is, you have I'm always one of the people that's been on the fence about whether it's good or bad that Ironwood losing parts of himself and replacing it with metal is a good analogy for what's happening to him on the inside. I kind of lean towards it's a cool idea and it's a common idea, but now that you've pointed this about Cinder, you're like, it is something that I've tried to build into with fixing RWBY. I never thought to really parallel the two. The idea that one is being corrupted by the purest form of evil. She's being like she's being devoured from the inside out. And one person, out of necessity, is replacing parts of his wounded self in order to try and rise above greater challenges. One is giving into corruption, and one is giving into, not giving in. He's like, one is just in necessity building himself
kind of
harder and harder
pragmatism,
walls.
yeah.
An extreme utilitarianism.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the way that I think that Ironwood should be treated, because like people said, and I am also on the fence about this, but I do understand people's complaints about this, because it is very ableist to say that by removing a limb and replacing it with a prosthetic,
Yeah,
that
just
you are
outright,
somehow
you're less
human.
human.
Yeah, so like it shouldn't removal of the limb itself to be replaced with a metal prosthetic, but the idea that he has already lost a piece of himself, and he is trying to compensate for that to remain human, even if it is not like a physical or sorry, not physical, a natural thing that he is attaching to himself. Like that Cinder is becoming more of a monster the more that she goes on, but the thing that is kind of the downfall of Ironwood is that he is trying to keep as much of his humanity as possible to the detriment of what is going on around him.
Yeah. Someone was like, how do Silver Eyes discriminate enemy from ally? They only affect Grim. They don't have to discriminate. They're just a very, very specific AoE.
Yeah.
So the only reason why Cinder got injured, but even then, like, was the Grim bug inside of her eyeball? And
We
that's
don't
why
know.
She got injured?
We absolutely don't have any idea.
There's no idea.
The arm she lost wasn't even the one that the Grim went into, so we have no idea what the fuck happened for her to lose an arm and an eye. It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
Which is just really weird.
My explanation in fixing
by
RWBY was she fell off the
implication-
tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by implication, it's suggested by the show that the reason why she got injured was because of the Silver Eye attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just
So
no one
there
knows
would-
how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just no real, like, direct, I guess, hint or explanation towards the idea. It's really weird.
My idea is just it's a fucking flashbang and she just falls off. It's like the flashbang. She just goes tumbling off the tower.
And you just, yeah.
In Volume 5, when things shift back into anti-Cinder mode, and this is where I get especially salty.
No.
Oh, man.
Just
No,
because
wait.
No, Cinder was still hated in Volume 4.
Yeah.
We could stand her presence more because she didn't speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Why?
Yeah, go
Because RWBY put a lot of effort into setting up this defeat, and I don't see it getting nearly as much respect as it deserves. So what actually transpired, and more, what did people take issue with? 1. Cinder questioning why collaborate with Raven when they could take what they want. 2. Cinder going along with Raven's suggested plan of attack over following...
Wait a minute. Sky Slasher says, am I really the only one here that likes Cinder as a villain? Like, she's the right kind of hateable, you know? No.
Not really. She's kind of too stupid to be hateable in the usual way that you would hate a villain.
Like there's two different ways that you can hate a character. You can love to hate them and you can hate to hate them. Like loving to hate a character, especially a villain, is you are enjoying the fact that they are so hateable. You love the fact that they are hateable. You want to hate them because they're such a good villain.
Oh,
that's not Cinder.
Is it Mayuri?
Mayuri.
Yeah,
Mayuri. I fucking hate
Mayuri, yeah.
Mayuri. I don't have enough respect for him to pronounce his name. I fucking hate that guy in Bleach. He is a monstrous character. But like that's by design. The author wants you to hate this guy. He's not poorly written. He's just a monster. and he gets the effect that you want. Everyone hates this fucking dude.
Yes.
People hate Orochimaru.
Yeah.
That's by design. Except apparently
Hisoka.
apparently he got redeemed. Did you guys hear about that? He got redeemed.
Yeah, and guess what? People complain about that. Weird. People are actually fucking consistent on this stuff. I don't know.
And more, what did people take issue with? 1. Cinder questioning why collaborate with Raven when they could take what they want. 2. Cinder going along with Raven's suggested plan of attack over following the plan. 3. Cinder leaving RWBY behind rather than trying to kill her. 4. Cinder losing to Raven in the Maiden Brawl. So let's break these down.
Okay.
So
let's
like,
take it one at a
first
time
one-
as he goes. I think
Sure.
that'll be smoother for us. Because, oh my god, we have a lot to say on all of these.
Cinder questioning why they're
Yeah.
being stealthy makes perfect sense from a character perspective. Cinder isn't just grappling with wounded pride from Volume 3, she is deeply traumatized, wounded, and pissed off. She did everything right in Volume 3, and she still lost. Of course she doesn't trust being cautious or careful when it failed her. Add to that, she now has the power she's been craving this whole time, and so of course she doesn't want to do things slow and steady. Moving on, I will briefly jump to point 3, with Cinder leaving RWBY behind. This makes
Well, okay. So point
Wait,
one.
those are the only explanation?
Yeah, no. No.
Oh my god.
Like, okay,
No.
first of all, literally, she gets Raven on her side. They can just walk in. They don't have to make a big
Yeah.
show of it. They can just walk in and take it. The entire place is abandoned. One of the biggest problems of Volume 5 is, why didn't you just do this sooner?
Yeah.
Like,
They waited a few weeks to do this whole thing.
what,
To set up this whole meeting.
the
right?
minute that Raven said, all right, I will cooperate with you guys, you can literally just portal to goddamned Haven,
Lionheart.
to Lionheart,
Yeah.
or otherwise just travel by plane. Or a minute. How does Raven plan to get... Did they need to lure Team RWBY? Oh my god, this is so much dumber than I thought. They needed to lure Team RWBY to Mistral, to Haven Academy, so that Raven could portal in to the city. Because she didn't have anyone with an attachment there. You guys could literally have just taken a
wait a
fucking car!
Honestly, which I don't even know if that was even the case, because they discussed this before mentioning that Team RWBY and Crow specifically were getting involved. Because that's like the big
Lionheart
reason why Raven was coming.
called them and invited them. Like, what was the point of all of that?
Yes.
Why? Like,
Yeah.
literally the entire plan just fucking collapses when you ask why. Just take a fucking car to Haven, go inside, no one's going to bother you, and just open the vault.
Yeah, everybody is just gone. Yeah, so why even bother with it?
And you wouldn't have exhausted yourself fighting everyone else before fighting Raven.
Yeah.
One of the most influential books on writing that I had ever read, one of the first things that it said in its opening chapters was, in order to write a good story, you have to ask why.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
when you answer that question, you have to ask why again. And you have to keep asking why or how until you run out of questions to ask.
Yep.
Right.
I always like the advice of don't write and then. Always write because of this.
Yeah.
That is how you should write, is this
Yeah,
happens and
therefore
and
storytelling,
therefore this happens and therefore this happens. I think that was that Matt Stone and Trey Parker?
Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Yeah.
Who are freaking, they're the South Park guys, and they're better at writing
Yeah, they're phenomenal.
than a lot of people in this day and age.
Yes.
more sense than I think a lot of people realize, and only makes more sense with time. Yes, Cinder wants
Sum up
revenge on
point
RWBY,
three, I
and more
Yeah.
specifically her dead, or at least captured. However, she's still genuinely traumatized by and scared of RWBY. We get to see this in greater detail in Volume 7, with her panicking the moment she might actually have to fight her. So it makes sense this job was left to Emerald. But additionally, Cinder...
One,
Wait
we
a second,
didn't
what
see
was
that.
point 3 again?
Point 3 was, why did she leave RWBY alive?
Yeah, it was really dumb.
Yeah, that was incredibly dumb on every level. Not to mention
She didn't seem traumatized at all during Volume 5's finale anyway.
She was having fun fighting John, who has literally like
yeah, she was having a good
he
time.
walks in and she's just like, I have literally no idea who you are.
In fact, the first thing that Cinder did when Raven portaled her in was chuck a fireball at RWBY. Where's the trauma there?
Yeah, just
So
oh,
here's the thing that I don't understand, and what I think Zell is misunderstanding is just because a character has a reaction does not mean that it is the most extreme form of that reaction that you can possibly have. That just because Cinder had been attacked and been affected by RWBY Silver Eyes before does not mean that she's been traumatized the whole time. Just because she sees that RWBY might have the possibility of using the Silver Eyes on her again.
Yes.
Especially because Cinder has this anger and this hatred towards RWBY that she wouldn't realistically have if she was actually traumatized by her. And that if she was actually scared of her.
Not only that, but in Volume 4, we see her training specifically to kill RWBY. Like, she has an illusion projected by Emerald in her head in order
Zell
to help her.
It on screen.
Yeah, Zell, you've defeated your own argument already. Like, oh, just because she trained doesn't mean that she overcame. Yes, it does. If she's done it enough, if it's a lifelike version of her that somehow is wearing her Volume 4 outfit, even though she's never seen RWBY in her. Anyway, that's a little bit of that problem. But it's like, and then, like, she goes off, impales Weiss for whatever reason, because she somehow knows that John has a crush on her. It's like,
I guess.
It's like everything about what Cinder does is goddamned weird.
Yeah, you would think that if she was really that trauma-stricken about RWBY and is afraid of the Silver Eyes, that the first thing that she would do is restrain the fuck out of RWBY and knock out her aura and capture her, so that she would have less chances to use her fucking Silver Eyes.
Or leave the fucking room. Like, just get the fuck out of Dodge. This is a woman that can flashbang you into oblivion. What are you doing standing there? It can happen at any time. And then when RWBY does try to do it, Cinder seems to have no fucking reaction because she's not paying attention to the walking nuclear weapon that can obliterate her.
Also, to be clear, as number one rival says in chat, Zell is taking the Volume 7 clip out of context, because what happened there was that Cinder was afraid that RWBY seems to be using her Silver Eyes again, which she's obviously afraid of. She's afraid specifically of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and even that scene has problems because she could have attacked. She could have stopped RWBY from doing that.
She could have stopped that, yeah. Make an ice barrier or something.
Yeah.
It wasn't random. It happened when she realized Ozpin was back. We actually see her beginning to panic here. She's confused how he returned so fast and wary of what it might mean. Which, given Salem is paranoid about him and while not aware he has a nuke in his cane, likely knows he has tricks he could pull on if desperate and would have told Cinder as such. Cinder is backing out to avoid unknown risks. Makes sense. Again.
No.
What?
We cannot presume things were told to characters off screen, especially when they are critical in understanding why they are taking specific actions. Zell, this is a bad... Also, Salem is incredibly tight-lipped about everything. So what the fuck?
Yes. Also, Zell, now you're contradicting yourself. You see the issue that you've had with allegedly, critics of Cinder's character? You said in the previous point that it makes sense for Cinder to want to just go in and take the relic and not give a single fuck about subtlety or any of that shit because that didn't work out for her. Now you're saying at this point that, oh, Cinder wants to be careful though. Which is it, man? You might say that, okay, these are different circumstances. Okay, that's the same with everything the critics have fucking said. Do you understand what that means?
Especially considering her recent traumas.
I swear to God.
Now moving back to points 2 and 4. Cinder going on with Raven's plan and the ensuing Cinder fall. Off the cuff, I'd say it makes perfect sense Cinder would buy someone wants to kill their family, what with her own experience with family, and her reaction to Mercury killing Marcus. Plus, Raven is far from an upstanding individual, which helps sell the ruse. More integrally, however, this gives Cinder an avenue for what she wants, namely taking the maiden power, so of course she's going to try for it. And here is where I think a lot of people
fair, she did betray them at the very end, so I don't know why. She said that this was something that people complained that.
I was gonna say, like, the only complaint I have with this particular plot point is, one, I don't think the red herring was done all that well. But then again, but like the problem is I'm relying on meta knowledge of these characters and the circumstances. So unlike Cinder wearing the dumb mask and not changing her her hair or anything, which should be obvious in universe, out of universe. Mm-hmm. Sure, Vernal comes off, I guess, passing as the maiden. So Cinder getting tricked here just shows that she's not been paying attention to Raven, who is the leader of the tribe, who you'd think would want the power. But that's something that someone could theoretically fall for. I'm not going to falter on that, and it's obviously not her fault that the Vernal subplot wasn't.
Sucked.
But it is her fault for standing in front of Raven and when she was trying. Like, I know she froze her feet, but that doesn't stop
Actually,
someone.
I think she froze her body when that happened, to be fair.
But like,
yeah, she did freeze her entire body.
Okay. It's like has an argument. Oh, he has an argument for that. Oh, we'll see.
Step because Cinder's plan worked based on the information she had at the time, which unfortunately for her was incorrect, but that's not the reflection of her lack of skills. It was just bad intel that literally everyone believed. I would also add that shock over Raven being the maiden was the fandom response. It was a well-executed twist.
I called that shit in episode 3!
Are you kidding me? Dog, are you freaking serious?
I called that in episode 3. You can watch the reaction videos. Fuck off, Zell.
You could see that shit coming from a mile away, dude. Are you kidding me?
Who's going to be the maiden? Is it going to be this? Is it going to be this intricately designed character who is directly connected to one of our main protagonists and has incredible powers and likes to basically hold dominion over all those around her? Or is it going to be this weird subordinate of hers we've never seen before that is like dressed in the ugliest way possible and has the lamest weapon on the planet? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, the meta context of this, none of the fandom was buying this.
Yeah, I don't know who in the world... Zell is probably the only person I've ever seen who actually was surprised about this. That is insane.
Oh. Again...
No freaking shot.
Zell is as intelligent as Cinder.
Oh my god!
That's the title of the stream.
This now leads us into the maiden.
I know, but
I think it's
good.
worth
Call it back this early.
Did I hear a twi?
Sorry, no, I was just making a small comment of... I mean, I can see some people falling for the bait and switch, the red herring of it. But the problem is that we didn't really see enough of Vernal. Vernal didn't really have all that great of a character design. It's unique, I guess, in the sense of like, oh, it's a woman with short hair, whereas the majority of women in the show have longer hair.
And like more intricate designs in general, yeah.
Yeah, but like it just makes more sense that Raven is the maiden because she's the only character that matters. If Vernal was much more of a character, was much more important to the overall story, then I could see this being a more successful red herring. But she was literally just introduced to be the red herring. We also never really see all that much of Vernal perhaps pretending to be the maiden. Everything happens off screen so that we can fool the audience, which is fine, but I would just like to see a lot more of this potentially being more of a thing that they're doing to trick people rather than just showing her for a couple of small scenes and then killing her off and then having this reveal as though it's supposed to be something amazing.
Reminder.
It can't be a bait and... Oh, God.
I was going to say, reminder, Shady Man has more characterization than Vernal ever does. He might also have more screen time. I think he absolutely has more lines.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you can't... All right, here's a bar.
Also, I'll be right back.
You can't say that... Cool. You can't say this is a bait and switch when you didn't even lay that much bait. Like, if there's barely any bait to switch, you know what I mean? Like, that's the main issue, to boil it down there. Hey, CBF, how you doing, man?
We don't even ever get to know Vernal's real name, which I think was a bit of a missed opportunity just to better show her and Raven's relationship with each other. Like, I would think that, like, for killing Vernal off, for Raven to just, like, call out her real name, because then it would show that they have this close enough relationship in order to pull something like this off. Like, now, you can say that it's not really in Raven's character, which, like, fair enough, but I think that
it'd be more than what we got.
It would be more than what we got, but also that it would just do better to show Raven as being someone who has more personality and more character to her than just someone who is this cold, hard bitch who doesn't care about anything except for her daughter, but also kind of also not really.
Yeah. Like, you could actually, oh my god, make her a little bit more, or, well, not make her more complex, but showcase more of that complexity. Because as is, it just comes off as incredibly bland, which is part of this whole plot line is incredibly bare bones. Like, the only way that I could see anyone being surprised about this is if this is one of your very few experiences in media just ever. Like, I have no idea how somebody who has seen at least 10 other shows. Zell, you read freaking DC comics. How the fuck were you surprised by this?
Yeah.
They pull like, blatant bait and switches like this all the freaking time from what I've heard. Like, are you serious?
I knew that Raven was the maiden because she kept putting on that dumb helmet whenever the magic happened. Yup. Sky Slasher. Vernal is so forgettable. I thought fixing Vernal was OC. Yeah. No, legitimately, like, all the things that Twi was complaining about, we implemented in Volume 5, fixing Volume 5. And people said, oh, you just made Vernal an original character. And it's like, there wasn't much to begin with. And everything that she had, we kept except for her design. Like, I can't think of a single thing that fixing Vernal did that original Vernal didn't do. Like, it's baffling to me. It's like when people say, you ruined her character. I'm like, give me what's the barometer on her?
What character?
Tell me what her character was, because I could not find any.
Oh,
it's so baffling to me. And now, like, I could say that I could forgive Zell for reading comics and not really getting the bait and switches and stuff like that, because if you're just looking at the pretty pictures and you're not actually paying attention to the story, then you understand that. I'm not saying that that's what he does, but it's the most understandable thing that I can think about as to why this wouldn't be old hat to you, especially if you're a comic book fan.
Yeah.
But it also, I was just thinking, Raven and Cinder have very similar personalities.
Yes.
They both have this. They both
and somehow
have
one
this,
is written worse.
they both have this very faux, oh, I'm just a little girl, but I have to pretend that I am this big, strong woman who is mad at the world or is tough and has seen things and all this kind of stuff. Like it describes both of them. They have both very similar personalities. It's just that Raven is described more as a scared little girl than Cinder, whereas Cinder is more portrayed as this spoiled little brat.
Opportunistic and spoiled and all this other stuff.
It's just
like,
and on top of that, we never see them in a vulnerable position, like fucking ever.
Well, well, aside from, I guess, Raven getting talked down to by Yang, and that whole scene's dialogue was terrible. But this isn't a Raven video. This is a Cinder video.
I thought Vernal was Miley Cyrus. That's yes.
Cinder gave almost as good as she got and nearly took Raven out despite...
Wait, 1 minute. Fixing Vernal hated Weiss? Actual Vernal liked Weiss? No! Fixing Vernal adored Weiss, and she was hurt. Or did you swap that? Was that like did you accidentally flip that? Because
was that a misclick?
Fixing Vernal adored Weiss, and she was heartbroken that Weiss chose to leave. So that was the whole crux of their dynamic. But yeah.
Latter's greater experience. Cinder may have lost, but it was hardly an uneven fight. 60-40 odds in Raven's favour. Beyond that, the rest of the plan going to shit was because Adam was being allowed to run loose and piss off an entire country, which falls on...
Twilight, you're doubling.
How am I doubling? I was muted.
Oh.
Was that Kaiser? 1 minute.
Definitely not. I have my headphones on.
Let's see.
Lost, but it was hardly an uneven fight. 60-40 odds in Raven's
favour. Not
favour.
now. Weird.
Beyond that, the rest of the plan going to shit was because Adam was being allowed to run loose and piss off an entire country, which falls on Salem and Hazel for not reining him in. So yeah.
Whoa!
Okay.
Salem,
Wait a second.
Salem was literally, she has never set foot in a kingdom until volume 7. What? What? Letting him run loose? I don't think Adam and Salem ever met.
Yeah. Also, like, freaking the majority of the issue with the plan, it didn't really mainly fail because Adam fucked up. Like, it partially did, sure. But they still could have taken the relic if Cinder wasn't stupid. Or at the very least, she could have much more crippled the other main characters. They could have killed them rather easily throughout all of this.
I was going to say, like, we just keep going back to this in terms of how dumb this plan is. They bring Raven to Haven, okay? They bring her there with Miley Cyrus. And you guys have a, 3-on-2 advantage? And then if you bring Hazel in, it's a 4-on-2 advantage. And if Lionheart wants to do something, it is a 5-on-2 advantage. Why didn't you guys just bring them there, beat the shit out of them, draw the maiden power from Raven when you learn it's her, because you've obviously killed Miley Cyrus by this point. And then just, after dogpiling on her and getting you could do so much shit with Emerald fucking with her eyes, like, alone.
Yes.
So it's like, you guys literally could have just brought her there, jumped her, gotten the maiden power, and opened the vault yourselves, and no one would have been the wiser. Why did any of this need to happen?
Team RWBY being there. It could have done that without Team RWBY being there at all.
Fucking hell, man.
It was a well set up set of twists, turns, and character beats as far as I'm concerned. Moving on to Volume 6, the complaints remain the usual dull roar of Cinder not being as smart or sexy anymore, the latter of which is meaningless and the former of which is
Wait, what?
As smart or sexy? Is it just because she's
wearing...
point?
Well, I would hope that she is still as intelligent as she was.
Oh, well, okay, to be fair, she could have hit her head a couple of times on the way down. Concussions are a hell of a thing.
But that's usually a bad thing.
Yeah, but okay, people complain about her being dumber, that is true. But people complain about her not being as sexy? Buddy, I don't know if you've seen people's reactions to JJK, but let me just tell you something. the homies love women with scars. Okay, that's all I gotta
Yeah,
freaking say.
I was also going to say,
I don't know what
like,
this issue is.
anime girls can wear burlap sacks. They will be made into Rule 34. It will happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like
don't know
Cinder here
where
is
this
not
is
any
coming
less.
from.
Wait, no, her scars came before. What? Oh God. All right. So
I don't know what.
also
Where this comes from at all.
her plot in Volume 6 is really simple. She just needs to get to Atlas. She goes to Little Miss Malachite, and he's like, I just need to arrange transport. And Little Miss Malachite's like, oh, okay, I can do that for you, but it'll take some time. Cinder leaves. Right. Cinder comes back and says, I need it now. She says, you see, you have a little friend that wants to talk to you about this. And then we had the fight with Neo. And then she subdues the fight with Neo. And then they arrange to go to Atlas. It's kind of pointless when you get the rigmarole of it, but it's not very complicated. It's not like it needed some master plan. Mark Liu says, hey guys, just went to the Super Bowl parade. It was really fun. Want to spread some goodwill right now. Go Hawks! Oh, well, I'm glad you had fun.
Hey, oh, you're a Hawks fan. Yeah, dude, that was a blowout of a Super Bowl, man. Oh my God. But yeah, glad you were happy about that.
Chet Manley, my sources, I made it the fuck up. Zell, definitely. Jose Galagarza. Okay, Jose Galagarza. I still want to know how Cinder survived that fall. She survived because
she had no aura. Yeah.
Nora Scar's 10 out of 10.
Like,
yes.
Oh, also, freaking, I think Zell said that people complained that she lost. People, like, there isn't an issue that she lost, is that this is her second loss in a row, and it's mainly out of her own stupidity. That's the issue that people have with her. Like, there's no issue with her losing against Raven necessarily. It just wasn't really all that well.
I argue more
well
so
played out.
It was with the structure of I think there's a loose piece of plastic in my headphone. That sucks. It's more with how the structure of the fight happened, where she just positioned herself really dumbly, but like it didn't really affect much because they did the anime thing where they let each other exchange blows first. And then her losing is just because she was inexperienced. Like there was literally nothing wrong with it, and I cheered when she died, and then I was sad when she survived.
Yes. Yeah, if anything, people were more upset that she came back because it's like, okay, she got frozen right after she had little to no aura, then got thrown down into a pit. How the fuck was she able to survive that?
God, you know what would have been fucked but awesome? Like, if she was dying and her last thoughts were of Emerald. So Emerald, the reason Emerald knew, instead of Yang coming up with the relic, the reason Emerald knew is because she got the infusion of power.
Yeah.
And then you could have, like, her mental breakdown over losing Cinder. And also knowing, which would be an interesting caveat for Cinder's mental, like, how she thinks, her last thought was of Emerald. Which, like, no matter how coldly she treated Emerald, she had a special place in Cinder's heart in that she was the last person she thought about. Like, you could do a lot with just that little bit of a change. And you don't have to include Cinder ever again.
Yep. Literally nothing would really change in the overall story after that point anyway.
The biggest problem is the fight sucks. That wasn't the takeaway on the first watch through for a lot of people. But a lot of people also don't analyze choreography. I hated the big sword part. I thought that was stupid.
Yeah, me too.
Just the writers measuring their own dicks.
Over the fact Cinder's shift in persona is rooted in trauma and that she is still actually quite cunning. Her actual behaviour in the volume does further demonstrate her continued skills in cunning.
She doesn't change. Like,
yeah, I don't know what growth did she go through in volume 6 at all. She doesn't do anything differently. In fact, the only scenes where we see her is the one episode where she fights Neo and meets up with the Malachites. And then that was it until the very end of the volume where we see them heading to Atlas.
I think she had 4 scenes. Malachite 1, Malachite 2 with Neo, then explaining things to Neo, and then leaving.
Yeah.
Also, I kind of question why it's being considered trauma in the first place. Like, if you get bitten by an animal, like whether it's a dog or a squirrel or a cat or any actual animal that you might encounter, and then you are kind of wary of that animal again, that's not necessarily trauma. Why are you using these really big words in order to describe a very natural thing?
Yeah, it's not like they encountered
Because you
some
have to
everyone's
turtles.
project
different.
things on. Yeah. No, that shit was traumatic, dude.
Yeah, you guys.
All right.
Yeah, I might give you guys like a -1
I
penalty
feel
on
like-
all turtle-related tasks.
Oh my god. I'm gonna pull a freaking shredder right now. Turtles. That's my reaction every time we see them.
For those who don't get the
Holy shit.
reference,
I never had problems with the turtles.
No, it's right. For those who don't get the references,
Yeah, because you came in at the tail end.
please join us for the Mahar Voln tabletop role-playing game adventure, which is currently on pause because people don't have schedules. They have things that they need to do. We'll probably be back in a month and a week or something like that. But yeah, fun times with turtles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I didn't come in at the end. I came in at the very start of the fight.
Yeah.
Wait, weren't you?
She was missing, but then she
trying to
literally
remember.
first round she arrived because she was sleeping.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which never went anywhere, she just lost the sultry voice. At most, Little Miss Malachite's advice was a good reminder of Salem's own advice in the
What?
previous volume, i.e. never underestimate the usefulness of others, hence being more
Wait. Didn't you say that she was
So
perfectly
wait, you
fine
think
working with people?
Wait, so you?
Or did we say that?
Oh my fuck. No. That's what we
we
said.
said that.
He said, yeah, we said that. They said that they didn't. They did prefer to work on their own.
Also, thanks Titan Executor for this fan art of yourself
Oh,
doing the
oh my
Dinkelberg
God.
with Cinder.
That's not even fan art. That's
Tinder.
just art that has been sent to us.
Yeah, he's just trying to shove himself into our cast.
Never gonna happen. To
Never gonna happen, Titan. Sorry.
Oh my god. God.
willing to grudgingly recruit Neo despite her vexation and distrust. Going
Five
over Volume
episodes later.
7, the main complaints about Cinder regard her impatience, losses, and her treatment of minions. I've already touched on the former with regards to Cinder's anger and trauma from V3 motivating her to be more direct and desperate. While for the latter, I think a lot of people forget that Cinder's always treated her lackeys like shit. Roma was kept in line via intimidation, Adam was recruited via threats, Enwood was consistently having her overtures dismissed and ignored. The one she was nicest to was Mercury. Maybe she saw some of herself in him, who knows. But put simply, the main difference in how she treated her minions is simply that she lacks the
the
sultry
who knows
voice and
is
is
kind
more
of important.
Yeah. Like, why did
Yeah,
she treat
and
them these
also,
ways?
it's different with most of the others. Yeah, like with Emerald, it doesn't make sense for her to treat her like shit because she literally took her off the streets to become her ward. If anything, it makes even less sense for her to be this, like, assholish towards Neo because Neo tried to kill her and they have a mutually beneficial relationship going on. Like, she's on a timetable. She wants things to go a certain way. So wouldn't the whole thing be about trying to make sure that she is still on the leash?
But then we also need to take into consideration with Neo, the big problem there is, I'm sorry, Ruby didn't kill Roman. Like, okay.
Yes.
Neo couldn't have known that, but also Neo knows we wouldn't have been in that position if not for Cinder. Ruby was defending
Yeah.
herself, and like I know villains think differently, and she's probably angry, but like they were trying to kill Ruby. Being angry at someone for defending themselves and killing someone else, like it just shows that Neo is incredibly petty instead of being like smart at all, because her and Roman would not have been in that situation had it not been for Cinder, who was actively doing all the horrible fucking shit. It makes Neo look
in
goddamn
fact,
stupid.
Given what happened at the start when she fought Cinder, I thought that Neo was going to betray Cinder to kill her so that she can kill Ruby herself, because both of them are kind of responsible for her death. Which, yeah, that's the logical thing, but I guess that just didn't happen.
Going back to Emerald for a sec, this is something that I never quite understood during my watch through of RWBY.
Mm-hmm.
Why was Cinder targeting Emerald to begin with? Like, in order for recruitment, like, because I would understand if she somehow saw Emerald tricking people by showing an illusion and like showing that Cinder understood that it was an illusion and saying, I want her for my team, and then like maybe orchestrating it so that Emerald would be almost caught if not for her intervention. But we don't see that. We see it in the middle of her running away from some cops or whatever, and then Cinder just coming in for no reason and then being like, haha, I am your savior, now follow me. But like, why?
It also
I can even see Mercury. I could even see them going after Mercury because of their father's reputation, but also like,
Yeah.
why?
How
did they find them?
I was gonna say Emerald. Okay, let us presume that through some circumstances, Cinder found Emerald and wanted to recruit her. And then the way she recruits her is promising a better home and better treatment. And then every time we see them interact, she proceeds to treat Emerald like shit, and Emerald fawning over her like a love-struck schoolgirl. It's like, I'm sorry, if they had a dynamic where Cinder was just constantly leading Emerald on, doing kind of flirtatious things, being manipulative, like, that would be interesting. Yes. You could even go a step further and characterize it that Cinder might actually be reciprocating actual emotions and struggling with that because she needs to keep the veneer and control. Like, you could do interesting things with that kind of thing. You could have Emerald figure out she's just being used and be fucking furious at Cinder. You could go
and that would actually justify her turning on her in Volume 8.
Yeah.
In fact, you would think that would be the route that they would go, because they're specifically trying to what's the word? That would add a dimension to Cinder's character by contrasting her with Salem. These are the habits that she's picked up from Salem. She's doing to Emerald exactly what she did to her.
Yeah, it's so mischaracterized for what they kind of want to go for. It's really weird, man. That's how you know RWBY started out straight, because the Toxic Fury was right there. Legitimately, yeah, you could like trust me. The fandom have taken that and run with it. There is no shortage of Emerald X Cinder fics. Trust me. I've not read them.
It doesn't
have
have to necessarily go that way. It doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, it doesn't have
that
to.
route. But our point is that anything would have been better than what they went with.
Yep, I can't think of a dynamic that would be worse, honestly. It's a struggle. Wait. Oh my god. Thank you, Omega Robert. Twilight, why do you keep interrupting me? I am mad now. God's like, I have to read the super chats for the stream. The stream.
That's fantastic.
More stress than in early volumes. But as to her plan, it involved infiltrating Atlas, seeking to steal the relic to get back in Salem's good graces, as well as ensuring that RWBY died while keeping herself safe and gain more maiden powers. This plan didn't go great, in large part because of the inherent weakness of her grim arm and RWBY's arrival, but she did manage to make
I must ensure that RWBY dies. RWBY has arrived. My plan has failed.
God.
Zell, do you hear yourself? What part of her plan involved RWBY dying in Volume 7? Like, I'm racking my brain.
I know in terms of like that is what she promised Neo, but they were strictly focused at the time on taking the relic and killing the Winter Maiden. They weren't even really going after RWBY specifically. RWBY just kind of showed up while they were trying to take on Winter and Penny. That was the timeline there, you know?
it's I don't know. It's fucking
the Raymond.exe is a word.
I cannot believe that you said a sentence that immediately contradicted itself within like 3 words. It's baffling.
Impressive, honestly. I think this kind of boils down one of the biggest issue that we kind of kept approaching with all of Zell's videos up to this point. The dude is very easily impressed, or at least they come off that way to me personally. Yeah. That like, okay, such simple plot lines would kind of like display themselves, and they're making it out to be some of the most impressive things ever when they're actually not. And even if they were like, you know, somewhat competent, they're not even all that great anyways. But it doesn't matter because everything has to be at least like a 7 out of 10 to them when the level's actually lower. Which again makes me feel like as much as they want to try to analyze these shows, I question their ability to do that competently, to say the least.
I would agree. Cuz like again, you said he seems like he's impressed by everything, which he comes across like he is. And so if everything is amazing to you, then how can you look at it properly if you don't understand what something that is done poorly is in order to compare it, in order to be able to properly evaluate it?
Yeah. Like, it feels like nobody looks over their argumentation on their end. Like, that was something that, I think, Twi, you weren't here when I said this. I was in, like, a live stream with A List Exists the previous weekend talking about their Bumblebee video and shit because they were covering it, which was a fun trip down memory lane a little bit. But, like, we were just saying, like, this dude has very poor argumentation with his script writing, it seems.
Yeah.
And the problem is that everybody else seems to have the same exact problem, because we know that they at least had an editor, a script editor, or a beta reader, sorry, for their Bumblebee video, and presumably this one and the other ones we've covered. How the hell did it come out like this?
It comes off to me as someone that's never had their arguments really challenged. In terms of like, he was never on a debate club. He was never even in like a particularly rigorous like essay class that would be like handing back and going over this stuff. I mean, clearly I don't think he's a writer. Is he a writer? Does he have any kind of writing whatsoever, or is he just a counter critic? Like,
I think he's just a counter critic, but he also has like his own mini studio or whatever to do his little animations and stuff like that. I don't know of any writing that he has actually done.
Yeah, it comes off to me as like, and this is a common complaint lodged against critics. I'd like to see you do better, which is something that I took to heart, and that's why Fixing RWBY exists. But like, the whole point of this is you don't have any experience in writing whatsoever, and I think you should have some level of experience trying to do writing to understand how easy a lot of the pitfalls are, and also how easy they can be to fix once you've learned them. And like it,
or if you
go.
Sorry.
Also,
go ahead, Twilight. I don't want you forgetting again.
To say, I just want to say, like, I've never been on a debate team. I've never been like I've written essays and stuff for English class. I don't know if I would say that it was rigorous or anything like that. So like, what's your excuse when I haven't had all of these things? And
I was about to say I have very little of those qualifications either.
I'm trying to rationalize what distinguishes us from him in our upbringings that led to this situation.
I think it's the level of just understanding basic argumentation and how that works. You know what I mean? I think somebody can understand the basics of like being a critic, which is to point out something is there and bringing it forward and talking about it a certain way with a little bit of intellectual cachet. But it's another thing to see that, okay, in order to have a good argument, you have to frame it in a way that the audience is able to understand and that it remains consistent within itself. And I guess we just pay a lot closer attention to those things for various different reasons, and just they never got the memo. They didn't get the Windows update.
Next, you'll tell me Twilight isn't a Guardian
guess so.
or Kaiser isn't a Shonen. Twilight is a Guardian of Digimon and Kingdom Hearts. That is her goal. Kaiser, actually, that's a good question. Now that you're getting older, are you going to change it to Kaiser Seinen?
I have been flowing around different like channels. If I were to make a side channel, which I am thinking about doing at some point, that is one of the names.
Celtic isn't a phoenix. You shut it. Mods, turn that man upside down and immediately shake out all of his lunch money.
Is that the 5th mod?
That is the fifth mod. We're on a roll, and most of them have been Titan.
You're just like going after Titan today. Titan is the problem child.
He
of this
is.
stream.
He's trying to insert himself into our boys' night. He was, or judgmental isn't a crit. Okay, look, you can look at her vibrating in the back there. How can you not say that little thing is a critter? Come on.
Yeah.
Mods add an electron to his every atom. Kaiser Shoujo.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Now that'd be me covering toxic Yuri stuff.
Oh my god, I would love to see like your avatar, but in like a frilly magical girl outfit.
Ensuring that
Kaiser
RWBY died while keeping
Josei.
herself safe and gain more maiden powers. This plan didn't go great, in large part because of the inherent weakness of her grim arm and Ruby's arrival, but she did manage to make Ironwood spiral and gave Neo the window to steal the relic. Moving on to Volume 8, we are again get the Cinder is weak and dumb complaints, mostly in relation.
I'm sorry,
I mean,
it was mostly Watts that made Ironwood spiral.
Yes.
Like mostly
Most of
Watts,
that was his
Ruby's
plan.
betrayal. Like literally, she was one piece in all of it.
Like Watts delivered the case where, you know, that contained the Grim that had Salem's
It had the
message
seer,
in
yeah.
it and everything. Yeah.
I know nothing,
Oh,
knows things, all frauds. You're right on that one.
You know what Zell is kind of falling for here?
What?
Cinder is the mascot to Salem's group.
Ah.
She isn't actually the person who does all of the things. It's people working in the background. But because she is the face of it, because she is the singer to the band, because she is the mascot to the product, she is the one that gets all of the recognition for it. She is the one that gets the flag.
She is the Josie to the
Right.
Pussycats.
She is the gem of the holograms.
So like even though
It's a deep cut.
that she hasn't done anything because it was all Watts in volume 3.
Yeah.
Cinder barely did anything. She went in, she inserted the program so that Watts could do his thing, and then she spouted a speech. That is all she did. She
Yes.
didn't actually do a whole lot of things in the grand scheme of things. But
Yeah, she didn't hack
because
into the
it was-
CCT and make the robots go crazy. That was all Watts' program.
Yes, that's what she said.
Yeah. But because she was the one that was associated with the chess piece, the moment that Ironwood saw the chess piece on his desk, which Cinder was the one that left. That was the only thing that she really did. Everything else was Watts. He spiraled because he associates that with her. She is the front face of the organization. She doesn't actually do anything. That is what Zell is getting confused here. Is that the show is very very, very ineffectual with its female characters. It is actually incredibly sexist.
Well, I was gonna say, I guess if you want to expand it, she was responsible for setting up Roman and Mercury and Emerald. Like, she was the mastermind behind them being involved in things, and like Emerald fucking up the fight with Penny, which again goes back to no one should have been really that alarmed by it. It's like, oh my god, they killed Penny. Oh wait, she's a robot? Oh, that's weird. So no one actually died. Like, most people will just assume she was just a robot.
Yeah.
Like, our characters knew that she was a person, but like everyone would be like, "Oh, that was a robot."
Most of the
girl?
audience
Huh.
don't. Right. And why
Well,
should I
again,
trust
that
this
goes-
weird, crazy supervillain voice?
Yeah. Also, that kind of goes into this whole confusion with Volume 3 of like, okay, so well, also just the writing in general of like, the writing goes that the writing is that the moment that the audience figures out something, all of the other characters in the show, regardless of whether or not that would be realistic, also knows this. It's the same frustration that I have with my role plays that I have. It's the same thing, because it's a fucking robot, so it's not going to understand that characters will not realistically know this stuff. As long as you have a base meta knowledge of something, then all of the other characters are going to understand that as well. That is incredibly stupid. But that is how the writing of RWBY works as well. Once once the audience knows something, or once the meta knowledge of that thing is out there, every character knows about it.
Yes.
But also the idea that I lost it. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm not gonna try and.
I was gonna say, like, we've talked about Volume 3 and shit to death. Titan, why is this sideways? Hey, look, I got my jacked acceptance license. Not even in your dreams, Mr. Titan. No, and I'm flying away. But why is it sideways?
You made that with paper mache.
Yeah, but also, like, why is it sideways? What's happening here? What? It's a SpongeBob reference. Oh. Why is it sideways?
I actually don't even know what we're talking about here.
It's a fan. Oh, he deleted it. What the hell?
I guess he wants to correct it, I guess.
Well, it's up on
I didn't get to see
stream.
it either.
Anyway, well, back to Zell's shenanigans.
Her disobeying Salem, going after and then losing to Penny. We are again at the window to steal the relic. Moving on to Volume 8, we are again get the Cinder is weak and dumb complaints, mostly in relation to her disobeying Salem, going after and then losing to Penny. We are again at a stage of frustration for me because a lot of thought went into this. We've already covered what was motivating Cinder, but why did Cinder lose? Easy. Emerald's semblance doesn't work on Penny the same way it does other people. Penny has systems that Emerald is not aware of and couldn't place her hallucinations over, and thus she could still pinpoint Cinder in what should have been an easy skewering.
Which makes it even more confusing because, how...
They already know she's a robot.
Well, yeah, first, she knows that, and then second, like, I was always confused. Why did Penny see the illusions? I guess because she has a soul? Like... It's like there are several layers to this, but also, I'm sorry, Zell, what gave her the fucking riot act in this volume? Because she is so incredibly inept. He goes over all of the major problems because guess what? Watts, surprisingly, is a competently written antagonist. And he dresses her down because she's a goddamn bitch.
Yeah, and that was super iconic and instantly made them an interesting character, because not only was, of course, him yelling at Cinder great, which is always awesome, but also because the fact that tells us something about his mindset when it comes to things. Like the way in which he dresses her down. You have to be clever, not just smart. You don't have to be deserving, you have to be worthy of something. That tells us something about him. That's what good character dialogue does. and there is 0 bars that Cinder ever has. The only time that she ever had any decent dialogue, ironically, was in Volume 7 when she was talking to Winter. That was about it. What other really good Cinder lines can you give me prior to that point?
It's just, I'm sorry, but if you don't bring this up, we are sinning you beyond hell.
Cinder was in full-on attack mode, justifiably confident Penny would not know where she's coming from, and got blindsided by epic lasers to the face. It's not as complicated as Volume 5, but the reason for her defeat was
telegraphed up to that point.
It's
so she
also
should have dodged.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Piccolo would be disappointed.
Exactly, yo.
It's so frustrating because you're just like, they knew she was a robot. They should have known that this was a possibility. Yes. I don't know why you would. God, one of my favorite tabletop role-playing game experiences was a Star Wars tabletop one-shot that my friend was running. It was just me and my it was just the 3 of us, 1 GM, 2 players. We were both bounty hunters, and we were hired to go onto this spaceship and explore it because it had gone missing, or like it had been discovered in a debris field. My friend was playing an alien. I was playing a droid. And that was really fun. It turned out we found like a bunch of like, I think it was stormtroopers that we ended up rescuing for a bounty. But it turns out they weren't actually stormtroopers. They were illithids, like the tentacly faced creatures from D&D. They were invading,
right?
Like that was the setting, and it was a horror story where like, oh, they were impersonating this. And one of the best moments was the fact that we just like, I figured out I'm a robot. None of their mind shenanigans work on me. So while my friend's character was seeing another human or a humanoid creature when they take off their helmets, I was just seeing illithids. And so like I kept ruining my GM's plans when it's like, oh, I'm gonna sneak this guy onto the ship. And our first thing is, take off your helmet. What? Take off your helmet. And he does, and I just immediately draw and shoot him. It was great. Yep. It's like, so sorry. That was something we thought of when we were dumb college kids.
Yep.
Still well thought out. I should also add just how damned effective Cinder proved against Penny once she wasn't being blindsided by out-of-context attacks.
Combat doesn't count. Combat doesn't matter in this show. People die when they need to.
Yeah, and also, again, like we said earlier, the problem is that this is another one in her string of defeats. You can't just be a major villain in a story that consistently fails every single time and in almost the exact same ways unless there's something interesting going on with that character to compensate. And Cinder doesn't have that.
Until the Watts dress down. But that's like 3 losses
too late. Yeah, that's 8 seasons?
Yeah.
That's 8 seasons worth of time spent up to that moment.
It's embarrassing. It's like how RWBY didn't get a character arc until Volume 9. It's like right up there.
Yes.
So moving on to her portraying Watts and Neo, which many complain about because they feel she hasn't learned her lesson about the usefulness of others. But she already knew that. She's had minions the whole time. The main thing Cinder adjusted was to use the carrot over the stick, even with people she hates. Something she doesn't like doing and hasn't meaning.
Exactly.
But she did use the carrot with Emerald. What? That was what she was using initially. Why did she go away from it? What the fuck are you talking about? Why was anyone following her? And she died. Oh my god! You missed the Watts. Oh my god.
No. Raymond.
Yes.
So he was saying before that her whole thing was that she didn't trust people and that that was something that she needed to learn. And now he is saying that she knew how to do that the entire time. So the whole idea that she needed to learn to trust people wasn't the thing that was important in the first place.
I want to yell so much. This is such a bad point. Oh my god.
Banish this man to the litter box.
Oh my god. You want the mods to do that too?
No, they don't have the power to do that, but once we find someone who can.
Okay. Oh my god.
Jose Galagarza, Cinder feels like the villain of the week rather than the main villain. Yes.
Even though the show wants us to see her as the main villain, it's like, oh my god, yeah, you know, enough analogies. You get our point. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Twilight. It's super contradictory. So we gone from the point being that Cinder is so prideful that she prefers to do things herself to Cinder already knows about making other characters useful. And even before that point, he even acknowledged that, oh, he wasn't all that bad towards Mercury. So it's like, what the fuck? What is the point of all this? She's just learning the same lesson again. And there's no reason why she backtrack on that. If it was an in-character reason why she backtrack on it, absolutely fine, and we can focus on that. But there isn't any.
Daigato, thank you so much for the art of Guys Night 3 Daylight Savings.
Oh, yeah?
It's incredible. I love it.
I love it so much. I love it. Thank you so much.
God, Giselle.
Done with her minions throughout most of the series, as previously noted, even back in the early volumes. As to the betrayal itself...
Wait, I also need the... So you're telling me that she's made a heap load of mistakes this entire time, as opposed to all the times you said that she was incredibly intelligent and Zell, are you listening to yourself at all? You are now admitting that everything before this point was a critical failure. Zell.
Also, I just want to say, just because you point out that a character has made flaws in your show doesn't mean that suddenly it was meant to be that from the beginning. Like, the frustrating thing about a lot of these characters and a lot of the character decisions is that we don't have a very good through line in order to justify why they made the actions that they did. So pointing out that they made a mistake instead of doing something correctly doesn't actually fix the ultimate complaint that we have. It just highlights that we are correct.
Yes. It's not contributing to something. It's just a failure.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. Like, it's evil, sure, but she never pretended she wasn't in this for self-serving reasons, at least not to us, the audience.
Yeah,
Here's the thing. Cinder and Watts fucking hate one another. That's been obvious since they had their first scene together. What's more, Watts knows she used the last question, and while Salem might not care, Cinder doesn't want to risk it. Killing him off means that no one can challenge her account.
Pausing for copyright. Continue.
Of events. Meanwhile with Neo, I think a lot of people forget that their partnership started after Cinder proved she was too strong for Neo to kill.
Are you just writing off the Watts diatribe as if, it's just because he hates her and not because he's right?
Yeah.
God,
Hey, we got 1 minute left in the video. Maybe they
However much Neo
don't
might have come to seek a potential Torquid replacement in Cinder, I mean, look at the portrait she had of them in the Ever After. Neo was never anything but a rogue element Cinder was directing at someone she hated for her own benefit. So why, after Neo tried to extort her, did Cinder try to kill her? Because Neo tried to extort her, showing she put her own goals ahead of Cinder's. Again, dick move, but not illogical and also in line with Salem's don't put your own desires ahead of mine mantra. Plus, like with Watts, now there's no one to challenge her accounting of events to Salem. The fact that Mercury...
Okay, but how would Neo share any of that?
Neo just wants
she
Ruby
does
dead.
know about that.
That's literally all Neo wants.
She doesn't care about that. Yeah. So why in the world would Neo threaten her position with Salem if Ruby is dead and they both get what they wanted? Like, I will say, I don't think that many people were that upset that Cinder killed off Neo. Really?
No, it actually made sense because she was a useful pawn. It's like one of the most logical decisions that Cinder could have made.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
if
only
anything,
thing
people...
that I know that people were upset about was that Neo didn't hold a grudge for Cinder because of that.
Yes! That's a big problem with Neo.
Yes. And also, granted that's in the aftermath, but also, people were upset that they killed off Watts because just when Watts became interesting, they killed him off.
Yes. He had succeeded for 2.5 volumes and he died. And then he came back in a really
Yes.
shitty spin-off.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is debatably canon.
Yes.
Bailed on her, and Emerald did the same even more recently, likely also further fostered Cinder's already
Mercury didn't bail on her. He was ordered. Like, that's not bailing.
Yeah, when the fuck? Yeah, how the fuck is that bailing on her? What?
And okay, what was it
They
that
were
that
literally
prompted...
ordered to go to Vacuo.
Why did Emerald defect again? I'm trying to remember the scene.
Oh my god.
It was because of Hazel.
So, like, yeah, it was because of Hazel. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it was the team, John, Yang, and Ren were on the whale. Hazel got the truth about the relics and stuff from Oscar/Ozpin. Then Emerald, I guess, was told about it. They encountered Salem. They fought Salem. They left. And then they just brought Emerald with her. And she decided to just change sides just cuz.
Yeah. It's like, great.
Like it was implied that she was never fully on board with this in the first place. So that makes sense. But also, like, when has Emerald ever actually done something for herself? When has she actually been an active character?
Yeah.
She's always been a Cinder sycophant. That's about it.
Yeah, she's always done things because Cinder told her to, and now she's only on the main character side because Hazel told her to. So it's always someone else telling her to do something.
Right.
Yep. That's
She's not a very good character, guys.
like if that
Yeah,
was
not even
part,
close.
like if making the fact that she is a follower in all things like part of her character, that could work, but it's just it doesn't help when you try to give her a redemption arc and you treat her as if she is redeemed. No, she's just
Well,
going with the
also-
flow.
Well, also, like, how insulting is it to have a character that was very self-sufficient because she regardless of whether or not she had to survive, she was looking after herself. She was doing things in order to survive. And then the moment that she gets some kind of help, she just becomes this lost little puppy who can't do anything for herself. She used to be self-sufficient. She used to make her own decisions and go forward and do things for herself. And now you're telling me that she literally can't do anything for herself unless someone gives her an order.
Yep.
Yeah. It is a very interesting implication. On top of her just being really bad and bland.
It's literally just because Cinder gave her food. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
deeply
you know, that could be meaningful, but they didn't really do it that way.
isolationist personality. But you know, that's just a theory. A RWBY theory. But anyway, yeah, I hope with this I've been able to bring to light the thought processes that inform Cinder's decisions, reactions, and actions.
Also,
as
this
well as
editing
demonstrate
is
the
so
degree of
bland,
careful
man.
thought that went into planning both her victories and her defeats. That's all for now, so thanks for tuning in.
Zell, there is a missile containing several thousand large magnets heading towards your house right now.
Dog, I was seeing in chat that this might be Zell's worst video. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
It is pretty bad. Like he just
It is
completely
really bad.
glazes over, like he just slides over so many big points.
Yeah. Which honestly, again, I say the same thing that I recently said back during the stream with A List Exists, which is that this is what he has to work with, right? Like, I don't know, man. There's no other way, I guess, to showcase that this is actually impressive, you know?
Yeah. At least top
He
5.
also has to. Yeah. He also has to dig in and analyze things in a way that ignores a lot of other things in order to get to the conclusion that he wants to get to. So he is. I think I've said this before. Maybe the last time that we did a Zell stream, or even the last 2 times we did a Zell stream, because this is only our 3rd Zell stream.
And
right?
yet he is convinced that we are somehow obsessed with him. Or was
Yeah.
or were that his sycophants? Was that his sycophants?
I think both him
I
and
think it
his
was both.
fans have said that. Yeah.
Yeah, when I only just
Despite
saw
the
that
fact
on
that
a whim.
Yeah, despite the fact that we've talked about other content creators, bigger content creators, bigger freaking issue, bad content creators, you know, like it is. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like
Yeah, but
if anything, that's a credit to you because you're the only person talking positively about RWBY in the year of our Lord 2026 in a critical manner.
Huh.
So I don't know, man.
yeah, but to what I was saying before, like he really has to pick them cherries in order for
Yeah.
him to even make his points in the first place. So
Right.
it's very frustrating if like he could make his points so much stronger if he was able to actually go in and dissect everything regarding this character. But he doesn't. He
Yeah.
has to cherry pick because he already has a conclusion in his head. He just has to find evidence for what he wants to say.
Right.
He's cherry picking in a hemlock bush.
Yeah.
It's like I said in the Bumblebee stream, both of them really. It's kind of like how he kept talking about how, you know, Bumblebee was done well because like he by propping it up, he has to put down Sun and his contributions to Blake's character and make it seem like Yang, for the most part, understood Blake really, really well, when she doesn't really understand Blake like more than half of the time that they've had screen time with each other. And I said that if anything, the arguments that he should make is that Bumblebee is good because it is realistically flawed. These are two people who are complicated and have their own issues, who don't always see eye to eye, but they come together because they care about each other and they have common ground. That should be
Yeah.
the focus of these videos. But of course, they didn't think to do that because in the back of their mind, they're also trying to fucking debate bro with Black Sun shippers, I guess. You know? And they were so focused on that they couldn't think about making a well-constructed argument. And it's the same with this video. We have to debunk the critics. We have to debunk the critics. We have to debunk the critics. Which is perfectly fine, by the way. I think response videos are a great way, very ironic is what we're doing, to frame existing arguments about a character and knock them down one by one. It's what I did, is what me and CBF did with RWBY's Volume 8 plan. We made a whole video about that. We framed it around a conversation. The difference is that we, at least what you need to do, what they'll fail to do, is remain consistent within their own points.
Why is Twilight
Because
cardboard? Her computer is having some issues. That's why. That's a stand-in for her. Also, don't go anywhere, guys. We got another video to cover. We're although that's a shorter one.
I actually do need to go.
No.
I know, I'm so sorry, but I was getting a text from some people from my university, and they need my help with something.
Okay, me and Twilight can tackle this one then. I mean, to be fair, you only read a little bit of the session.
I did only read a little bit. I'm sorry. It was so boring.
It was boring. I mean, granted, I was also really busy at the same time, but like, yeah, it was so boring.
But yeah, anything you want to announce before you head off?
Well, first off, shout out to ALX. I know I've been doing this throughout this entire stream, but definitely check out our video on it. That's number one. Number two, a video. A couple videos are in the works, one being another collab, and look forward to some shorts that I'm planning on making. I have to figure out some stuff with OBS because I'm trying to start making shorts based on not only this stream, but other streams that that I have been on. But OBS is being weird whenever I try to record specific parts. So that's getting a little annoying. But, you know, I'll figure it out at some point. And I might stream on my channel this Saturday. So
Ooh.
also pay attention to that. Yeah, stay tuned for that. I know it's been a while. Unfortunately, we're not going to get back to Dispatch until a little bit later. There's some other things I need to fix, but we will get back to it very, very soon. So yeah, this stream has been great, guys, and I hope y'all have a good one. Good luck.
Alrighty.
with tackling this video.
Bye-bye.
All right, see y'all later.
And there we go. Transition over to that. I had that nice and ready. Okay. So I've already gone over my feelings on the session. I know you touched on it too, a little bit, didn't you?
Not on stream, I don't think, other than the fact that it's boring, but also like I said, I barely got through like a quarter the first chapter. I remember like we were talking in my Discord about like the things, like how the introduction was very, very weird, about how Jean is going over a very basic video of like,
yeah.
Like imagine that this is the equivalent of an adult man watching a YouTube video about how 1 + 1 = 2 math works.
Basically, like, what this video was supposed to do is recap the world of Remnant and the setting for us and tell us, basically set up for anyone that's never watched RWBY before. But it's framed as though John is watching this video preview at, like, that's off to the side on a TV at a fucking hot dog stand.
No, he was on his phone. He was so absorbed in watching this. Yeah, he was so absorbed watching this video on his phone that he didn't realize that it takes only 5 seconds for someone to make up a hot dog and give it to him.
Yeah.
And he was making them all wait for so long that a big crowd had gathered behind him just waiting to get hot dogs.
Do you think this is an issue of translation? No. This is not. Like there's several things you can blame on the translation. One of my biggest issues with the translation from both authors, because I got a decent way through chapter 2 before I jumped out. Because remember, this is a Japanese novel. This was never ported to the West because the West doesn't like the ooey, disgusting swimsuits that the girls wear on the cover that no one actually wears except for Yang. Basically, this is translated from Japanese. It's a very direct, rough translation that's like barely put any extra thought into. And there's a lot you can lay down that it's a very bland and dry read. It's a problem that I have with a lot of light novels that I've tried to read, like Konosuba's. I tried to read Konosuba's. I was miserable. The only light novel I've ever read that actually has a really good translation are the Saga of Tanya the Evil novels, or Yojo Senki, as those that know it in Japan.
I haven't been reading it as much as I should, because my friend gave it me quite a while ago, and I read like a chapter of it on my trip to Mexico last year, but the Vampire Hunter D light novels are actually pretty good.
Okay, but it's a good case for arguing against raw translation. It's a whole case study in like how many people argue for like dub versus sub, and then what kind of subs. It's a great argument against it because if you actually read this, it is so boring and unpleasant to the point that they kept referring to different characters like Yang and Blake as him over and over again, because of the different pronouns that they used in Japanese that make sense, but in English translate to a masculine him. So I was going through as I'm reading it as like, oh, I'm so happy for their transition. Oh, I'm glad they got that off their chests and they got that over. Like I was just making those little jokes to myself because I was so fucking bored. Oh my God, guys, I was so goddamn bored. The first chapter is just John watching this video, getting a hot dog, wondering if going to this convention that's about like it's a machining company called SIC, who is like a Veil, potentially, like, Weiss even comments later that it might be able to rival the SDC. But it's like a mechanics and industrial, like, type company. It has a whole convention to show off a bunch of their inventions. And John is like, oh, I wonder if taking Weiss here on a date would be a good idea. And the entire chapter is just how John is down hard for Weiss and trying to think of ways to impress her. He runs into a little girl. We're talking maybe about 10 at the highest. And, like, she drops a bunch of documents that look like she's from this company. And because he had learned this company has a resort, he was like, oh, she's from this company. I wonder if I can ask her for tickets to this island. Which is already a massive fucking leap on several levels. Also, she's a child. So we got problems. So he decides to follow her after she runs off in a rush because she has something to do. So he decides to chase this child. Not really chase, he's just kind of following her through the crowd. Like, I'm sorry, John, what the fuck? It's like, this does not look good, buddy. You can't just chase a child. Then she runs to a mechanical elephant-looking robot. She's trying to repair it. It accidentally starts up, goes on a rampage. John gets captured by it. It's all from his perspective as Team RWBY comes flying in to basically disable it and save him. And then later, when he's talking to the child's like, what were you trying to do? And he's like, I was trying to help you. And it's like, why? Because I need an excuse to help you? Because he's so good and virtuous. And then she gives him a bunch of tickets to the island as, like, recompense. Without, like, oh, it's any of your friends a Faunus? And he's like, well, I know one. And she's like, okay, we'll take these tickets anyways. Like, that's weird. Why would you highlight someone being a Faunus? Yeah, no. Then she runs off. He has these tickets. And unbeknownst to him, Team RWBY have also been given tickets as part of a hush-up because the company doesn't want anyone knowing about this very public convention having a rampaging robot in it. So basically he goes to RWBY's dorm room and tries to ask Weiss to come to a private island with him. And before he can, Team RWBY reveals that they got tickets as well, which deflates his plans. So he goes back to his dorm room and plays it off like he got the tickets for everyone there. And everyone is excited about it. Everyone's so happy about it. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, John, you are a literal piece of shit. It's like, he is so unlikable because of the actions he takes in this story. I hate John even more after reading this.
It really is baffling how much all media related to RWBY when it comes to Jean just makes him out to be this horrible person.
Legitimately.
And yet, also at the same time, try to glaze him and say that, oh, he's actually a good person. And, oh, he gets all these sad RWBY moments, feel sorry for him. Why should I feel sorry for him? He is not a good person.
Yugok says, have y'all read Toradora or Monogatari light novels? I have not.
I have not even watched the anime or read the manga for those.
I bet Pura is excited. No, actually, that was one of my main complaints. Pura never loses a perpetual, like, sad smile on her face. Every single time that Pura is mentioned, almost repeating itself in some places, like within, like, a line or two, Pura has a sad smile. Pura has a sad smile. Pura's smile never quite reaches her eyes or something. Actually, it doesn't ever get that creative in its prose. It's really, really like she just constantly smiles sadly at John because her only character trait in this story is that she is down bad for him, but she knows that he's trying to fuck Weiss. Like, that's the be-all, end-all of it. He's completely oblivious to this. And it gets addressed in the next chapter where he tells her, oh, yeah, I was going to ask Weiss that, but, like, I came back to you guys because she already had one. It's like, it's the most awkward fucking conversation. I'm like, John, you should have just kept that to yourself. Oh, my God. Also, thank you, Titan Executor, for the Kaiser perfect shorts. Uh,
I
it,
don't like this man at all.
yeah, it's just, and then as I was getting through chapter 2, it finally focused on Team RWBY, and the big problem with Team RWBY is that they all have their summer vacation, which they spend together for some reason. You would think people would want to go home during summer. They all want to do different things. So RWBY arranged that every single day they do a different member's thing. So one day is RWBY's, one day is Yang's, one day is Y's, one day is Blake's, that sort of thing. And then there's a conundrum because they're going to the island the next day. And oh no, Yang wants to relax and have leisure at this resort. Well, Weiss is like, hey, they have a state-of-the-art training center. Let's go train. However, will we solve this conundrum? RWBY is so torn up about it. They just decide, oh, you guys get one day, I get another. I mean, technically they split the days down the middle, but it's like, wow. I'm so enthused about this. How good.
Why do they all have to do things together at all times? That's kind of weird.
That is also weird. Yes, that is absolutely true. I hadn't even considered that, but that's just because at this point they're a blob of personalities. They're going to a private island.
They are one person split into 4 different bodies.
It's a company island, so it's more private than public, but it's not as private as like... I was about to make a really insensitive joke. As a private island. It's a damn porn plot. No, it's not. I wish it were. I really wish it were. Honestly, it would be better. So they go to the island and they do some training because Weiss is like, we don't have good team composure, which honestly, true. Like, she actually is right that they need to train. But no one wants to... basically... It ends up that Blake and Weiss and John and Pyrrha train, and then Nora, Ren, RWBY, and Yang go to the beach. And as I said at the beginning of this, this entire setup as a beach episode is a complete bait and switch because the only character that actually gets it, like, it's only Yang and Nora that get in swimsuits. RWBY is technically in a swimsuit, but like she also has an overshirt on. So, like, the picture you see at the front of the cover is a complete lie. Weiss never wears a swimsuit. Blake never wears a swimsuit. They never hang out together at the beach. And, like, it's the only time, like, I have to read this fucking passage. Where did I post it? It's fucking weird. Did I post it in the sketchies? I must have posted it in the sketchies.
I think so.
Yeah, see,
you stopped posting it in the general.
I posted it, like, I split because there were some things that I thought would be better with everyone else. But she didn't have a proper swimsuit already, and that's why she's wearing that unattractive shirt. This is Yang talking about RWBY. I should have picked out something better for her. She's only 15, isn't she? I don't think you should be choosing something that's just based on your personal tastes. Actually, I don't know if this is Yang or Ren, because Ren is talking to Yang here, which is already, like, there are some rare interactions. Too bad they're boring as hell. One look at Yang's current outfit, and you see why Ren said that. Yang Xiaolong had an outstanding figure, and her choice of water and snow was one that didn't flaunt her body. In other words, she was a woman who could show off her body without being vulgar. Because of this, Yang, lying on the deck chair, had been attracting the attention of the men passing by on the beach, and Ren, just by standing between her and Yang, was attracting the attention of men, both human and faunus. How do you wear how do you show off your body in a vulgar way when you're just laying, like, is it implying that she would be, like, fanning her legs behind her ears or something? Like, how do you do that in a vulgar way? Just, like, are you wearing, like, a slingshot bikini? Is that what you're doing? What, ass up presenting? Like, this is why you don't go with a literal translation. Things don't make sense in English.
Yeah.
It's a weird fucking thing. How does this novel translated from Japanese sound so much like E.C. Meyer's writing? No, look, I'm not going to insult EC Myers. Like, he's bland, but he's not this bad. I'm sorry, because he's not typically super incorrect about everything. Anyway, I'm going to leave you to make a few more comments. I'll be right back.
It feels so standard, but also so weird at the same time. Like, obviously, you need some way to get the characters to get into the actual plot, but it's done in this way that is so thoughtless, that is so contrived. And of course, I'm learning about the greater plot along with you guys because I didn't bother reading it. I'm sorry, I'm very unprofessional on this very professional live stream for everybody. But the characterization and the characters and the interactions and stuff also seem very uninteresting. And it would probably be more interesting if we got better characterization for the characters in the actual show, because then we have a baseline for all of their interactions with each other. And then there would be more there for the writer to actually do, but because there was so little interaction in the show, they basically have to make up shit in order for them to be able to function and do anything for the characters in the first place. But because the writer doesn't really know their personalities all that well, it doesn't seem, and it doesn't know how the characters would interact with each other, and then they have to talk about these very boring slice of life stuff. It makes it feel very disconnected and very weird and very uncomfortable. Like, you have the slice of life stuff in order to better characterize stuff, but you need the action stuff and the more plot driven stuff in order to make the more important character moments and character interactions with each other. Like, it's a very delicate balance of the plot stuff and the slice of life stuff in order to best mingle together in order to create good characters and good characterization and good character interactions. But we don't seem to be getting that from either the show or the light novels.
Yeah.
And then, of course, with the translation stuff, it just makes it very awkward and uncomfortable.
And remind you, it seems like in that description, they were trying to say, like, oh, she's too young. Like, I kind of feel like they were trying to say RWBY is too young to be wearing anything particularly revealing, and then this is on the cover. Like, the cover has RWBY in, like, a pseudo bikini wearing, like, a sweatshirt over it. Like, I don't know how to describe this, but, like, I don't think this book understands how it's being advertised.
Yeah.
It's really, and then they also advertise, like, it's like, they tried to, like, veer away from the fan service when fan service was the selling point. But also, let's see, the rest of the plot I can roughly summarize. It's basically a bunch of Grimm attacked the island, and they learned that the guy that owns the island, who is the father of the girl that they met, Iona Rockshaw. Turns out that he's actually working he's the leader of the Silver Bullet Brotherhood, which is another interesting point in this. It's a racial pro-human organization intent on expelling or enslaving Faunus, and is using the island as a massive trap with surveillance drones and hidden trackers inside the passenger cars, along with radio jammers ensuring victims can't leave or call for help. It's like, oh my god, there's a human equivalent of the White Fang? That's pretty cool. In fact, Evermorrow plays with that. But it's like, basically, it just turns into, like, we gotta fight the big bad and stop them from using this army of robots that he has. It gets very bland by the end. They save a bunch of Faunus slaves, and it's like, oh, yeah, woo, okay, I mean, that's a good thing. It's ultimately harmless, except for John. It's just bland. It's just so entirely bland. I'm not gonna justify that comment there. Anyway, I'm curious to see what Zell has to say about this because fan service in RWBY has been a hot topic, and this entire book is advertised on it, even if it's not present in it. So,
Yeah.
Hello again. I am so sorry that things have been slow lately. As before, the world is chaotic, moving is chaotic, especially when a ton of your stuff gets delayed by several months. And most integrally, my editor got new responsibilities at their job that we thought we could work through, but can't, setting everything back. Still, this is a project I've wanted to do for a while anyway, and it requires minimal editing, so feel free to just have me on in the background. Anyway, before we get to this review of the light novel RWBY the Session, I'd like to thank my wonderful patrons for making these episodes possible. Links below. RWBY the Session is a Japanese light novel written by Kyosuke Izuki and published by Gakkaga Bunko on July 19th, 2017 and takes place between volumes 1 and 2. This is in some ways the Beach episode that's...
oh my god, Zell, edit out your fucking mouse clicks. Oh. Oh god, I was going to comment on last video, but we had more to talk about. But it's not I can't unhear it. It's so annoying. This might get worse. This is admittedly a previous video, so it was him sitting up at home. Izanagi, Zell, your mic is probably worse than mine. Oh god, how do you manage to do that? This is so hard to hear at points. Yeah. How does Paper Twy look better than the Zell VTuber? Because Twy is a good artist.
Yeah.
certain factions were straining for since the earlier days, but despite the cover, RWBY as usual does far more with the premise than one would expect. For reference, I won't comment over much on the writing quality as I only have access to a fan's translated copy, which while appreciated is maybe not perfectly conveying the author's skill. Thus, I'll focus more on plots, themes, and character beats, but first, a brief summary. We open on Jean and Ren attending a tech convention, the former hoping to invite Weiss and the latter looking for new cookware, and Jean gets scooped up by a mech elephant exhibit.
I'm having flashbacks. I think he's just going to summarize the plot and give like 2 minutes of commentary.
Probably.
Segues into Team RWBY, who are already there because it's RWBY's day to pick an event for their holidays, and she wanted to check out the exhibits. She is elated at the prospect of fighting a mecha elephant. After the mech is disabled by the team, Blake's Volume 2 White Fang paranoia is already on full display as she fears the young Iona Rockshaw was a White Fang agent. We also get
Wait, what? Oh god, I forgot about that. She thought that Blake thought that the attack at the convention was because of her. It's like, what the fuck?
Right.
That was so
Because
weird, like the goddamn leap.
You said that she thought that everything was about her, and I made that comment of like, she thinks that everything is about her at all times and stuff like that. Yeah, I remember that.
It made Blake a self-absorbed prick.
unseemly hints of what the exhibit's host company, the Starhead Industrial Company, SIC, is like, with Usko Anthrop's rough treatment of Iona and him buying off Team RWBY from reporting the event with tickets to Sapang Island Resort. Iona provides similar tickets to Team Juniper for her own reasons. We cut briefly to Roman trying and failing to escape a deal gone bad with his White Fang mooks and being very ticked off about it. Team RWBY still got some internal tensions, with Blake closing off, Yang wanting to relax and Weiss wanting to train, and RWBY struggling to balance their personalities and desires as leader, eventually leading to team splits, with RWBY, Yang, Ren, and Nora going to the beach while Weiss, Blake, Pyrrha, and Jean head to the training.
What was that? I glazed over. What did you say?
Weiss wanting to train, and RWBY struggling to balance their personalities and desires as
RWBY struggling to balance their personalities, and I wanted to see what was on text, but I was like, Zell, their literal decision was, we'll just split days. That's all we gotta do. It's like, that's like the simplest solution for the problem. It's so stupid. I cannot believe they gave RWBY so many fewer brain cells. The art looks good. The art is nice.
leader,
Yeah.
eventually leading to
Some finest women flirt with Yang at the beach. Could be a translation artifact, but I just... That is canon. That was... There was flirting with Yang at the beach. Okay? And...
Team splits, with Ruby, Yang, Ren and Nora going to the beach while Weiss, Blake, Pyrrha and Jean head to the training grounds. Grimm end up attacking the island and the students are conscripted to try and clear them out and help with the evacuation by CEO Fort Lee, who also gives Ruby some leadership advice. But during the mission they encounter strange folks that undermine communications, robots disguised as Grimm and mine carts that shouldn't be there, all while Iona is a recurring presence whose moods and intentions are unpredictable and ominous. We also encounter Roman again, who's been trying to steal dust from a hidden mine on the island. Long story short, the SIC has an alliance with the Silver Bullet Brotherhood, a militant human supremacy faction. They've been using the island resort to kidnap and enslave faunus, keeping them in what they call the cage and using them as labor for mining.
That typical Beach episode. Watch more anime, you dumbass.
This is infinitely more boring than the 4-episode Beach mini arc that was in Fruits Basket.
This is more boring than the Beach episode. Well, actually, this is a bad comparison because like that forwards the plot in many regards. But like, I'm just like looking over at Darling and the Franxx, which is all about human sexuality, and it's like, yeah. Not only did they have a Beach episode, but they worked fan service in. You know, it's the onsen episode in that one show you showed me.
Yeah, I was just about to say Blue Seed. Blue Seed it was an onsen episode, but it was so infinitely more interesting because they had to deal with a bomb threat.
Yeah, this isn't a Beach episode. It's a Beach, like, 12 paragraphs. That's what it is. It's like they're on the beach for such a short time before the Grimm attack. It's like there's nothing of substance happening at the beach. And that's not typical of anime because, oh my god, the Beach episode at the end of Gushing Over Magical Girls, another ecchi series, was more interesting than this because it actually resulted in another character leveling up their powers. Like, that was a big moment for the characters. So, like, Zell, you need to watch more anime. This is so much worse. It's a mission near a beach,
Yeah,
basically.
so, like,
yes.
The thing that makes Beach episodes interesting for a lot of shows, at least when they're doing a good thing. Even MHA had a pool episode and it was filler, or like a beach episode for the girls, but there was still like an action moment where the girls got to stop some not hijackers, drug traffickers, like things like that. Like you either have something that gives the characters more to do, that showcases something that they normally wouldn't do otherwise in the plot, or you have good characterization moments, or characters learn something about themselves, or they learn something about the actual plot of the show that is very important for them going forward. Like, a good Beach episode still has substance to it that either relates to the characters, either relates to something that we wouldn't normally see otherwise, or something related to the actual plot of the show. It's not just an excuse for characters to be in bikinis and in trunks and to go get at the beach and stuff like that. Like, there are elements of that, but that's not the only thing going on if you actually pay attention to a lot of shows that actually have good beach episodes.
Yeah,
Or good
like
onsen episodes.
A lot of shows with these fan service episodes, they do something with them. Inevitably, the good ones do. Like, there's a bad stigma around them because there are a bunch of dustbin level shows that just use it for the jiggly boobs and shit. But there are plenty of shows that get to have the jiggly boobs and plot progression or character progression or relationship progression. You can have both of them, and they're pretty common. It's just you have just no fucking reference point because you don't actually watch anime. Ugh. Also,
Yeah.
I can't help but notice in your thumbnail, Zell, you hide the actual cover behind you because you don't want to talk about the fan service. I bet we'll see.
Thus, intended to create their own nation there. Iona was initially on board with this due to her brother dying by a faunus's hands and likely Fort Lee's pre-existing biases, but has come to have doubts and collaborates with the teams to try and help free the faunus without Fort Lee getting the chance to blow up the mines to hide the evidence. This leads to a string of battles and ambushes, including Blake trying to gun it solo for a while and convincing the White Fang accompanying Roman of what's going on, Pyrrha and Iona briefly being caught only for her to go full Magneto on the guards, and Team RWBY uniting to take down Fort Lee. All the while, the theatrical villain is blasting music and his agents, led by Usko, confront Pyrrha. Team RWBY overcomes Fort Lee's semblance, only to almost die when Roman sets off all the explosives before escaping. Fort Lee dies trying to spite kill Blake, and hilariously, no one on RWBY even pretends to care. But everyone is able to escape together, though it's the eye when Roman sets off all the explosives before escaping. The theatrical villain is blasting music and his agents. Hilariously, no one on RWBY. Kira. Team RWBY overcomes Fort Lee's semblance, only to almost and Team RWBY uniting to take down Fort Lee. All the while, the theatrical villain is blasting music and his agents, led by Usko, confront Pyrrha. Team RWBY overcomes Fort Lee's semblance, only to almost die when Roman sets off all the explosives before escaping. Fort Lee dies trying to spite kill Blake, and hilariously, no one on RWBY even pretends to care. But
hilariously, no one pretends to care about a person dying.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Zell?
Jesus Christ, this is
Why would that be hilarious?
Like, I understand he's a villain. He's a horrible racist. He's a human being. He's a person. Like, oh my god, aren't you the asshole that makes, like, arguments about Hope Punk and, like, characters caring? Like, aren't you one of those people that prop up RWBY as some, like, anti-shonen bullshit where, like, they actually care about their oppositions and try to redeem them? Aren't you the person that talks about that? Like, am I wrong? Am I forgetting that?
Hilariously, Team RWBY didn't give a shit when all those Faunus died in Volume 2.
Hilariously, RWBY didn't give a shit when all those people got blown off the fucking bridge in Volume 8.
Yeah.
God damn, Zell. Like, genuinely, I'm worried about you now. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like, and I doubt that's something in the book that's, like, highlighted, like, any of them not paying attention. I think that was just something that, like, was neglected to be mentioned, and he's inputting his own words, so I think that's on him.
Everyone is able to escape together.
That's why I'm putting all the blame on him. I'm saying, what the fuck is wrong with him?
We have a brief debrief with Ozpin before ending on a happy note. Summary over, onto the review. First up, plot. In terms of overall story and structure, I think it's quite solid, though I am unsure the translation quite conveys everything perfectly. Still, we got a good explanation for all the moving parts, almost every...
Reading it through, I think the plot points were conveyed. Like, it's really just in the fine details where things weren't. But, like, it's more that it's just really an ugly read than it is anything else, Zell. It's not impacted on the narrative level. The things that are there are supposed to be there. And that includes the awful characterization.
Everyone has something decent to do and good challenges to overcome, with the villains whose plans are evil but coherent, and there's enough intrigue and surprises to keep people curious. I find this is also a fun twist on the usual...
Mostly Nora and Ren background shenanigans while RWBY and Yang talked. And some Faunus ladies flirted with Yang for a second. Why do you keep bringing that up?
Yeah, why do you keep bringing that up?
It was like a paragraph minimum. Like, it was like a short paragraph in the book. I read that section.
Is that supposed to be like, oh, this goes to show that Yang is into women? It's like, well, that doesn't go to show that Yang is... It just goes to show that these background characters were into Yang. And that Yang wasn't an asshole and didn't ignore them.
Well, on top of that, it's like, that's from the perspective of Iona. So, like, she doesn't understand what's going on over there. We don't get a clear image. Not that, for the record, not that this book is particularly good about distinguishing POV, because it flips between people constantly, and I get lost who I'm supposed to be following it sometimes. It's awful.
Oh no, it head hops? Oh,
what?
No.
I don't know if that might be a translation quirk. It might not be, because, like, it's like the characters, it's either that or the characters are making assumptions about each other. Let me see. I'm trying to find, like, if there's any in here. Look, Blake, it's the island, said Ruby again as she turned her gaze back at the approaching island. Yes, I see it. I don't know why. That one tickles me. I was just like, yes, Ruby, it's kind of hard to miss the island. Um, I'm trying to see that if I copied one. Is the Ruby had don't have proper swimsuit. Like I said, like it confused me with like Yang and Ren who was talking. I wasn't sure who it was, so it's like that kind of shit happens all the time. Mostly Nora and Ren background shenanigans, so literally nothing new from Nora and Ren. Yang and Ruby talked.
Yeah.
That's a first. I mean, like it's been a while.
They talked in Volume 7.
They talked in Volume 1, and so this is the first. Like this is the second bullet point out of 3.
Mindless beach episodes. We maybe got 1 minute of beach shenanigans before the actual plot kicked off.
So, what you're saying is, the cover is a bait and switch, and it's false advertising. On several levels, for the record.
Yeah.
They spent almost no time at the beach. None of the characters shown actually get into their swimsuits, except for Ruby in a shirt. And Yang in hers. Yang is the only one that gets in the actual swimsuit described. And even then, I'm pretty sure, what was the description on that one? Let me get the description said, water and snow, which doesn't at all comes off to me as this yellow and gray one that she's wearing. There we go. It doesn't come off to me at all like that. So I think this depiction is not even accurate to like what she is intended to be wearing. It sounds like she's supposed to be like wearing a white bikini of some sort, a white blue bikini, which is an interesting choice for Yang, but whatever. I just wish we could have seen it.
Plus, it does a good job of setting up the additional support Adam's splinter faction of the White Fang has going for them in Volume 2, making it feel relevant to the main story. There's also implications of ties to the Grim Eclipse game and Merlot Industries as well. Amazingly, we also get some good explanation for Iona's interest in Jean. Namely, it's that he's weak and kind of pathetic, but tries to do things despite that, and as a result reminds Iona of her brother, which ties together well with everything else we see of her.
Yeah, it's because she's not listening to... She doesn't know all the horrible things he's fucking done. So...
I find it very interesting that Zell seems to be the person who is like, oh, well, because there is a logical through line from point A to point C and point D to point J, that means that it's good writing. Like, no, that doesn't mean that it's good writing.
Zell is the kind of person that I come across quite frequently is, oh, this idea is so cool. I like this idea. And you know what? There are some good ideas in this book. I actually quite like quite a few of the ideas. I don't think any of them are executed well. And it's not just because the prose is boring as fuck. It's because it makes all these characters out to either be stupid or horrible people. Blake is a self-obsessed bitch. Ruby is a goddamned idiot. John is a horny dickhead. Like, it's just like, I don't care about these people. These are all awful people. Why should I care? They don't care that someone died. I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's one thing that we talk about quite a lot with a lot of our criticisms on this podcast, with quite a lot of people that we react to. It's like, you're impressed by the idea. The idea exists, therefore the writing is good. But what people don't understand is ideas are a dime a dozen. And sure, an idea can be very interesting and can spark the imagination, but if the execution of that idea is not well done, then that can ruin the story, and that could even kind of hurt the idea itself in a way, because if the idea is done so poorly, then you start to wonder if the idea itself is even all that good, or if you just tricked yourself into thinking that because you had better ideas for it in your head.
Yeah.
But like the idea of separating the idea from the execution and not labeling them as just one monolith thing is something that a lot of people seem to struggle with, and I think Zell is definitely one of those people. But also just the idea that there is a logical through line from one part of the story to another makes it good writing is something that I think is the main talking point that he has, because he's like, well, it makes sense that because Iona has a brother and she's a little bit of her brother in Jean, that makes sense for her characterization. That means that it's good writing. It's like that's not necessarily good writing, Zell.
Oh, it makes sense that Ruby Silver Eyes kicked in because it was established all the way back at episode 1. So, it's ignored that there's a 3-year gap of time for the audience and an entire year gap of time for the characters. Let's just ignore that and how, like, none of that ever came up between then and there. Like, that's... I'm sorry, Zell, you gotta have more than this. It's pretty pathetic.
Which is a good
Yeah.
segue into characters.
Oh,
I'll get the
Christ.
main critique out of the way quickly. The story does not handle Yang well at all. She feels more like her chibi self than canon, and they got how her semblance works wrong, thinking her hair needs to be messed up. However, that is also the worst of it. Hilarious.
No. Yang was fine. Yang was just fine. Oh my god, Zell. Like, she was a carefree... Like, she had more personality than she did in the following volumes. I missed this Yang. I liked her just fine. Also, if they messed up her personality, then her flirting with those faunus doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah. So what made her characterization bad? Like, I can understand them messing up her semblance. Like, that would be an understandable gripe, and I would agree with him there. But like, what about Yang's personality that was bad in the novel? Like, I
Give us an
don't
example.
understand why you're saying that her personality was bad.
You're presuming that we know what her chibi personality was like, and is her chibi personality really all that different from her canon personality? Like, that's... anyone that watched Chibi, she never came off to me as, like, can never trust anyone who hates cheerful Yang. Yeah, she seemed like her cheerful, jolly self. She seemed like a really fun person. Like, her entire thing was, I just want to relax on the beach because we've been handed a free vacation. That seems like Yang to me.
Seriously, Jacques Snee remains true to character as that meme, tragic, the worst person you know, just made a really great point by having refused to work with the Silver Bullet Brotherhood in the past. Ren and Nora sadly...
I didn't know that. That was not in the summary. Jacques Schnee.
Wait, what?
Apparently, in this book, Jacques Schnee refused to work with the Silver Bullet Brotherhood, which, holy shit, that's massive. Like, he refuses to work with a pro-human, like, that changes his entire characterization.
Not for me, because I was always very skeptical about the idea that Jacques was like this horrible faunist racist, because what we saw in the show doesn't line up with what the writers are telling us is happening in the show.
Right, he's more of
So,
a
like,
cutthroat businessman than anything else.
Yeah, he's a cutthroat businessman, and like, sure, he doesn't treat the faunus the best, but it also doesn't seem like he treats the humans the best either. So that's not exactly racism. And again, it's supposed to be like, oh, he treats his faunus like slaves. Well, you can't really treat them like slaves when you give them a working wage and stuff like that. And sure, there is such a thing as like wage slaves and stuff like that, where you barely pay them enough to survive and stuff like that, but you overwork them. But we get no indication that that is what he does. The only thing that we see is that there are a lot of faunists who work in the mines, and so they get dirty and tired at the end of the day. But that's just how physical labor works.
Yeah, it's like I say that because like this should change a lot of people's like thoughts on Jock, like if they consider this canon, which I don't know why you wouldn't. Apparently it does tie into a lot more than I like Merlot and shit. But it's like advanced landing institutions and everything. Yeah, John is just sorry, Jock. Jock is just an opportunist. He's a cutthroat opportunist. Like that's always what it come off to me. Like I presumed he was kind of racist against the faunists, but like that's because like fandom zeitgeist has gotten into my brain. So like
And
yeah.
that's why I don't interact with the fandom, because I don't really want to have that kind of zeitgeist. I want to understand the characters as they are presented in the show. I don't even want the writers to taint my understanding of the show, because like they've talked in interviews about how it's not very good writing to explain a bunch of things in interviews and at conventions and stuff, but they still do that anyways. They explain a lot of stuff in the commentary. They explain a lot of stuff at conventions. They explain a lot of stuff in interviews and all this kind of stuff. I don't want to be tainted by that. I just want to know what is seen in the show. And if you are not properly conveying that Jacques is supposed to be a racist in the show, then I'm not going to believe that he is a racist in the show. So, and the fact that this book, if it is supposed to be canon, says that he doesn't want to work with a pro-human group that is against the faunists and is kind of working as a bit of a terrorist group, in the same way that the White Fang are turning into a fauna supremacist terrorist group, then that just goes to show me that I was correct in my assumptions, that he isn't actually as much of a racist as fandom likes to say that he is.
Jock Schnee steps into a boxing arena with a faunist to demonstrate that he believes in equal rights and lefts. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, to your point about how they over-explain in meta texts, like in interviews and commentaries, there is a difference, like, because people can do that in commentaries and such, but what you want to do is, well, if you notice in this scene, if you see this background detail, you might have missed it, but we established this thing here, which then set up this future plot point that some people might have been confused by, but we set it up nonetheless. It's there, you just gotta be attentive. Like that's typically fine. Yeah. It's not that, though. They typically just like, oh yeah, this thing that happened completely off screen that you would have no way of knowing about, yeah, that's what set this up.
Yeah. Or this whole like one of the big examples that I remember is like, oh, we wanted to have Corsican Fennec being like doing stuff in the background in the earlier volumes, but we weren't able to convey that. But guys, that's still totally canon. We still had them do all this stuff in the background, but because we had that taken away, you just didn't see it. But it still totally happened, guys. No, it fucking didn't. No, it didn't.
Don't get a ton to do, but play their supporting roles very ably. Weiss is definitely feeling very V1 coded, but this makes sense given the era, and while she's a bit high strung, she does also make the same best teammate efforts.
No, because I feel like during this time period specifically, she should be actually doing more with Blake. It doesn't feel like she and Blake are actually really conversing and going over their problems with each other. Although that could have happened later.
Plus, as seems to be the tradition in Japanese adaptations, she is deeply down bad for Pyrrha, which is hilarious. Jean is very much in his early volume self, and so more than...
I don't know, she was pretty down bad for her in the original too. Like, she had a whole little side monologue about her. Although, okay, actually, no, that is a mischaracterization, because like she was obsessed with partnering with her just because she was strong. I guess, yeah, Japanese media really makes it more crushy than anything.
I think that's mainly because of how Japanese kind of see the senpai kohai relationships in general, like just how admiration works in Japanese media. it makes it come off like it's a crush when it really isn't, which is why it gets really frustrating when fandom boils a lot of different emotions and different relationships dynamics just down to, oh, they have a crush on them. Like you can blush for many different reasons, including embarrassment, including humiliation, which is a more powerful form of embarrassment. You can blush because because you have sympathy for somebody else's embarrassment. You can blush because you are angry, because you're sad, because you're uh extremely happy. All of these different emotions you can blush for without necessarily being because you're attracted to somebody or something.
It'd be great to write a story where, or like make an anime where a character keeps blushing around another, and it's like, well, like one, and that one that isn't blushing confesses, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking? I hate you. What? Yeah, you embarrass the fuck out of me every single time I come near you. It's why I try to avoid you. But you keep blushing. Yeah, I was fucking humiliated. Fuck you. Just completely torpedo, like build up a ship in the background and torpedo it.
Yeah.
And a bit grating, but largely in character, and his bond with Iona does warrant his prominence. Blake's volume
Wait,
lay
what?
down bad for Pyrrha, which is hilarious. Jean is very much in his early volume self, and so more than a bit grating, but largely in character, and his bond with Iona does warrant his prominence.
No, like you could literally have given it to literally anyone else. You could have had one of the RWBY girls be his big sister, or Pyrrha. Give Pyrrha something to fucking do other than to be John's goddamn puppy dog.
Yeah. Oh my god. Is this what they mean by, oh, we have problems with Ruby too? By just saying like the tiniest little gripes, like, oh, Jean is kind of grating in volume 1. Blake is kind of bland in volume 1. It's like, how though? It's like that's the problem that like we have, or that you seem to have when it comes to us. Cuz we try to explain why a character is grating
Did he
and
just say that Blake was
why.
bland?
No. I'm just being like generalistic
Oh,
with
okay.
this. But because I keep seeing on like Tumblr or all these other places that these people hang out in. It's like, because they keep saying like, oh well, we have problems with Ruby too, but you guys just go too far with it. I have never seen you guys like actually have any kind of grievances with Ruby. But is this what you mean when you say that you have grievances with Ruby? Where it's like, oh, Jean in volume 1 was kind of grating. It's like, well, what do you mean by that? Because what we mean by that is this. And you seem to have a problem when we say, I have a problem with Jean because of this. So what do you mean when you say that he's kind of grating? Is that even the same? Like, are we even necessarily disagreeing, or are you just complaining about the fact that we go into detail about our complaints?
How far should any critique be? I mean, it depends what kind of conversation you're having. Like, if you're just talking together and like having a good vibe, you don't need to dig that deep. But if you're interested in actually growing, you need, like, I always push, get as micro as you want. Like, you dig as deep as you want because it helps you understand more about yourself, more about the writing process, more about the setting and world and characters. Just keep trying to figure out where like there might be like gaps and holes, and then once you're feel satisfied with that, then just stop. Like it's really up
Well,
to you how deep you want to get.
yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, because for the simple fact that writing is never going to be as complex and as in-depth and as logical as the real world. At some point, you have to realistically just stop doing your world building, or stop doing your
Yes.
characterization, or stop doing this or that, or else you're never going to actually be able to finish your actual project. if you continue to dig deep into something and like I don't know, like Trigun or MHA or Full Metal Alchemist or whatever have you, um I don't know, games, whatever, it doesn't have to be anime. Um if you continue to dig deep and just pick apart everything past the point that the author had done any work, then of course you're going to find flaws because this isn't a real world. This is a fabrication that someone made for one's entertainment. You should only dig deep as what is logically necessary.
I'm just trying to think of like, because like I think we both disagree on different levels, but we've talked about this a lot. It's I'm just trying to
Yeah,
think
we
of
have.
like I don't want to spin too deep into this, but it's a good question. It's like, how far should critique be? I mean, really, like
Yeah.
what it should go to is, if you have a problem with something, like you can sense, like typically you have a sixth sense about, oh, there's a problem here. Ask why, and keep digging until you're satisfied with the answer. That's basically how far it should go on a personal level. If you're trying to make an assertion to someone, you should probably try and have at least some level of bulletproof argument. Or at the very least, an explanation why it may be that way, as opposed to like, okay, it can go left or right, but it's more than likely going to the right, and like that's the reason I don't like it. That sort of thing. Basically, just be
Yeah.
able to stand up for your assertions and make sure that they can't be easily poked into.
Yeah, so like for the critique of the fans as opposed to the critics, or the stands and the critics, if you want to say that, then like their whole thing is, yeah, I have a problem with some things in RWBY, but it's just they keep it internal, so they don't have to really dig deep into it. But a lot of critics, they're doing it externally, so they are talking about it, they are wanting
Yep.
to break it down and understand it and to have a dialogue with other people. Whereas fans or stands, they only want to discuss the positive aspects of it, and they keep their critiques internally so that they don't really talk about it. And then they get mad when the internal stuff is being said externally by other people.
Yeah.
That is how this really comes across.
The Like, to the point of like John here is like, oh, John is a little grating. It's like, what does that mean? Well, for us is he gets an exorbitant amount of screen time for how prominent he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be a RWBY character in the background that doesn't serve too much of a purpose beyond being a minor audience surrogate for certain plot points, but yet he gets an entire arc to himself, depriving us of deeper understanding of our main cast. And then here in this book in particular, he comes off as a complete and utter selfish asshole that basically only thinks of his friends, his actual friends, the people that support him, as an afterthought, while going after a woman that clearly has no intentions for him whatsoever and is actively trying to shut him down multiple times. He comes off basically as just an asshole. Like that's the broad summary. I can deeper analyze that, but that's all you need to know as to why I think that John is horrible.
Not
So
only that, but he's also so unrealistically stupid.
yeah,
And
that
not
too.
even in a way that is funny.
He literally doesn't know how certain
Like
fundamental aspects work in in the setting.
yeah. It's if Jean was in the real world, then he wouldn't know what electricity is. Despite the fact that he has lived in a big city his entire life. He wouldn't know what cars are. He wouldn't know what a school is. Uh like a basic education system.
Yep.
He wouldn't know like all of these very basic fundamental things, because you would imagine, because that is the only thing that we know about this world, are these what we presume are very basic fundamental things: what dust is, what grim are, how to fight them, etc., etc. These are the only things that we know about this world, so we presume that these are things that everyone knows about, even if they don't particularly participate in them themselves. But we presume that dust is also used for electricity or for this or that or the other for your daily function of your life. But it's also used to fight Grimm. And that would be how you have like all these different dust shops, because they're obviously used for more than just fighting Grimm. So the fact that he wouldn't know anything about these things is just utterly baffling. And it's not funny, it's just confusing. In order to make a successful idiot character, you have to at least give them the basic fundamentals, and then maybe have them do something a bit more complex that they struggle with. Like they struggle with socialization, or they struggle with a very certain aspect, like, I don't know, math, or maybe they don't know how to tie their shoes, or they're extremely clumsy, things like that.
Great example. Both Detective Drebbins from the Naked Gun franchise, which, by the way, watch Naked Gun 4. It's great. They take everything entirely too literally. Like, that's kind of the... Like, everyone in the setting kind of has that weakness to some degree. But, like, them in particular, they're the straight man that takes everything too literally, and that runs to, like, the jokes. John IRL would use ChatGPT to do his homework. I actually disagree with that. He's actually a really hard worker when it comes to academics. He's exhausted when we see him a lot. Because he gives a really good report to Cardin.
That I would say he only works under duress.
I guess that's fair.
Because remember, he only gave Cardin that report after Cardin already threatened him. Before that, he slept through class. He had like very poor grades. He wasn't doing anything to really further his career. He just wanted into the school because that is what you needed to do in order to be a good warrior. But he didn't even know how to research being a good warrior in the first place, other than you go into a huntsman school to become a huntsman because huntsmen are warriors. That is his basic logic. Cardin pushed him to be a better student, to be a better warrior. And that is why...
I was going to say, I think he was sleeping in class after the Cardin thing. I'm pretty sure that happens afterwards. Because, like, I think it's because... If it
happens after, and...
It's because he's doing the triple the workload or whatever. Because of that, he's too sleepy.
It could be that I'm just misremembering the timeline, because it has been at least like 4 years since I've seen Volume 1 at this point, or however long it's been since Mattow's watch party. But if it's that, then
I could be
fine,
remembering wrong. People are like, that was in fixing, so I don't. Well, let me see.
Yeah.
John.
Are you going to look?
Yep. Arc. Sorry, I'm trying to use my one-handed keyboard because I'm extra like that. And it's slow going. John Arc. Where is his history? Welcome to Beacon. Battles. Okay. Beacon initiation. Start of class. We've seen Stay again adds other dorms. John is present. P reports class. He comments and voices attitude. John fights Cardin. Stops. Later at the cafeteria, Pierre asks him for help. After John leaves the room depressed, Cardin is seen watching him and smiling as he leaves. Let's see. Wait. There. Yeah, he is sleeping in class. You're right. You're correct. I stand corrected.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was thinking about the whole binoculars thing.
Yeah.
It was before Cardin.
Right.
And he made that because he was sleeping in class. He wasn't paying attention. Like, Cardin made... Like, the whole thing that I have with Cardin, or at least my Cardin equivalent for Fractured Fairy Tales, is he's upset that Jean isn't taking the work seriously, because my version of Cardin is a very proud individual. He is very reverent of the job. And when he sees somebody slacking off in class, he is going to do something about it. So he is going to coerce him into actually becoming a more diligent student and a more someone who takes the job more seriously. And even if he has to blackmail someone into doing it, he'll do it because he just finds the job that respectful. And that's what you can take out of it. Even the canon show, like if you like make a lot of leaps of logic and stuff like that, you still could come to that conclusion. But we know that he isn't like that simply because we don't see anything more than him just being a generic bully.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to make him a more well-rounded character, a deeper character, you could go that route. And it would completely still be in line with everything that we see in the show. It's just a more logical understanding of why he is going after Jean.
Oh yeah, didn't John forge his acceptance letter to get into the academy? Thank goodness nobody did a background check or anything. No, the thing is, I take it that Ozpin knew. I've always taken that Ozpin, especially with how he knew about Blake being in the White Fang, I take it that Ozpin knows the actual backstories of just about everyone at his academy. To the point that, like, I think he chose to let John in and see how he flies. So that's my own interpretation of how Ozpin handles the school. It's like, if you get in through one means or another, it doesn't matter. I'm going to see if you make it.
Because we did see that moment with Glinda, like, scrutinizing him, but then she got distracted by Ozpin just ignoring her.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the end of that.
And
that was really weird.
And that's a great demonstration of how the writers treat women. Anyway.
Yeah.
Deeply down bad for Pyrrha, which is hilarious. Jean is very much in his early volume self, and so more than a bit grating, but largely in character, and his bond with Iona does warrant his prominence. Blake's Volume 2 White Fang obsession is already rearing its head, and she's especially closed off and paranoid and still trying to do everything solo, which fits this era. RWBY maybe feels a little bit juvenile, but is overall handled very well, and still finding her feet as team leader.
She literally lost brain cells. Also, Blake isn't just obsessed with the White Fang. She is literally paranoid about being the source of, like, all these horror. Blake is just awful. Like, Blake is just so Yang is literally the only character coming out of this. Okay, well, I guess Weiss is okay too. No, Weiss needs a little bit more, like, dealing with Blake's stuff. Like, honestly, that should have been the focus with Blake and Weiss. Them actually, you know, coming to terms with the whole we're teammates now thing, even though we were kind of on the opposite sides of a quiet war. Ugh. Oh, Glenn.
Right, I keep forgetting that this is supposed to take place in between Volume 1 and 2. So they're just off of the heels of that big fight and the whole argument that they had.
Yeah, this is like a perfect chance for the series to fill in a crucial gap in their relationship, and it does nothing with it. Oh god, Glinda in a bikini and a beach special would make this light novel fly off the shelves. You know, yes, that's a missed opportunity as hell. So what you're saying is Freezer Burn is the closest thing to good. No. Yang is just sleeping around with all the finest babes. Can't you tell Zell really focused on that?
What's most interesting to me is her dynamic with Blake. RWBY is not only deeply interested in Blake's mood, but very worried about her, and also straight up to
her personality is also super cool. Are you interested because this might hint at Ladybug? Is that it?
talking about how cool and mysterious she is, among other things. Blake also shows her high regard for RWBY as a leader here, and genuinely kind of feels like a blend of defrosting the Ice Queen and Knight in Sour Armor. Legitimately, if this...
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Defrosting the Ice Queen and the Knight in Sour Armor... What? What? Twi, you hearing this? Am I the only one going crazy over this? Twi? Oh god, I'm alone. That phrase killed her.
Okay, are we back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. It's
Okay.
TV tropes talk?
I
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, it's TV tropes. That's what I was saying.
Oh,
These are TV tropes terms. He is talking in TV tropes terms. Uh, I don't know what the other one is, but defrosting the Ice Queen is basically taking like a it, it's basically taking someone who is considered a cold character and then softening them up and making them more like in the anime terms like kudere or tsundere,
it's kind of
making them more
Weiss.
dere.
That's more applicable to Weiss, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, also, like, oh, she's so
Uh,
mysterious. RWBY knows her backstory. She should be looking at Blake like a tryhard. It's like, Blake,
Yeah.
I know you're not so cool and mysterious.
Well, hang on. You're mostly talking about Weiss being the Ice Queen because she has the ice theme to her, because she is literally Snow White. I wouldn't necessarily say that she is exactly an Ice Queen in the broader sense of the term. She is very much she very much has a very hot personality.
Okay,
Weiss
yes, that's
does.
fair. That's like I was misattributing like she had a cold heart as opposed to she has a flaming temper. That's a difference in dynamic. You're right. You're right. Just oh god.
Yeah, so Blake, I would say, definitely has more of the Ice Queen thing going on because she is very distant, she is very cold, she is very frigid. Uh, at least in the very beginning. She isn't like that after like the first couple of episodes of RWBY. So I don't
Yeah.
think that that's necessarily correct either, but I understand where Zella's coming from in this.
It come out in English or otherwise been adapted visually, I think Ladybug would have been a vastly more prominent ship in the fandom, which is really fascinating to think about. Frankly, it's worth reading for the Blake and RWBY material alone. Ford Lee is also
It is not worth reading for the Blake and RWBY material alone.
an effective villain, able to play the role of charming businessman, deeply dramatic supervillain, and utterly vile bigot. His semblance is also quite OP, as it basically lets him use a malleable shadow to rob his enemies of momentum. RWBY overcoming that almost feels like a hint at her semblance's true nature. However, Fort Lee also does lead us into some of
Considering they got Yang's wrong, I doubt that. It's just like also like oh he's a truly deplorable villain. Like can we get some villains with actual depth, please? Please. I mean, it sounds like his son was killed by them. Like, isn't that a problem? Isn't that like a thing that be sympathetic as like I hate the Faunus because they robbed me of my son. Also, oh my god, thank you Yui for the adorable art. Kaiser's just drowning.
What makes him deplorable exactly? Like that's something that I'm not understanding with this because I haven't read it
Racisms.
because it's too boring. But like you're yes, but just saying racism isn't enough to make me understand what makes him deplorable.
He enslaves the Faunus.
Because there are different levels of racism.
He's literally enslaving the Faunus. Like
Oh.
that's like that was like a big bullet point. It was like, oh, I'm enslaving the, like my island is actually a trap for the Faunus. And it's like that just sounds so fucking stupid. It's like I understand that stuff.
But like also Zell hasn't said that in this video.
He did summarize it. It was part of his summary.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Did I just miss that because of my computer issues?
Either you missed it or you just were so basically bored to tears that you missed. Like it can happen. I don't blame you for that. Also,
maybe
Kaiser was not waterproof. Yeah. He needs
but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So he is horribly deplorable, but it's like it doesn't have any sympathy by the sounds of it. It's like there's no humanity in the character, which you kind of need to understand a deplorable person. And not everyone is just a token villain. Like you can't do that, especially in a hope punk story. Ugh.
the critique.
You know what they who did this better? Like even if the character didn't have a like he has a justifiable reason, but it's not as justifiable as, oh, these group of people killed my son, so therefore I hate them. But you know who did this better?
Who?
Free Willy 3.
Yes. Actually, yes. And that was the weakest part of Free Willy 3.
Yeah. The father being just the whaler because he has to feed his family, and like wanting to kill off an entire subspecies of whale just to get some money to feed his family and to keep his family afloat.
Yeah. That's like
all
an
of the
understandable
people that work under
motivation.
him.
It's like it's very understandable, very
And
basic.
it's very deplorable because he wanted to wipe out the entire pod. The entire pod.
Yeah. How late am I?
This is an entire subspecies of venom, and he wanted to wipe it out. Huh?
Sorry, someone was like, "How late am I?" Almost 5 hours late.
Quite.
Wait, this is RWBY. All he needed is to be an attractive older woman, potentially. They can always be redeemed. Oh my god, you're right. Remember, attractive women get redeemed. Men don't, though. Men don't deserve redemption in RWBY.
Yes.
Because women get robbed of their agency. They're not responsible for the evil things they do.
Handling of bigotry is rather well. It does that.
I could probably talk a lot about the sexism in RWBY, despite the fact that that fans claim that it is such a feminist show because the main characters are female and they do the action shit. They're still written by men, and the men still seem like they are quite sexist. And so their
really
sexism
weird.
or their sexist tendencies, intentional or not, still bleed into the show. Yeah, it is weird.
RWBY overcoming that almost feels like a hint at her semblance's true nature. However, Fort Lee also does lead us into some of the critique. Namely, the handling of bigotry is rather, well, it does that thing where the source of bigotry is from the bigot having a bad experience with the subject of their hatred. It ignores the cultural and systemic sources of bigotry, which are actually where it comes from, in order to...
No, oh god, this is a whole fucking can of worms. Oh my god, there's a whole fucking can of worms. It can be from social norms and the like, that is true, but mostly it's also from negative. Like, there's a reason social norms become a thing. It's not just because people look different or act different, it's because people cumulatively have negative experiences with one another. It goes in many different directions, and people can have personal experiences that make them build those animosities. So yes, his son being killed by Faunus, by the White Fang, is a reasonable, unhealthy and vile thing, but it's a reasonable extrapolation that he would come to hate Faunus. It's not that outlandish, and it's not uncommon.
I can give an example of this.
Go for it.
I always wondered why my grandmother was so racist against the local natives up here. And because, like, sure, she's old. My grandfather has this a little bit as well, but I wouldn't say that he's necessarily racist. Like, in the modern sense, yes, but, like, he doesn't do it intentionally. It's just how he grew up. And the words that he says were not bad when he was a kid, so therefore he doesn't see them as bad now. But my grandmother, in particular, was more bitter toward Native American people. And I never understood why until randomly, when we were going to buy some shoes, there was this native man who came to help us pick out our shoes, and she started a conversation with him. And like he talked about like where he was from, and she said, "Oh, I used to live there too," which was a native reserve. My grandmother told the story about how when she was a child, her mother, who was a single mother because our biological grandfather my biological grandfather, her father, had died. So her mother, my great grandmother, was a single mother with like 6 or 7 children, most of them um mentally deficient in some way, uh, and were special needs. They couldn't afford to actually live in town, so the only place that they could afford was on a native reserve. And because of that, and because of all of the negative stigma that native people had towards white people, they they would be very negative toward my great grandmother and her children, to the point where they at one point beat her bloody and had to go to the hospital. And so, because my grandmother, who was a child at the time, had to rescue her own mother from dying, became very negative toward native people. She still had friends who were native. She still interacted cordially with them, but she would still say things about them from time to time. And I never knew why until she told that story. So it is her own personal negative experiences dealing with native people that led to her having such a racist view of them. Experiences that my mother, all of her other children, my grandfather never had. So we've never had the same experiences or feelings toward native people that she had.
Yeah. It's like the cycle of hate is a very, very common thing. And unfortunately, it's almost certainly never going to be wiped out. It is an unfortunate part of human nature, and all we can do is do our best to overcome it. And it's why it's important to have things in these stories that talk about that, so that we can have both warnings and mentors, or not mentors, ideals to strive for in terms of overcoming our personal hatreds, our personal biases, all the things in our heart. It is important to show both sides of the coin and show them realistically. Because if you don't show them realistically, like, if you don't sometimes have a horrible villain who has a tragic backstory get away, well, sometimes they do. Sometimes they get away. And part of the challenge of that kind of character is trying to let go of our animosity over it because it's something out of our control, or finding a way to get justice in a way that isn't trying to target them but helping their victims. Like, there's a lot of different intricacies that can go into this one kind of plot point, and Zell is like, we can't have any of that. Now, I'm not saying it's done well in this book. I don't trust it.
He's just racist in the very cartoony sense of it, and there's no depth to it, which makes it seem very hollow, which makes it seem like the racism isn't actually as much of a big deal as it realistically should be.
And also, from Titan Executor, we have an edgy Blake.
Oh.
Yeah, now we're the racisms, for the record, because we're showing that. But yeah.
To explain its presence. This definitely undercuts the themes a little bit. Though the fact that White Fang got portrayed relatively well here, and the seething hatred from the Brotherhood, did offset that somewhat. The fact they try and source Fort Lee's bigotry to an abusive Fauna step-parent and then double down on it with Fauna's conspiracy theorist killing his son, though, does then weaken that. Based on some...
How? Like if the theme around the story is the fact that he grew to hate Faunus because of natural circumstances that happened to him, but is it because they're showing Faunus in a negative light, just like normal people? Like, is your implication that were it not for humanity, Faunus would shit rainbows and end world hunger? Is that your thesis here, Zell, with this? Is that what you're presuming, or is it that Faunus are just people and they are prone to the same, like, flaws as humans are? Are you still there, Twy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I just didn't really have much to say.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I don't know when your mic cuts out or not.
Yeah, and I have to mute myself because I'm technically watching this on the TV, so
Yeah, I gotcha.
I don't want it to have feedback.
Gotcha.
Interviews with the creators of Ice Queendom, apparently stories dealing with systemic racism aren't super common in Japan, which is a discussion in of itself, but it does mean that a writer for a
Yeah,
light
that is
novel is
true.
likely.
Yeah, that is true. Mostly because like it's not really racism in Japan that's treated. It's like xenophobia and like not in it's like what do you call in like normal discrimination because it's like it's a subset of Japanese people that get discriminated against. Like that's hard to articulate. It's a different kind of discrimination they have in
Well,
Japan.
also, well, I mean, more recently, it is starting to crop up as more of an actual thing because for the longest time, and to be fair, I want to say that Japanese people and Japan as a whole treat racism a lot differently than America, which is why I always stress that just because you see racism in an anime doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be reflective of your understanding as an American of what racism is. Because American racism isn't going to be the same as racism in Egypt, racism in China, racism in Japan, racism anywhere else. Because I have friends from all over the world, and I have a friend in Egypt, and he talks about how the racism in Egypt is much more religious discrimination rather than actual like race-based shit. And it's the same in Japan too. Like racism does exist in Japan, and it is a problem. It mostly gets swept under the rug because Japan tries to save face. It doesn't
Yep.
want people to think that there is a problem with stuff in Japan. They want to have this idea that Japan is this wonderful utopian place.
Yep.
Um, but we have a friend who is half Japanese and she gets racially discriminated against a lot, and she has talked about that. Um, we see a lot of this now that there are more foreigners living in Japan, foreigners born in Japan, who because they still have ties to the home country of their parents, might get there is talk about how some of them are afraid that they might have to get sent back to this country that they barely know about simply because their parents were born there and because they aren't Yamato Japanese.
Yep.
And the current climate of Japan right now wants foreigners to go away. Is very much like America, but it's just because the racism is different in a way doesn't mean that it's not necessarily there. It's also I would say that it's definitely much more geared.
You cut out. Well, you guys heard it here. Racism killed Twilight. Unfortunate. Yep, and there she goes.
Oh my god, I am fucking hating this.
Yeah, I was gonna say Japan really didn't want you talking about their discriminatory society.
Apparently not. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. I was trying to say that there is racism in Japan and there is xenophobia in Japan, and it is much more geared toward the Chinese and to a slight lesser degree the Koreans than it is, say, toward white people, although it still is there.
Yes.
The and not even just that, because there are like Brazilians there are Portuguese, there are people from all over the place that live in Japan or have even been born in Japan, but their parents were from these countries. Some of them know Japanese as their only native language. Some of them don't know Japanese because they don't get the opportunity to interact with the community. But there are problems with all of these different groups to different extents. and there are different ways that the Japanese can be prejudiced towards other people. And it doesn't matter, like, if you're white, black, Chinese, Egyptian, whatever. There is going to be these problems, but it isn't going to be the same in the way that America is racist.
Yeah, like basically racism manifests differently everywhere, and that's one reason. It's like RWBY is very much ground, I think, very poorly in the 1960s American Civil Rights Unit. That was what they named directly as inspiration.
Yes.
Which a massive fucking mistake on their part for a number of reasons, but they did that. And that does not at all apply to Japanese society in 2026 or 2017 when this was made. Like, it's a very different atmosphere. So I can understand why they wouldn't handle it the same. Ironically, by the sounds of it, they handled it with a little more nuance by accident, because of that. Because oh, this guy has a legitimate grievance against the faunus. It's like, okay.
Or like I wouldn't even necessarily, because like, again, there are individuals who are in Japan who probably have a well-rounded understanding of this. Magi had a very good depiction, of racism in its anime.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's different.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, just because there are these issues in Japan, it doesn't mean that individuals don't have a very good grasp on it, or even more nuanced outside of their own countries, for instance. And that could go into why the writer for this light novel actually had a better understanding of how racism works in the setting as compared to the actual writers.
Yeah.
Very little oversight, may have stumbled into some of these pitfalls on pure happenstance. Racism aren't super common in Japan, which is a discussion in of itself, but it does mean that a writer for a light novel with likely very little oversight may have stumbled into some of these pitfalls on pure happenstance. Plus, as mentioned, this is not an official localization, but a non-professional fan translation, and localization is more of an art than a science, and could mean there may have been some missing nuance that was in the original text, or would have been incorporated. Despite
You can't. No. What's written is on the translation is awful, but it's straightforward. I'm sorry, Zell. You can't hide behind, oh, this might be the translation's fault. It's not. It's not in this circumstance.
No, I would kind of agree with him in that, like, I think it depends on. Well, obviously, this is a fan translation, and the fan is native English, so they have an understanding of Japanese, but they probably have a very scholarly understanding of Japanese. Maybe there is some wordplay that is in the light novel that the translator wouldn't understand, or there is a double entendre with the kanji, and the meanings and stuff like that maybe they wouldn't understand. So I technically would agree with him, although I would be hesitant to say that such deep writing might be in a light novel like this in the first place.
Yeah. I suppose that's fair. I don't like being fair to Zell. Silverhaired Freak, missing nuance and RWBY should not be in the same sentence. What? No, they are in the same sentence. They're always in the same sentence. Missing nuance? RWBY is fucking point blank with all the bullshit it's trying to peddle, and it's terrible.
Yeah. I would say missing nuance and Zell probably more in that line. But he also he makes up nuance where there isn't there. But as much as I do not like Zell, I think that he is a horrible person who, like, the reason why I don't like him is because he deliberately ignored when Raymond had directly said that he loves RWBY, because Zell wanted to have the depiction that Raymond was this big bad boogeyman who was making this spite show, fixing RWBY, because he hated the show so much. And it didn't matter what evidence you presented to him to show otherwise. He said, I want to believe that he just hates the show. So he has admitted to this. He has admitted to cherry picking what he wants in order to have some delusion in his head. And that is what he does with the show, but just in the positive instead of the negative. So Zell is the type of person that I find absolutely deplorable. I find him and his way of thinking and his way of doing things absolutely disgusting. However, if he makes a fair point, I am still going to point out that it is a fair point, because I don't want to be as disgusting as him. And I have made mistakes on this show before. I have said things that may not have been true that I didn't figure out until like either days or maybe even weeks or months later. If I remember what they are, I will point them out. I think I've done that a couple of times before. Because I don't want to be the type of person that Zell is.
Words to live by.
I find Zell... yeah.
Don't be like
just
Zell,
find-
big bold prints.
yeah. I just find Zell such a morbidly fascinating person to deal with. Same with Crimson XE and all of their ilk.
Yep, that entire gaggle. Man,
Yep.
I miss Lilith.
Myth.
I found her so entertaining. Oh well.
Yeah. Maybe she'll come back. I mean, we do have that one person that was going over like everybody's critiques in the entirety of the critic Tumblr fandom and just responding to it and how we're wrong in some way. It's like Lilith 2.0.
What happened to Lilith? She poofed out of existence. We don't know where she went. So
It's because nobody was paying attention to her anymore. And so she couldn't get any food, so she perished.
she couldn't find another grift to exploit, so
These
Yep.
bugbears, I definitely think it's worth a read, and I'm genuinely sad it never got an official translation. Much obliged to
it's not worth a read, for the record. It's awful.
Cody C99 overseeing the translation, and thanks to you all for tuning in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The book is just, it's not worth it, guys. I admire the fan for attempting the translation, for trying to get this overseas when it's not available over here. I don't know why it was never made available over here. But, guys, it's bad. It's mediocre at best. Real fans enough to think how it could be better instead of mediocre. Yep. Yeah, this sucks. I could write a way better RWBY Beach special. People have. I would take RWBY porn over this book. That's not hard, though. I'd probably take it over the main show at times, too. It probably didn't sell. I wonder, actually, how well it sold. RWBY isn't popular in Japan. Like, people try to say it is, but I doubt them. I really doubt them.
Yeah.
Like, again, I was over there during, like, what was 2019? Which would be, volume 7? I want to say volume 7, volume 8. No RWBY merch that I could find in.
I can't imagine.
You go.
Sorry. It cut out a little bit. Sorry. I can't imagine that RWBY is all that popular when it took years to translate the later volumes into Japanese. Like, that seems like it's something that they did as more of a passion project kind of thing. Like, they want RWBY to be more of an anime, so they made a Japanese translation of it, but because it wasn't all that popular in it, they more had to, like, kind of force it when they had the time and money.
Must have at least been a cafe of RWBY or something. No, I don't think so. I would say RWBY used to be popular in Japan. On what metric? I can never find any metrics about its popularity in Japan. And I was in Akihabara in 2019. All right? Akihabara, the weeb capital of the world, not a lick, not a single lick of RWBY merch anywhere. Anywhere. I looked. I was so curious. I looked. I couldn't find a single damned thing. Else I would have bought it on the spot. It is not popular.
There was only an Ice Queendom pop-up cafe.
Ah. I wonder how popular it was. Because I'll tell you this. I tried to get it, like, we tried to get into the Square Enix cafe, not realizing you need to book your visit months in advance.
Ugh.
Yeah, like, legitimately, they were booked for 4 months.
Wow. Yeah, because, like, I know Noel talked about her and her friends being interested in RWBY back then, but they were already starting to lose interest by, like, volume 4 and 5. And she even talked about how they tried to stay interested in it by having Noel translate for her friends, by watching the original English and then translating for her friends so that they understood what was going on in the show. But they weren't interested in it anymore. They fell off of it after a while.
Sora Heart, Has-Been Hotel got a standby in a cafe in Japan. Yeah, but Has-Been Hotel is like... I'm pretty sure Has-Been Hotel is way bigger than RWBY was at its inception. I can't be sure of that, but
I think so, yeah.
It's also been picked up by mainstream things. So, like, that's the reason the entire cast had to be cut, is because SAG-AFTRA got involved. I think the first 3 volumes, or was it the Voice Actors Guild? Whatever, one of the two. I think the first 3 volumes were quite popular for the school aesthetic, though I do wonder what effect it being popular with the ARC systems had on the idea of it being popular in the East. I'm not surprised RWBY falls shorts behind a lot of anime. RWBY is just like, and it's like, why do you, if you don't F with him, why talk about him? Are you talking about Zell? If he's that weird. Oh, no, we talk about him because...
What were you talking about?
I think he's talking about Zell. But why do we talk about Zell? It's because he keeps us sharp.
We talk about him because he's kind of funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like learning what the fandom
funny
hates.
And interesting. Yeah.
I don't mean to keep stepping over you.
He's a bit of a clown. Like you
I'm so sorry. God damn it, Discord. Please go.
We will get this figured out when I get my new laptop again. He is a weird little goober who has very odd takes, and it is very interesting to figure out why he has these takes. And also, he is a clown, so it's funny to point and laugh at him.
Yes. The site for the Maid Cafe is still up, by the way. The Amazing Digital Circus also got one, so it seems that just RWBY... Well, there's also, like, a lot of compounding things. This is earlier internet. Like, like, RWBY was early 3.0, I would say. Where it...
No, we're in 3.0 right now. I would say...
Late 2.0?
Yeah, late 2.0. It's weird.
There's a gradients.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gradients. I'm not actually sure how we would label 2010s, but it certainly is a lot more insular than it is now.
Let's see, internet, generations.
We're gonna go look this up?
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay, so 1G is 1980s, 2G is the 1990s, 3G is the 2000s, 4G is 2010, and we're now in 5G. This is measuring it by the speed of the internet, though. Oh, web. There we go. Webs. That's it. That's what we're looking for. Web ResearchGate. Verify I'm human. Well, I'm a bird, but so PC era is 1980 to 1990. Web 1.0 is 1990 to 2000. Web 2.0, it's like it's leaping in year increments of 10.
Hence, yeah.
So it's early 3.0.
Yeah. Okay.
So it basically in that time, it being a breakout success wasn't as big as it is now. Like you get a lot of these things build over time, and if you can catch it, like say Markiplier, if you catch the wave and manage to keep on riding it, you'll be set for life. RWBY caught the wave early, and then by volume 3 was starting to fall off because of the tragedy around Monty. Like I don't want to attribute Monty was like the magic behind RWBY, but he was certainly the thing that kept it alive. And after that, it became sort of a zombie show for a while.
Yeah.
Most fan art from Japan today is still volume 1 to 3.
Kind of.
Yep.
Yeah. That seems to be the thing that the majority of fans give a shit about is volumes 1 to 3 of RWBY. Like there are still some fans who like volumes 4 to 9, but they're in the minority. They're in the vast minority, I would say.
Huey, why?
Also, huh?
Big bad boopy birdman. What? I don't why? What?
Also, like it says that here, at least on Wikipedia, that Web 3.0 still isn't quite a thing. It's still something that is hypothetical, and that we are still technically in 2.0 today.
Interesting.
Yeah, it started in 2004. Like, Web 2.0 started in 2004 and continues to this day.
Huh. Okay. But yeah, no, they tipped a couple yards away from the starting line. He was a soul of RWBY. He was the soul of RWBY. Like, that's indisputable. Even though I very much don't think he was a healthy contributor. Like, he basically kept it alive. He knew how to work with the fans. That's what Twice said Zell thinks you are. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Okay.
But yeah, Zell is as smart as Cinder. I stand by that. So, time to wind down. Do you have anything you want to announce, Twilight?
My computer is sent away for repair. I am on my shit computer, and I am on my very, very old 2015 Windows 8.1 computer. I can't do much, guys.
Here's hoping that I'll get
really
squared
much
away
that
soon.
Yeah, like all of the problems that we are having right now with me being on this stream, talking with you guys, not talking, like my microphone is doing weird things. It's all because I am on this shit ass computer that I bought for like $300, and even then it was still too much money. But it's all that I have for right now, so I cannot do anything. So I am just waiting for my computers to be done with their repairs.
Okay. On my end, Bad Fanfiction Night this Friday. Won't be getting back to Mahar Voln until probably sometime in March. Unfortunate. I am still working away at my Silent Hill F script. I think I'm up to about 50 to 60 pages. Still not, like, I think I'm a little over halfway through the story. And that's, again, before I even get to analysis. It's just summary recap stuff. But then, finally, if things work out in the next week or two, I might be able to release the Blu-ray, as in the full-length version of Fixing RWBY Volume 7, which is every single episode in one big video. That will probably be the Friday after, like, the next Friday. So not this Friday, but next Friday. That's if everything goes well and my computer can... I call it the Blu-ray. It's not actually a physical Blu-ray. It's just called the Blu-ray. That's just the nickname that we have for the full-length volume of all the episodes congregated together. But basically, the full volume will be going up next Friday, all things willing, hopefully. So look forward to that. I'm very excited. I look back and it's like, man, some of these moments are really awesome. Brand new art in a lot of sections, a lot of retouched art. It's a lot of good stuff. And sorry if I was a bit much this stream. It's fine. What?
I wish that I was able to redo my art for fixing RWBY, because I was doing work for my client when it was originally being done, so I didn't have enough time to do that. And now I wasn't able to do it for the Blu-ray because of my computer issues.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, I just
plenty on
don't
your
have
hands.
good luck.
You had just plenty on your hands. It's okay.
Yeah.
The Blu-ray of what? It's the internal name that we give to the full collection of episodes into one video for fixing RWBY. I've done it with every single volume thus far. The idea, like, it's going to be like 8.5 hours of fixing RWBY for you guys. So I hope you all look forward to that. Again, a lot of good stuff in there, a lot of retouched art, got some full animation stuff going on. It's cool. Trust me. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had a great time, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.